Who's after Josie Malone? How can a metronome and a random explosion upset a ho-hum routine? The orphaned only child of only child parents, Josie Malone works at the Department of Licensing, pets her cat, and eats frozen dinners most nights, never suspecting danger had been stalking her for years. In general, her life was like Groundhog Day, never varying, until the day her house blew up. With the help of Dan, the police chief, and de facto fire chief until the next election, Mabon's a small town, Josie embarks on a journey back into her childhood to find out what made her parents leave all they knew behind and, along the way, learn who she really is. Deciphering cryptic clues left by father, can Josie reach the joyous destiny she'd never dreamed of before a man bent on murder crosses her path? Be sure to check out the other 27 books by award-winning author Deb Graham. Complete list online. Other fiction by Deb Graham. I'd Give Anything to Be in Your Shoes, Santa Clay, One Daughter at a Time, Times and Seasons, The Ghost in the Bakery, Martha's Cove, The Dim-Witted Hitman, The Cookie Cutter Legacy, Murder on Deck, a cruise novel, Peril in Paradise, a cruise novel.
Who's After Josie Malone? Copyright 2022 Deb Graham. All rights reserved by the author. Who, while a nice person, doesn't share well. The beginning. Emergency services. What is your emergency? He clutched the mobile phone with sweaty hands. Breathless, he told the dispatcher what he'd overheard. He said it would go down tonight. You need to send someone. Hurry. A bored voice drawled, Now, sir, you must be mistaken. Nevertheless, we appreciate your call. I'll leave a note on the supervisor's desk for her to look at when she gets a chance. You have to hurry. He's already killed one man. I heard him do it. Yes, sir, I'm sure you did. You might want to cut down on those amateur detective programs. Have a nice day, sir. He drew a deep breath. Help wasn't coming. Whoever Robson Tyler had called would be here in mere minutes. His mother's oft-repeated words ran through his mind. If it is to be, it's up to me. The man had to be stopped. But I can't. His daughter's face flooded his mind, followed swiftly by that of his wife, his mother, their neighbors, the children at the playground, Friday night high school football players, images flipping like a slideshow past his consciousness. They had a right to grow up, a right to a life. Knees shaking, he pulled on another pair of gloves and strode back across the lawn and into the library. The adjacent room was silent save for the low sounds of the television. By the piano, he bent to his toolbox, coiling a length of piano wire in his right hand. His elbow bumped the piano bench, making a thump on the polished floor. He swallowed a gasp. If the mobster suspected he'd heard anything. Chapter 1. An hour earlier. He glanced at his watch. Almost an hour left before he was to meet his wife for a walk by the river, their before-dinner routine. And after the day he'd had, a chance to unwind was just what he wanted. Kids these days. Even at a strict prep school, teenage angst ruled a good part of his day, often spilling into his classroom. His wife had said at breakfast she faced a busy day, with 2 surgeries before noon and an afternoon of lecturing nursing students at the college. He'd been telling her to cut back on her hours, take it easy, but she insisted she felt fine and planned to work another few months until the last weeks of her pregnancy. Her one concession was less time in surgery and more lectures. I can sit during class. Less time on my feet keeps my ankles from swelling. They're my best feature, don't you think? He thought every bit of his wife was wonderful. He counted his blessings daily. Having her in his life was number one. With the baby coming before long, they'd been spending a lot on all the cutesy little ruffled things that caught his wife's eye. They hadn't told the family yet, with her penchant for flowy garments, keeping the secret had worked so far. They planned to announce at the next monthly Sunday dinner, when the extended family met. He'd taken on a second job as well, tuning pianos after the school day ended. This job shouldn't take more than 15 minutes, but for some reason, it had his neck knotted up. He had taken the appointment by phone, not recognizing the address until he pulled up in front of the grand house. Jackson Robson Tyler sounded like a respectable attorney, but that's not what he'd heard. The name was legend in this town. He ran a finger around his collar. The rumors had to be wrong. Why would an actual syndicate boss live on Sanders Street? Didn't they live in big cities, like New York or Chicago? Sure, Ottawa was less than an hour away, and given a choice, he'd choose a laid-back small town over a city, too. The traffic alone. He grabbed his tool bag from the car's trunk and surveyed the house behind the wrought iron fence. Someday, we'll have a home like this. Maybe not so ornate, but a sight bigger than our place. Not that his wife ever complained. She liked living close to both of their extended families and said having a small apartment was easy to keep tidy. Pregnancy was tiring. He rang the bell and a woman in an apron admitted him. "Oh, you're the piano man? Good. Mr. Robson Tyler has been itching to play, but he says the tuning's off. A man like him likes to keep his fingers nimble. This way." Nimble for what? His trigger finger? He cringed inwardly. "Yes, ma'am, I'll have it sounding great in no time." "See that you do. Mr. Robson Tyler is a busy man. Show yourself out when you're finished." She led him to an airy room with an 8-foot grand piano in the center. As he knelt to open his tool bag, the woman untied her apron and called through the half-open door, "I'm going now. The chef will be here in a couple of hours. I left the kitchen door open. Dinner at 7 as usual." "Fine, have a nice trip," an unseen voice called. He pulled on latex gloves and settled on the bench. String by string, key by key, he adjusted the tension as needed, playing each note softly, testing the sound. Nothing prettier sounding than a grand piano. The horizontal strings had a tone the cheap uprights only dreamed of. As he concentrated on the timbre of each string, each key on the beautiful instrument, he was dimly aware of the television at low volume in the adjacent room. Muffled voices filtered through his consciousness, at last breaking his concentration. He sat back on his heels. "Can't be. No way." He crept closer to the door. Sure enough, it sounded like a plot. Poisoning Ottawa's water system will be easy as anything. Mr. Robson Tyler's soft voice belied his words. "They even provide the poison for us, no hauling heavy barrels or anything. It's already there. All you gotta do is hack into the computer that controls the chemicals and change the amount of sodium hydroxide that goes in the system." Sodium what? Like salt? They put salt in the drinking water? You're an idiot, you know that? Sodium hydroxide is like lye, not salt. Lye? Lie's poison. Why does the water system have lye on hand? They put a tiny amount in the water. It changes the pH of water so it can't carry dissolved metals and cuts down on corrosion in the pipes. It's chemistry. Impatience tinted the unseen voice. "Don't overthink this. I want you to tell their computers to pour more sodium hydroxide into the water, all at once. A lot more." "Okay. Anything you say, boss. How much you want?" 100 times more than usual would get some people sick, but not enough. "I'm thinking 1,000 times the normal amount, maybe a little more. I tried to get a call through to the provincial governor 4 days straight and they said His Majesty was busy." Too busy to take a call from Mr. Jackson Robson Tyler? "Once people start dropping dead, he'll fall over himself, begging to hear my demands." 1,000 times more? How am I gonna do that and not get caught? What if somebody sees me? "You'll be safe at home with your cat. They'll never know you're there. I told you, all you gotta do is tell the computer to dump it in. Chances are, no one will be looking. Those night shift lugs are like anybody else, probably watching a movie on their mobile phones to stay awake. Worst that'll happen is some guy will see his cursor moving. That time of night, he won't think nothing of it. By the time anybody checks it out, it'll already be in the system. Got it? But, boss, what about? You're a smart man with that brain of yours, but you ask too many questions. You just do what I say, and that's the end of it, you hear me? He snorted. Tell you what, I'll do it myself. Here's a pad and pen. You just write down how to get in the system and go on your merry way. Okay, if that's what you want. It's easy. I have the water system's login and codes in my head. That's where I keep stuff. How many people you gotta kill to make them listen, eh? Couple thou should do it, but no way of knowing how many people will grab a drink of water tomorrow morning. You don't need to worry about it. Taking his hands from the piano, he willed his heart to stop pounding. Any louder and they'd hear him. Tonight, it was going down tonight. Here you go. I wrote it all down, step by step. It's real easy. Boss, what are you doing? I said you asked too many questions. The tuner heard a soft grunt followed by a thud. He swallowed hard, frozen in place. Robson Tyler spoke into a phone. Got a mess for you two to clean up. Yeah, a body, what else? Half an hour? Step on it, will ya? Get him outta here, then leave me alone. I got work to do, things to figure out. Had he just heard a man kill another? His blood ran cold. He ducked under the piano, debating. Did Robson Tyler know he was here? Judging by the phone call, others would be here soon. He could slip away, but knowing what he'd overheard, how could he live with himself? Robson Tyler had to be stopped, but by whom? I have to get out of here. I'll call the police. They'll stop him. A dead man and a plan to poison the water system, they'll jump on it fast. He slipped out the French doors onto the patio and kept his head low, hugging the hedgerow as he ran. Once near his car, he pulled off his latex gloves, slippery with sweat. With shaking fingers, he clicked 911 on his mobile phone. Emergency services. What is your emergency? Breathless, he told the dispatcher what he'd overheard. He said it would go down tonight. You need to hurry. A bored voice drawled, Now, sir, you must be mistaken. Nevertheless, we appreciate your call. I'll leave a note on the supervisor's desk for her to look at when she gets a chance. You have to hurry. He's already killed one man. I heard him do it. Yes, sir, I'm sure you did. You might want to cut down on those amateur detective programs. Have a nice day, sir. Realizing she'd ended the call, he drew a deep breath. Help wasn't coming. Whoever Robson Tyler had called would be here in mere minutes. His mother's oft-repeated words ran through his mind. If it is to be, it's up to me. The man had to be stopped. But I can't. The face of his baby daughter flooded his mind, followed swiftly by that of his wife, his mother, their neighbors, the children at the playground, Friday night high school football players, flipping like a slideshow past his consciousness. They had a right to grow up, a right to a life. Knees shaking, he pulled on another pair of gloves and strode back across the lawn and into the library. Odd, how time plays out in slow motion sometimes. The adjacent room was silent save for the low sounds of the television. By the piano, he bent to his toolbox, coiling a length of piano wire in his right hand. His elbow bumped the piano bench, making a thump on the polished floor. He swallowed a gasp. If the mobster suspected he'd heard anything. Robson Tyler came to the doorway, smoothing his shirt. Oh, I didn't know anybody was here. The piano's all good now? I like keeping my fingers flexible. Limber, like. He ran his fingers down the keyboard while staring at him, checking for signs he'd overheard. You always wear them latex gloves when you work? He forced his voice an octave lower. It's a fine instrument you have here. I don't want to risk smudging it. Good man. Real professional. Robson Tyler's oily smile didn't reach his eyes. You're about done, eh? Here's some cash. Go. In one motion, the tuner reached for the wad of bills with his left hand and swung his fist up in a right hook to the mobster's jaw. Jackson Robson Tyler dropped like a rock on the marble floor, his eyes rolled back in his head. Crimson pooled like syrup under his head. His boxing days in college were long past, but he hadn't forgotten everything he knew back then. Swallowing bile, he glanced at his watch. Whoever Robson Tyler'd called would be here in minutes. Before he could reconsider, he muttered, "For the innocent ones," and wrapped the piano wire around the man's neck. Murmuring a prayer under his breath, he jerked the wire taut, cutting into the neck. Robson Tyler's body jerked without taking another breath. Sickened at the sight of the face turning a muddy gray, the tuner's stomach roiled. He bolted for the open doors and vomited in the flower bed, next to the yellow snapdragons. Wiping his mouth, he darted in to retrieve his toolbox. In his haste, he bumped the piano. A heavy object toppled from the piano into his tool bag. Not stopping to zip the case, he bolted out the side door. Chapter 2. There, she's finally asleep. His wife rested her head on his chest after a supper neither ate. You're a good mother. He stared at the cash on the table, then pushed it away in disgust. Blood money. Lord knows we need it, but I can't. He paused and raised his eyes to hers. Do you want a divorce? You never signed up to be married to a murderer. A murderer? Are you crazy? I'm married to a hero. Who knows how many people you saved, how many would have died tomorrow morning? You had to stop him. You're the only one who could. I'm no hero. I'm just a high school teacher who tunes pianos on the side. I can still feel the wire in my hand, the resistance around his neck. I never want to see another piano wire as long as I live. You did what you had to do. The police should have taken you seriously. Don't think about it anymore. He was an evil man, barely human. The newspaper keeps saying he was wanted for a dozen crimes or more, a real crime boss. I don't know why he wasn't stopped before now. But I killed him. I heard him call for somebody to come to the house to take away the. He killed a man, I heard him do it. His guys probably came right after I left. What if they come after me? What if they find us? They could kill us, me and you, and how could they do that? You said no one was there when you left. You're safe, safe with me. She rubbed his arm, then took his hand. The baby will be here in a few months. We'll have a nice family life, you'll see. No one can hurt us. The mob will forget all about this in time. The mob never forgets, isn't that what all the movies say? There's one other thing I didn't tell you. He refused to meet her eyes. I should have. What? Tell me. A boy. There was a little fellow. I saw him playing in the hallway when Robson Tyler came in to pay me. Before I did what I did. A child? A toddler, really. He was sitting on the floor around the corner with a toy of some sort. I didn't look closely. His voice broke. The newspaper said that mobster was suspected of killing his own wife when he thought she'd had an affair, although he was never charged. This child must have been his. I killed his father, his only family, then I left him there. It's eating me alive. I keep thinking about him. When I ran, why didn't I take him? I could have scooped him up. What kind of a life will he have? I'm such a coward. Oh, my. Poor little soul. Her hand unconsciously went to her swelling belly. But you couldn't just take him. That's kidnapping. Is kidnapping any worse than murder? She took his hand. You couldn't just take him. How would we explain suddenly having a little boy to our friends? Imagine what Mama would say. No, you did the right thing. She paused. He wasn't old enough to tell anyone he saw you, was he? Could he describe you? No, he was just a little lad. I feel sick about it. You said someone was on their way to the house. I'm sure somebody will take care of him. I hope so. He raised her hand to his lips. Thanks for still loving me. Always and forever, maybe longer. Now, we must never speak of this to anyone. The news reporters will soon turn their attention to another story. No one will suspect a piano tuner anyway. We'll just go about our business. He kept to his usual schedule, teaching classes, grading papers, but he cancelled his remaining piano tuning jobs. The very idea of touching a piano made bile rise in his throat. The school counselor poked his head in his classroom 2 days after the murder. Hey, got a minute? This week has been a busy one. We've hardly had a chance to say hello. Oh, Bill. Midterms coming up, you know how that goes, eh? He looked up from his grade book. Everything all right with you? Yeah, same as always. The seniors are stressed over college applications, the freshmen are still trying to find their way through the school. How can so many kids be so lost for weeks on end? I had one ask me how to open his locker today. Seems he'd only found it this morning. Bill chuckled. I know what you mean. The way the sophomores shoot up, like every one of them hits a growth spurt this year. They'll be out in the world before we know it. And what a world we're making for them. Have you been following the news about that gangster? Jackson Robson Tyler. Crazy, all those reporter fellows swarming town. Killed with a garrote like some old-fashioned spy novel. A murder that brazen, it must have been an inside job. The evening news said he was as paranoid as a loon living in that big house. I expect they'll solve it soon. I mean, there had to be security cameras, right? The teacher's jaw clenched. Of course, there'd be cameras. Why hadn't he thought of that? It's just a matter of time until they find who killed him. It's only a question of who gets there first, the mob or the police. To my mind, no loss at all. If half the stories about him are true, the world's a better place without him. Cold as a January iceberg, that one. Bill continued, you have time to grab a burger and a beer? With spring break all next week and today being a half day, it's a good opportunity to catch up, I'm thinking. I have to get to my wife. He stood and swept his papers into his top drawer. No, I need to run. Another time, perhaps. Are you okay? You're as white as a sheet. Not likely a heart attack in a man your age, but you never know. You'd better sit down. I'll see if Luli is still here. No, I don't need a school nurse, of all things. I just realized the time. I have to meet my wife, another time, then. He drove home, relieved to see her car in the driveway. He related the conversation. We need to leave town. A few weeks away will do us good, and you've been wanting to see the national parks. Now's our chance. For all I know, one of those traffic cameras might have caught my license plate when I drove away. Yours and 1,000 other cars that day. Gosh, you're letting this get to you, aren't you? Calm down, Bill was just gossiping. He doesn't know anything. You've got yourself in a dither for no good reason. She stroked his flushed cheek. You're really rattled, aren't you? It's probably because you haven't been sleeping. If a couple of days away will help you relax, let's do it. Great, let's go. We can buy whatever we need on our way. He yanked the cord on the blinds. I can't go now, silly. I have to lecture at the college tomorrow. We can leave on Saturday. That'll give me time to finish the laundry and tell my family we're going on a little vacation. If that's the best you can do. Act as normal as possible until we go. He buried his face in her hair, willing his heart rate to slow. Our lives depend on it. The next morning, he headed to the school to tie up some loose ends while his family was still sleeping. He kissed them both and pulled the door closed behind him. His wife had planned to take the child with her to the college. The baby often took her morning nap in her carrier while her mother lectured, but the 6-month-old had had a rough night. She called Jennifer. I was going to take her with me to the college, but she's teething. Miserable little thing, poor soul. Can you take her for just a couple of hours? You're a lifesaver. I'm afraid she'll cry and disrupt the class. They won't take my lecture on pathophysiology seriously with a sobbing baby over my shoulder. I'll be back by noon, and maybe my man will be done before me. He's at the school, going over his final grade reports with the headmaster. She paused. Oh, the indoor playground? Yes, that's fine with me. Thanks, sis. 90 minutes later, she spotted her husband slip into the back of the lecture hall. He motioned frantically to his watch. Without breaking stride, she nodded. Okay, class, let's wrap it up right here. You can use the rest of the class time to connect with your study groups. Remember, the exam is Tuesday. Whatever plans you had for the weekend, I'd suggest you cancel them. She stuffed her papers into her satchel and clicked off the projector. He hurried down the steps and pulled her into the hallway. We have to go. The police are tracking down everyone who'd been near Rob's that house lately, delivery drivers, mail trucks, even the rubbish collector. His crew is likely hunting whoever killed him, too. That's what the newscast on the car radio said. Here, give me your bag. We have to go. Right now? I can't go yet. They're after us. They'll track me down. We have to leave this minute. Where's the baby? I'm not packed. Jennifer has her. She was taking her with her other kids to that big indoor play center in Hamilton. That's nearly an hour away. No time, they'll kill us all. We'll send for her as soon as things calm down. She'll be safe with your sister for a couple of days. We'll leave town as soon as we empty our bank accounts. Give me your cell phone. He stomped on the screen, threw it in a trash bin, then took her hand. We'll take your car. No one will think to look for mine in the parking lot, for a while at least. Do you really think we can outrun the mob? I'm afraid. You and me both. With the murder in a small town eating up all the airtime, he feared contacting their family. The media said the size was conducting intensive interviews. As they drove, they changed radio stations to catch the news. I want to call my sister, she insisted. We can't live on the run forever. This isn't who we are. We're just ordinary people. You can't call. What if they interview Jennifer? She can't tell what she doesn't know. He patted her hand. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service isn't as strong as the FBI in the States. Even if they figure out I was the one who. They're bound to give up after a while. As the miles passed, she fretted about never seeing extended family again. What would her mother think? What would Jennifer tell their little girl about her parents? She turned her head toward the car window so he wouldn't see her tears. This wasn't easy for him either. During the birth a couple of months later, she clung to him. Holding her newborn daughter minutes later, tears streamed down her cheeks. I miss my daughter so much. A nurse chuckled from across the room. Silliest thing I've ever heard. You can't miss your little girl when she's right there in your arms. It must be those hormones running amok. He squeezed her hand. As 1 year turned into 3 and then 8 and more, his heart ached when he noticed that faraway look that rose up and consumed her. All he could do was hold her and keep checking the news. So long as Robson Tyler's name kept reappearing in the media, they just weren't safe. Chapter 3. Some years later. Another day done. The security guard at the courthouse closed the glass doors leading from the lobby. Josie sighed dramatically. It was a busy one. Just a never-ending line of unsmiling people impatient at having to wait their turn. Why do they wait until the end of the month to renew their licenses? You know it's been on their mind for weeks. She swiped her counter with a disinfectant wipe. These days, you couldn't be too careful. Josie, let me show you my new puppy. I finally picked her up last night. Oh, let me see. She smiled as Suzanne flipped through photos on her cell phone. She's so tiny, just darling. Look at those cunning little ears. I can't wait to see her in person. Soon, I want to give her time to adjust to her new home. She's the most cuddly, softest, wiggliest baby thing ever. Suzanne yawned. Not a good sleeper, though. I put her new bed next to mine. The owner said to put a ticking clock with her overnight so she'd think it was her mother's heartbeat. That was okay until the alarm went off at 3:15. She nearly hit the ceiling and wouldn't settle down after that. Josephine giggled. I can just see her. Poor baby. She jerked. Whoa, what was that? It was big, whatever it was. It sounded like an explosion. They crowded with their coworkers toward the bank of windows. Voices swirled. Was it a plane crash? Did anyone see anything fall from the sky? Wow, it shook the whole building. Probably a meth lab. People these days. It's that older neighborhood. Maybe some grandpa's oxygen tank blew up. Look at all that black smoke. Did somebody hit a gas pump? Whatever it is, it's bad. I hope no one was hurt. I hear sirens. Wow, I didn't know Mabon had that many fire trucks. There goes an ambulance, too. Josie, don't you live over that way? Suzanne asked. Yes, in that general area, but I'm sure things are fine. I'll see you all on Monday. Josie slung her purse over her shoulder. Head down, walking home, her mind wandered from her sore feet. She'd worn the wrong shoes today, to her plans for the weekend. A load of laundry. Change her bedsheets. Take Boots to the vet in the morning. Pick up more frozen dinners from the store, and more yogurt. Her stomach grumbled. What was in the freezer that she could heat up for supper? After a long week, she was too tired to cook. Maybe cold cereal for supper and popcorn later on. She took her usual route, down 4th to Evans, and turned left on Elmer. Another fire truck and 4 police cars whizzed past her. Whatever happened, I hope no one was hurt. Nothing of interest ever happened in Mabon. One of Josie's co-workers' complaints was the way the calendar pages flipped with nothing new on the horizon, as if this small town was of no consequence whatsoever. The oily odor grew stronger, black smoke hanging in the air like a greasy autumn fog. The choking stench increased, and by the time she turned the corner, bits of scorched debris wafted down through the elm trees lining the street. Whatever happened had to be something big. She crossed Evans and looked up. Several police officers stood in the street, examining clipboards. A cluster of people milled on the sidewalk, held back by that yellow caution tape. Josie recognized most of them, neighbors, along with some looky-loos, a jogger, dog walkers, a woman with a baby stroller. She slowed her pace. What on earth happened? Someone called, "Oh, here she comes now," and all faces turned toward Josie, falling silent. A man with a microphone bolted toward her. One of those reporter types, no doubt. She waved him off. How long was this going to block her way home? Regardless of what had happened, she needed to feed Boots. That cat knew her schedule well and waited for her to come home daily, perched in the windowsill. This time of year, she kept the window open so Boots could come and go. A uniformed officer ducked under the yellow plastic tape. Josephine Malone, you remember me, am I right? I'm the police chief, Dan Landry. De facto fire chief, too, until the next election. I knew your father from the Rotary Club. I remember you. Josie nodded. What's going on here? Can I get to my house? It's just in that next block, past the white fence. I know. Aware of people straining to hear him, Chief Landry took Josie's arm. Walk with me, will you? Josephine, there's a problem. I promise we'll do all we can to have things work out. I'm sure you must have heard the blast, it shook all of Mabon. The gas company was working here this morning and, yes, I saw them on my way to work. What's happened? It seems they must have nicked a gas line. I guess pressure built up throughout the day and then something must have caused a spark. I'm sorry to tell you your house was, well, it blew up. Destroyed. Chapter 4. Josie stumbled. Destroyed? Gone? My house is gone? All my things? How could it? She squared her shoulders. Was anyone hurt? The neighbors. That's about the only good news I have. Beyond a lot of broken windows, yours was the only house badly damaged. Quite a few neighboring homes have minor damage. We're evacuating a several block radius until we're sure it's safe for people to go back. The gas could still be leaking. It's a good thing you weren't home. There must have been a slow gas leak filling your house all day until it blew up. You're so pale. You're not going to faint on me, are you? Here, let's sit. Take a seat on this bumper. He led her to a fire truck. My assistant already made arrangements for you to stay at the Majestic Hotel downtown for as long as you need to. I'll have one of my men drive you there. They're putting up your neighbors, too, the ones without family to stay within the area. He squeezed her hand. I know this is a shock for you. I assure you, it will be okay. In the long term anyway. I will walk you through this, help you sort this all out. You have more resources than you know. You are a strong, intelligent young woman, that's what your father always said. He said that? My father? Josephine blinked. Not in so many words, perhaps. Your father was one cool-headed character. I never once saw him sweat. I know you can handle this, Miss Josephine. I'll check in with you as soon as I'm free. You're not to worry about anything, you hear me? He called to an officer nearby. Will you see that Miss Malone here gets to the Majestic? Be kind to her, she's in shock. Yes, sir, right away. Come with me, Mississippi. In a fog, Josie allowed herself to be led to a police car. What were people thinking, people on the street who craned their heads as the black and white drove by? They probably think I'm a criminal. She carefully kept her hands folded on her lap. Heaven alone knows what kind of germs were in a police cruiser. That's the least of my worries. At the hotel, the officer opened the car door for her. Here we are. Oh, just a moment, I can't believe I forgot my cat. Where is Boots in all this? A cat, in that commotion? I don't know, the officer fingered his collar. Wait, was it white with black feet? I saw my buddy Jansen pull a cat from under a bush across the street. Yes, that's my Boots. She took it to the animal shelter with a couple of dogs she'd picked up. Has a soft spot, does Officer J. They'll keep the animals for observation. Poor thing was all wet, probably from the fire hoses. Gotta be shook up, all that noise. He scrawled on a card from his pocket. Here's the number. You can give them a call. You ready to go in, miss? Stick close to me. Looks like there's a mob in here, too. Josephine shrank back. I haven't even had time to go home before dealing with all these people. My home is gone. She followed the officer through the brass-trimmed revolving door into the spacious hotel lobby. A cacophony of voices assailed her senses. Josephine Malone, is that you? Here she is. That was her house. Over here, Miss Malone. I'm with the Mabon Gazette and I have some questions. Now's your chance, girl, a new start. You can do anything you want now. Good thing you weren't home. Heaven must have been protecting you. You should have been home. If you were, you would have smelled the gas and this wouldn't have happened. It's your fault. My home, anybody else would have been killed. You must not be done on earth, you must have something of value to do. That's a miracle, you know, that you weren't home. A flat-out miracle. Are you the homeowner? May I have a word? Just speak into the microphone here. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Josephine's head spun. What am I going to do now? I have no idea. She pressed against the brick wall, her eyes down, heart thundering like a galloping horse. Miss, I've got you. Don't pay them no mind. Come with me, and I'll see that you get registered. The police officer nudged her forward. Numb, she lowered her head, waiting her turn. A woman across the check-in counter called, Mrs. Malone? Let me help you. It's Mississippi. Ah. Come with me. I'm the hotel manager, Annie Carmichael. The police chief called and said to keep a watch out for you. Sorry you had to wait. As you can see. Her hand swept over the commotion in the lobby. They'll all get settled, but meanwhile, you come with me. Officer, I'll take care of her now. Thank you. Josie followed her down a wide corridor. They stepped into a glass and brass elevator. As it rose several floors, Josie noticed palm trees and a waterfall below. Any other day, I'd be odd. Right now, I'm just shook up. The manager walked down another corridor and stopped at a wide wooden door. I'm very sorry to hear of your misfortune. That kind of thing doesn't happen every day. I hope your stay with us will allow you to rest and decide how to move forward. Here's your suite. I chose one overlooking the park. Looking at nature calms the soul, don't you agree? It's lovely, but I would be fine with just a bed, maybe your smallest room. Now, the police chief said you might say that. He said I'm to tell you the suite is yours until you decide what to do next. And don't even think about the cost, he said the gas company is clearly at fault. Their insurance will cover any expenses. The woman smiled. And from what I've heard, there should be a hefty payout once the dust settles. You're going to be set for life, my dear. She gave Josie the room key and a card. Here's my personal number. You must call if I can do anything for you, anything at all. After the woman left, Josie wandered through the three-room suite, careful not to touch anything. She noticed a smudge on her arm. It wouldn't do to leave a mark on the pristine furniture. Scandinavian, she recognized the style from magazines. She washed her hands in the spacious bathroom. You're homeless, she murmured. Your home is gone. The image in the mirror shook her head, disbelieving. What am I going to do now? A chime startled Josie. A doorbell? Hotels had doorbells? She opened the door to admit a woman in a gray business suit with the hotel logo on her name tag. Yes? Mrs. Malone? It's Mississippi. Of course. I'm the assistant manager, Katie Baker. I saw what happened on the news. Everyone is talking about it. My heart goes out to you. I know when I've had a problem, the last thing I feel like doing is being around a lot of people. She smiled. It's nice and quiet in here. The lobby is still full, what with all the people who've been evacuated until the gas company is sure it's safe to go back and all those reporters trying to get a scoop. Grand Central Station, that's what it's like down there. Anyway, I thought you might not feel like going out for dinner tonight, what with all you've been through today. People would want to talk to you about what happened and you might not feel up to it. Even figuring out where to go might seem overwhelming. So, I was thinking. May I bring you something? There are several good restaurants nearby. Josie shook her head. Oh, no, I don't want to trouble you. Is there a vending machine perhaps? No trouble at all. Happy to help. What sounds good to you? There's a cafe in the hotel, but we can do better than that. Josie's stomach rumbled. Her ham on white at lunch seemed a lifetime ago. Oh, a plain burger will be fine, and a small soda if it's not too much bother. A plain burger, after the day you've had? I'm afraid I have to overrule you on that. I can get anything you like, but may I recommend the prawn and peanut? It's a Chinese restaurant around the corner. All of the staff loves it. In fact, I plan to pick up something for myself this evening, now that almost everyone is checked in. Still milling about, mind you, but checked in. What sounds appealing? I don't know, Josephine faltered. Restaurant food was a treat reserved for special occasions. Surely this qualified. And Chinese food sounded so exotic. Her father's voice rang in her mind. That's why all them people aren't like us, the things they eat. Good old American food, that's what we like. But what if I like other things? Now's my chance to find out. Josie whispered, Chinese. She cleared her throat. Please. And thank you. Since you're going there anyway. She reached for her handbag. That's the spirit. The woman smiled. No charge, I'll tack it on the room fee, which you're not paying. Is a combo plate okay? You get a little bit of everything that way. I like a number 7, myself. Having no idea what a combo plate was, much less a number 7, Josie nodded. As soon as the door closed behind the woman, she sank into the white sofa and closed her eyes. I have to figure out what to do. But not yet. For now, I need to get my heart rate down. The mantras Suzanne recited ran through her mind and her taut body relaxed for the first time in hours. One step is enough for me, then another. I'm here, a part of this great planet. I'm alive and life is good. My body is well and healthy and I am strong. When the time comes, the universe will give me what I need. Josie drew several deep breaths, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and walked to the windows. Across the valley to the south, gray smoke still lay like an ominous blanket. In the west, the sun pulled up its pink and gold blankets, unconcerned about the humans facing another night of darkness. Josie rubbed her arms against a sudden chill, pushing her shoulders away from her ears, down, down, down where they belonged. Josie drew several deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And walked to the windows. Across the valley to the south, gray smoke still lay like an ominous blanket. In the west, the sun pulled up its pink and gold blankets, unconcerned about the humans facing another night of darkness. Josie rubbed her arms against a sudden chill, pushing her shoulders away from her ears, down, down, down where they belonged. Those houses over there have families in them, families eating dinner and dressing their children in soft pajamas after warm baths, and all is well. I'm not afraid of darkness tonight. I'm safe in this lovely suite. And I have no pajamas at all. When she washed the smudge from her arm, Josie had stopped to run her hand across the rim of the bathtub. The cool porcelain called to her. But I can bathe after I eat my number 7, whatever that is. A short time later, the doorbell chimed again. The assistant manager pushed in a rolling room service cart with large paper bag, a plate, a cup and a folded tablecloth. Sorry they took so long, Miss Malone. That place was a good idea, but not an original idea tonight. Madhouse, and the explosion is all they're talking about. I grabbed you a real plate and teacup from the kitchen downstairs. These little takeout boxes are cute, but they're a pain to eat out of. And a fork. Wrangling chopsticks is fun, except when you're hungry. Over here, by the window, all right? She swiftly set the square table with the white linen tablecloth, chopsticks crossed on the plate, a metal fork alongside. Pulling little cardboard boxes with red designs from a bag, she arranged them in a row. Josie watched, mesmerized by the speed of her dinner's appearance, intriguing scents rising to her nose. With a flourish, the woman poured tea from a styrofoam cup into a teacup. There you go. I asked them to label everything so you know what's what. While I'm here, let me turn down your bed. After the day you've had, a little pampering is in order. She fluffed the pillows on the massive bed and arranged a handful of foil-wrapped chocolates on the nightstand. You may not want the chocolate after all that food, but you can always tuck it in your purse for tomorrow. Chocolate is good for the soul. Can I do anything else for you? No? I'll send someone up to clear this away in an hour or so. No one wants to sleep in a room that smells like last night's takeout. Her mouth watering, Josephine thanked her. It looks as pretty as a picture in a magazine. She locked the door behind the woman and picked up the first box. Black marker proclaimed pork fried rice. Others read egg roll, Szechuan-style vegetables, sweet and sour prawns, mushu pork with pancakes, happy family. Funny names, but it all smells so good. Hungrier than she'd realized, Josie dug her fork into each box. Flavors she'd never imagined exploded in her mouth, eliciting a groan of pleasure. She tried the chopsticks, failed, and retrieved the snow pea pod from the tablecloth with a giggle. Covering her mouth to muffle the sound, she paused. Wait, I'm alone. I can do as I please. And I can eat as much as I want, too. Although Mother had died nearly a year ago, her words still rang in Josie's mind. Mother always said, a lady never finishes her plate. Gentlemen might think she's simply a hog and that won't do. Mother was gone, and Josephine relished the last shrimp and snow pea in the bottom of the little paper box labeled Happy Family. She set the box aside. A wave of sadness washed over her. Mother was gone, along with Father and the home they had shared, too. Whatever was she to do? That old sensation roiled under her ribs like a bowl full of goldfish, the same as it did whenever Father announced it was time to move on. She paced the spacious room, from curtained windows to the marble-topped desk, back and forth. Alone, I'm alone in the world. No happy family for me, not anymore. For the 10,000th time, she thought how strange it was to have no extended family. Growing up with no doting grandparents, no aunts or uncles to joke with, no cousins or brothers to play with or sisters to share little confidences with, she'd never met another person like this. Each time she'd asked her parents about it, Mother hastily left the room, and Father scolded. You've upset Mother. And don't ask again. Josie eventually made up her own conclusions. Perhaps her parents, each an only child, thought it funny to date and then to marry. They must have tried to have other children but lost them before birth. That explained why Mother wiped tears when she thought no one was looking, why Father refused to talk about it. As she grew, Josie turned her curiosity to compassion. If they couldn't even talk about it, the pain her parents felt must have been very great indeed. Josie stood and closed the curtains. Suddenly feeling the weight of the day in her bones, she pulled the bathroom door behind her and locked it. A plush bathrobe hung on a hanger on the back of the door. She stroked it. At home, she never used her dressing gowns. What was the point of putting something on, just to get dressed a couple of minutes later? But this one, she sank her fingers into the softness, then moved to pat the thick white towel hanging beside the glossy tub. Warm? A towel heater? Whoever heard of such a luxury? She ran water into the soaker tub, several inches, and dribbled in a little of the bubble bath on the railing. The flowery scent filled her nostrils. With a giggle, she recklessly poured in more and let the water run nearly to the top. What a treat, to be able to stretch her full length under the water. At home, the 1940s tub didn't allow her knees to submerge. In warm water up to her chin, she pushed all thoughts of tomorrow from her mind. Let the day worry about itself. I can't do anything about it now. When the water finally cooled, she wrapped herself in the warm towel, then the bathrobe. Yawning, she smoothed lotion from the tiered tray on the counter on her arms. Her muscles soft from the warm bath, Josie yawned again and unlocked the bathroom door. Someone had come into the main suite while she was bathing. The table was cleared, except for the fresh flowers and 2 fortune cookies arranged in the middle. She knew what they were, she'd seen them in magazines, but had never held one. She ripped the cellophane and turned the cookie in her hand. Smiling, she cracked it open and nibbled it. Dry, vaguely vanilla, crunchy, not as good as it looked, perhaps, but delightful nonetheless. She unfurled the tiny slip of paper inside with anticipation. Advice? Affirmation? What could it be? Tomorrow begins the new you. Well, that's true, ready or not. Unwilling to lose the effects of her relaxing bath, Josie set the paper aside and broke open the second fortune cookie. Adventure may hurt you, but monotony will kill you. Josie gulped. My first 2 fortune cookies, and that's the advice they offered? Adventure wasn't for her, it was for other people, those people who thought sliding down a steep snowy mountain on 2 waxed boards was smart, the ones who jumped out of perfectly good airplanes for the fun of it. Not her. Monotony was safe. Predictable, calm, stable words, those. She sank onto the edge of the biggest bed she'd ever seen. Sure, her life was ho-hum: get up, go to work, come home, feed the cat, watch a little TV, rinse and repeat, day after day, but what did the world expect of her? She lived in a paid-for house, had a job she tolerated. Leave adventure for someone else. Who asked the cookie's opinion anyway? Josephine perched on the edge of the bed, staring at the tiny papers in her hand. Her calm life was gone, Chief Landry said, along with the house she'd lived in since she was a preteen. She shook off a chill. One step at a time. Tomorrow was Saturday, so she wasn't expected at work. Just as well, she'd need to buy some clothes. All she had to her name was the tweed skirt and blouse she'd worn to work and a clean pair of panties she kept tucked in her purse for emergencies. If losing her home didn't qualify as an emergency, what did? Chief Landry promised he'd contact her, perhaps he'd have some answers for her in the morning. He'd been so compassionate, and he said he'd known father. That made him trustworthy, didn't it? She shook off the image of his deep brown eyes, so dark his pupils barely showed. He had blocked her from seeing her house, what remained of it. That caution tape kept everyone back a good 3 blocks from the explosion, but judging by the oily black smoke, the damage had to be extensive. All that damage from a gas company nicking a line? She'd have some calls to make in the morning. Was her insurance company open on Saturday? Much to do, but all of it would wait until tomorrow. Josie yawned. Still wrapped in the soft dressing gown, she lay back and pulled the comforter around her shoulders. Before she clicked off the light, she reread the fortune cookie papers, then fell asleep with them in her hand. Adventure may hurt you, but monotony will kill you. Chapter 5. Josie awoke to insistent knocking at her door. Groggy, it took a moment to remember where she was. She hadn't slept that soundly in a long time. Who is it? It's me, Agnes. Who else were you expecting? Josie swallowed a groan. Not Agnes Croft, the neighborhood busybody, the woman who insisted on trying to run Josie's life now that her parents were gone. Many a time, Josie had muttered under her breath, "I'm not a child, Agnes." Agnes didn't see things that way. Agnes? What are you doing here so early? Is it even full daylight yet? Josie staggered to open the door, clutching the bathrobe to her. Were you still abed at this late hour, Josephine Marie? My word. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Agnes bustled in, her eyes darting around the elegant suite. That woman at the desk refused to tell me which room you were in. She insisted the police chief said you were to be undisturbed, but I know he didn't mean me. I had to wait until she was called away so I could get a gander at her computer screen. And here I find you in the lap of luxury, a slug a bed, and this is a far cry from the room they gave me last night. Imagine not letting me go home to my own bed. She surveyed Josie. Whatever are you wearing? A bathrobe? I tell you, Josephine Marie, it's a good thing I'm here to take you in hand. What would your father say about all this? This kind of room isn't for you. You get dressed and come with me, and we'll see about getting you back on your feet. I just woke up. Josephine slumped into a chair and ran her hand through her shoulder-length hair. Can I have a minute? Agnes went on like she had a time limit on her words and had to get them all out fast. That police chief said they'll take down that fool plastic caution tape later this afternoon or tomorrow at the latest. You will go home with me then. I couldn't get past those police officers guarding the neighborhood like they're the ones who pay taxes, but I heard tell your house is gone, just gone. Not to worry, you will come live with me until they clean things up. I'm willing to clean out the back bedroom for you. Since you don't own a thing to your name, that'll be plenty of room for you. We'll see about having it rebuilt back just the way it was, like nothing ever happened. Agnes stalked across the room and flung open the curtains. For a large woman, she moved fast. Everything about her was large, her voice, her laugh, her opinions. She never hesitated in sharing those opinions, as if the conversation was a sprint and she had to get there first. Josie shielded her eyes against the sudden sunlight. What if I don't want to rebuild just like it was? Of course, you do. Stuff and nonsense. That's what your dear parents would want you to do. I might want to do something entirely different, maybe have someone build a more modern style of house. What would it hurt to live a little? My parents were so careful and they died anyway, without ever living. The way you go on, Josephine Marie, gives a body a headache. Of course, you'll do as I say. Agnes paused, hands on ample hips. First thing, we need to get you out of this hotel. Who knows what all goes on in this room? Come along, daylight's wasting. Josephine turned away, defeated again. She cleared her throat, her mouth dry. Can I get dressed first? Well, I should think so, Agnes snapped. You're not fit to be seen, wearing that, and you need to wash your face. That's how you start a good day. Get up, get dressed, wash your face, that's what I always say. Josephine yawned, reluctantly eyeing the soft comforter on the bed. May I have some privacy, please, if you don't mind? Agnes stalked to a side chair and plumped herself down. I will wait right here. You get dressed and hurry along. The day's half gone already. Josephine stared at her. I'm not a child. I'm 24 years old and I'd like to get dressed alone, please. Well, I never. What would your mother say? With a snort, Agnes flung open the door. All right, young lady, I will be waiting for you in the hotel lobby. You know how to operate an elevator? On second thought, I'd better wait for you in the hallway. You might get lost. For goodness sake, I can use an elevator. I use one every day at the courthouse. The lobby it is then. Move smartly, you have a full day ahead of you. As soon as Agnes pulled the door behind her, Josephine lay down and pulled the covers up to her chin. What luxury! She closed her eyes, the bedsheets smooth against her skin. Agnes could wait a couple of minutes. A knock at the door roused Josie. With a wave of guilt, she jumped out of bed, smoothed the comforter and ran to the door. It was 8:35 and Agnes would be furious. She called through the door. Agnes, I'm so sorry, please wait, I'm nearly ready. Miss Malone? It's me, Chief Landry. You remember, we spoke yesterday. I hope I didn't wake you. I wanted to talk to you before the day gets away from you. Do you have a minute? Oh, yes, I just need to get dressed. Can you wait for me? Yes, of course, take your time. There's a bench by the elevator. Just poke your head out when you're ready to talk. Josephine scurried to the big bathroom, casting a wistful glance at the tub. She washed her face and brushed her teeth with the toothbrush the hotel had provided, then smoothed a bit of moisturizer from the pretty glass jar on her face. Having nothing else to wear, she slipped on the gray A-line skirt and the blouse she'd worn to work yesterday. Although she hadn't been allowed closer than 3 blocks from the explosion, her clothing stank of oily smoke, no two ways about it. She sighed. Josie opened the door and put her head into the corridor. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Chief Landry rose. Good morning. I should have called ahead, but I don't have your cell phone number. This suite is pretty nice digs. I figured you'd like a decent place, after dealing with a trauma. Sometimes being around nice things eases the shock. My mother would say you're nurturing your inner child. He smiled at her puzzled face. I wish I had thought to post a guard on this floor last night. There was some commotion a little bit ago, an old lady insisting she had to talk to you. Bossy woman. I don't know how she even knew what room was yours. May I come in? Her cheeks burning, Josephine nodded. She hadn't even made the bed. Whatever would he think? Of course. I'll jot down my phone number for you in case you need to contact me. Chief Landry set the heavy box he had with him on the table by the window. Take a seat, please. The investigators arrived about dusk last night. They drove up from Springfield. They say they'll be poking around for a couple of weeks at least. I have to tell you, though, there's not much left. What wasn't shattered was burned, and then the fire department's hoses didn't do the remainder any favors. I walked the area myself as soon as the sun came up, and the only thing of value I found was this. I thought you'd want it right away. He stood and opened the box flaps. The safe? Oh, my safe. It was in the bedroom closet. I'm so glad you found it. It was sitting there like it was waiting, surrounded by, well, not much at all. He set the box aside. It looks to be intact, although it smells to high heaven. This safety brand advertises it's pretty much invincible. Oh. He smacked his forehead. I wasn't thinking. The key. Knowing your father, he probably kept it in his desk drawer or somewhere like that, right? Let me think. Josephine walked to the nightstand, wondering what might be in the safe. I bet that locksmith down on 4th Avenue could get it open. We've called on them before. Landry pulled out his cell phone. No need to bother them. Josephine held up her purse. I have the key here. You're right, Father kept a key in his top desk drawer, but I have a spare. He insisted I keep it with me, although I have no idea what's in the safe. I've only opened it once, just enough to set something of mine in it. She raised her eyes to his. I can open it now, don't you think? Excellent. I should have known you'd be prepared. Of course, you may open it, it's yours. I don't know what's in there, maybe nothing you can use, but I'll leave you to it. He stood. Oh, would you mind staying? Please? Just until I open it? Flustered, Josie blinked. I hate to keep you from your work, but of course. I understand. You're justifiably rattled. May I sit? He pulled out a chair from beside the table. With shaking fingers, Josephine turned the key. Mercifully, the contents looked untouched. The papers aren't even singed, she breathed in relief. Oh, here are Mother's pearls. I'm glad. Looks like insurance papers and such, those folders. Your father was an organized man, I'll give him that. You've had quite a year, poor thing, what with both your folks dying and now all this. You go through all that in your own time. The gas company's people are already on scene, and I can assure you, they'll cover all of your expenses. Dan stood. I can't let you back in the neighborhood yet. We'll have the several block zone closed off until we can evaluate what all's been damaged and who's liable for repairs. A lot of the neighbors' windows blew out. But, Miss Josephine, don't get your hopes up. Finding the safe was a miracle in itself, but there's literally nothing else left. It looks like a bomb went off in your house. If they do find anything of value, I'll bring it to you. Just don't plan on it. He reached in his front pocket. Meanwhile, here's a credit card from the gas company's insurance agent. They'll sort out the particulars once the initial investigation is complete. Use it for meals and clothes and whatever else you want. You might want to buy some new clothes today. And a new coat. The air's got quite a chill in it. Josie nodded. I do need some things. All I have is what I wore to work yesterday, and with the pleasant weather we've been having, I left my jacket at home. I'll go to Town Mart today. But I have my own money. No. Take the card. Use it. They owe you big time. Get whatever you need, then get some more things. No limit. Any woman would love to buy a whole new wardrobe. He pressed the credit card into her hand and squeezed her shoulder. If you need anything, you tell the hotel manager or let me know, okay? I'll be in touch, Josephine. Call me Josie, will you? Josephine sounds like somebody's great aunt. Thank you for everything, Chief Landry. Call me Dan. He shook her hand. And stay away from the neighborhood, will you? I know you're curious, but it'll only upset you. All right. After he left, Josie sat on the unmade bed. What a morning! She thumbed through her green binder. Each page displayed a place she hoped to visit one day, clipped pictures of things she wanted to do and places to go, like that movie said. A bucket list. Of course, she hadn't seen the movie, but everyone talked about a bucket list when it came out, a list of things to do before one kicked the proverbial bucket. Josie dreamed of traveling to far-off places. The British Isles called to her. A customer a few years ago had told her she'd completed her state's life list, visiting every state in America. Someday. Josie had hidden her binder from her parents, placing it in the safe after Mother's funeral. Mother often said she dearly loved routine. Okay, honestly, Josie didn't love it at all, but it was familiar and safe and took no extra thought on her part. Father always warned about the world out there as if it was full of treachery and people waiting to take advantage of her. It's not for the likes of you. Still, she dreamed, keeping her dreams close to her chest so Father wouldn't mock or Mother worry. She hated the way Mother twisted her pearls when she fretted. But now they were gone, along with her house. Perhaps the universe was sending her a message. Josie slipped her shoes on and paused, her hand on the doorknob. I'm not up to facing her today. It's like sticking my head in a kaleidoscope. I need to be able to think in full sentences, figure out my next steps. And I'm really not up to facing Agnes Raff. She pulled out the card the manager had given her last night and dialed her phone. I hate to be such a bother, but do you have a side exit I could use? I'd rather not. Yes, of course, Miss Malone. I'm assuming this rather assertive woman in our lobby is your issue? She's been complaining about not being allowed to wander the hotel freely to anyone within earshot. Chief Landry asked us to run interference for you. The manager chuckled. We see all kinds. I'll have a desk clerk walk you out the service entrance. After you've gone, I'll let this other guest know you're unavailable. Shall I call a taxi for you? Yes, please. Chapter 6. At the department store, Josie made a beeline for the clearance racks, then paused, fingering the credit card in her pocket. Now's my chance. A salesperson approached. May I help you find something? Well, yes, I need everything. A jacket. And a pair of more comfortable shoes. You see. I heard about that on the news. The clerk blanched at Josie's story. You sit right here and I'll bring you some things to try on. A slim girl looks terrific in anything. By the time the saleswoman finished with her, Josie felt like a mannequin. She said, I'll take all of it. Here's a credit card. Don't tell me the total, please, I won't be able to enjoy my new things if I know how much they cost. All of it? Yes, Mississippi. It's a lot to carry. Can I have these items sent to your home? Oh, I'm so sorry. That was insensitive. Josie chuckled. I don't think my home address is the best place just now. Would you have them delivered to the Majestic Hotel, please? And can you suggest a good place for breakfast? Or lunch? The morning got away from me. Josie thanked the woman and walked down the block to the cafe she'd recommended. Feeling slightly guilty, she took a seat in a back booth. Her parents never ate in restaurants, insisting their money was better saved for a rainy day. Well, it's not going to rain harder than it already has. Unable to decide if she should have breakfast or lunch, she ordered chicken and waffles. As she drizzled honey on the fried chicken, her cell phone rang. Yes, Chief Landry? Any news? Call me Dan. Yes, I'm afraid I do have some news. I'd prefer to speak to you in person. Are you at the hotel? I can be back there in about 20 minutes. I'll meet you at your suite in half an hour, if that's all right. Back in her suite, Josie sank on the freshly made bed and surveyed the pile of shopping bags. In her mind, she sensed her parents' disapproval. Frivolous, that's what they'd say, but with only the clothes on her back, what else could she do? She rose at the doorbell's chime and greeted Dan Landry. A doorbell, can you imagine? Fancy. He smiled. We need to talk. May I come in? You sound so serious. Come sit here, by the window. Josie waited for him to speak. You said you had news? Yes. He drew a deep breath. I told you I'd help you in any way I can. I started the paperwork with the gas company to get the ball rolling. Yes, I saw their van in the street when I left for work. The thing is, they deny working on your street. The closest job they had yesterday was 14 blocks over, on Lenny Avenue. He raised a hand to forestall her protest. I know. Your neighbor, that Mrs. Croft, also told my people a gas company van was parked by your home, complete with those orange traffic cones they set out. She said it was odd because it only stayed a few minutes. I don't understand. If it wasn't a gas company van, Josie glanced at her purchases piled beside the bed. Dan noticed. Don't worry about paying for anything. The city's emergency response team already planned on covering your needs before the gas company's insurance adjuster gave me that credit card. The thing is, I need to know whose van that was and what they were doing there. I have no idea. I'm wondering if they might have had a hand in the explosion. You said it was a gas leak, right? That was our initial thought, but now I'm not sure. It may have been intentional. Intentional? No way. They weren't after me. Josie blinked. I'm a nobody. That can't be true. He flashed a quick smile. Were you aware of anyone unusual in your daily life, anyone following you, perhaps? Anyone unusual at work? Anybody or anything seem out of place recently? I don't think so. I see a lot of customers at the courthouse, of course, but no one stands out. Josie tapped her fingers together. Well, now that I think about it, there was that one man. I felt like I was being watched the last couple of weeks. I mean, who goes to the courthouse unless they have to be there? Every time I looked at him, he turned away. I never saw his face clearly. I even told Suzanne about it, one of my coworkers. She said she'd seen him, too, lingering in the lobby, getting out of line before his turn came, like that. She commented on him standing behind a big black mustache, like he wasn't used to having one. I never saw his face, but I told her he gave me the creeps. What did your friend say? She brushed it aside, said he was probably getting up courage to ask for my number or something. Josie blinked. You don't really think anyone meant to do me harm, do you? I'm no threat to anyone, just a small-town woman working in the Department of Licensing. Your neighbor told one of my officers there was a man going door to door last week with a clipboard. Black hair, blue jacket, black slacks, about 5 feet 10 inches, black mustache she said looked too bushy to be real. Was that the same person? A man came to my door before dinner time, I think it was Friday, but I sure couldn't describe him that well. He had his baseball cap pulled down and he never came closer than the front walkway. Agnes is, well, you remember the old, Bewitched TV reruns? Josie chuckled. Agnes is like Mrs. Kravitz, with her nose at the window. Not much gets past her. Her main goal is running my life, or trying to. If every street had a Mrs. Croft, my job would be easier. Dan smiled. But I'll ask the front desk to keep her away from you, if you'd like. Do you remember what he said to you, the man at your door? Josie's brow knit. He was selling some pest control products, I think. I told him I didn't need any, and he went away. Interesting. Mrs. Croft said he told her he was a census taker and needed some household data for people living on Elmer Street. She said she told him you lived alone, now that your parents passed on. Very forthcoming, she was. She gave him info on where you work, even what time you usually come home at night. I wish she hadn't done that. I don't like people knowing I live alone. I imagine she was delighted to tell him about everyone on the street. She can be so, Dan interrupted. Josie, this isn't a census year. Those fall on decades. Oh, you're right. Why would he be asking questions like that then? That's what I'm wondering. They sat in silence for a few moments. At last, she said, I'm so glad you brought me the safe. I had a binder of, well, just pictures that are important to me, and I'm happy it wasn't destroyed. I'm uneasy about going through what else was in there. You're welcome. I'm surprised it survived. I've never seen a house destroyed like that. It looks like a bomb went off. If the gas company didn't nick a gas line, like you thought, what on earth happened? It's still under investigation. If you have time, I'd like to ask you a few questions. How long have you lived in Mabon? You said you work at the courthouse, right? I know you lost both parents recently. What extended family do you have nearby? Are you sure you're not a census taker? Josie laughed. I have all the time in the world, but there's not much to tell. I don't have any extended family. I think my mother and father were both only children and I have no siblings. An only child married an only child and had an only child? How often does that happen? I know, right? They never talked about grandparents or anyone else. I plan to do one of those DNA tests at some point just to see if I can find anyone. A blood relative, even a distant one, would mean a lot. Josie went on, when I was younger, my family moved frequently, sometimes pretty suddenly. Once I overheard them arguing, father insisting he thought their lives were in danger, mother saying she wasn't up to yet another move. Did you move? That very night. I was homeschooled from about second grade until my freshman year of high school. I remember my mother putting her foot down then and saying I needed roots like everyone else. That's when they bought the house and converted it to a senior group home. I remember it. My friend's father lived there when he became too much for them. They said it was like he was home at last. Your parents had some medical experience, didn't they? They never said so, but mother was especially confident with the residents. Now that I think about it, I don't know about their occupations. Mother didn't leave the house much. Father absolutely doted on her. She was nervous, I guess it must have been an anxiety disorder. There's a lot we didn't talk about. They were the best parents, though, totally focused on me, and they took good care of the residents, too. Josie sighed. You know how it is, you think you have all the time in the world to talk about things, and then they're gone. That's true. I'd better not take any more of your time, but you call me if I can do anything for you, got it? I know you're busy, but there is one thing. She turned her hands in her lap. What? Did you think of something? I'm being silly. I was going through the things in the safe last night. I thought I knew what all was in there, but there's this sealed manila envelope with my father's handwriting on it. It says if mother and I are gone, open soonest. It's probably nothing, but it feels rather ominous. Interesting. What do you think it is? I have no idea. It's pretty thick. Taped shut. I feel silly asking for someone to hold my hand while I read it. She blushed. I mean, be by me when I open it. You said you're willing to, sure. Happy to help. I can see why you'd want some moral support. I have to take this. He pulled out his cell phone and listened. Yeah, I'm on my way. He turned to Josie. I'm sorry, I have to run. There's been a development. You hold on to that envelope and I'll keep you updated, okay? Josie tucked the packet in the safe and paced the suite. A few minutes later, she shook herself. I'm being silly. It's probably the old mortgage papers or something like that. Fresh air, that's what I need. She slipped her new gray jacket on and headed down to the hotel lobby. From behind a column, she surveyed the space, nearly empty except for a young family checking in at the desk and a pair of very familiar shoes by the fireplace. The shoe's occupant rose. "Josephine Marie Malone, I've been waiting all day for you. You must be half-starved by this time of day. What are you wearing? I've never seen that jacket on you. You don't need to be wearing new styles. Those fads are for other people, not you. Things are just fine as they are." Agnes barked, "Come along, we'll get something to eat at the place down the street." Her protests ignored, Josie found herself propelled halfway down the block and into a red vinyl booth at the Let's Eat diner. "I'm not even hungry. What will people walking by think if you skip your meals?" "People walking by should mind their own business," Josie muttered. "Stuff and nonsense. You haven't left your room all day. I was watching. I saw that fancy pants police chief coming and going a few times. You want to watch yourself. Men are nothing but trouble. Look at me, I never married and I'm a happy woman. That bossy hotel manager told me you were unavailable, but I knew you'd get hungry and come out eventually, like any animal." "I'm not an animal." Don't speak. The waitress is coming." Without consulting Josie, Agnes ordered 2 meatloaf specials. "I know those are already prepared so you'll be quick. And extra gravy on hers. Anyone can see she's as thin as a winter robin." "I don't like meatloaf." "Of course, you do. Everyone likes meatloaf." Resigned, Josie sipped her glass of water. "Agnes, can I ask you some questions?" "I don't know why not, so long as you clean your plate like a good girl." "Heaven knows I've answered enough questions. That police chief, the blonde one, didn't have the time of day for me, but one of his junior officers cornered me with a clipboard, wanting to know what all I'd seen in the neighborhood. Of course, I didn't say much. I'm a Christian woman who minds her own business." "What do you want to know?" "What can you tell me about my parents? Now that they're gone, I'm realizing I didn't really know much about them. I wish I had asked them. I don't even know their occupations." "Why, you're more foolish than I thought, Josephine Marie. They ran that home for old folks who'd lost their minds until the last one died off." "Yes, I know, but I mean before that." Josie sat back as the waiter slid a steaming plate in front of her. Agnes chewed her meatloaf. "Not as tasty as mine, of course, but enough to keep a body alive. You know, I did wonder about that. Your mama said they'd never run one of those homes before they moved to Mabon, but she wouldn't say what they did before that. Just stood there wringing her hands and darting her eyes about like she was about to run off. Not much braver than a rabbit, your mama." Josie poked the mashed potatoes with her fork. The chicken and waffles were more than she usually ate in a day, and they were only a short time ago. "It was a strange thing, though, your daddy hanging around the house all day like he did. All the other men in the neighborhood went off to work, 9 to 5, like they should have. He didn't have any sickness that I heard about. Just wasn't willing to work, unless you call moving those old men in wheelchairs in and out of the yard work." Agnes pointed with her fork. "You eat every bite, you hear me? The cook went to all the trouble of making that meal for you. Your mama wouldn't even say where they moved from, and a person likes to know that when new neighbors move in. Your folks seem to have plenty of money, howsomever. Not flaunty wealthy, of course, but they did well enough for themselves. Maybe an inheritance." "Was that it, Josephine Marie? A well-to-do relative left them some cash?" "I don't have any relatives." Your mama said the same thing in that steady voice of hers. "That's just foolishness. Everybody has kin. People don't hatch out of nowhere." Agnes waved her fork. "I'm quite certain it must have been an inheritance." "Tell me." "You know I won't tell a soul." "I don't know anything, just that we moved here and my parents set up that home for the elderly. It was nice for me, like having a house full of loving grandpas." "I don't know about that. I saw them, kept a good eye on them. Your parents wheeled them in the side yard on sunny days, and it looked to me like they didn't have a brain to share amongst them. They spent hours under the old oak tree, talking up a storm. I couldn't ever hear what they were saying. What on earth could old men find to chatter about? Sounded like a bunch of crows. A whole crowd. Not that it was any of my concern, so long as they kept themselves to themselves. There were never more than 8 of them. It was hardly a crowd. Josie sipped her water. The residents had each had dementia to some degree. She remembered their families visiting, frequently at first, then less and less frequently as time went by. Several times, she'd overheard a family member thanking Mother. I just couldn't handle him anymore. He's so much happier here. I was thinking, while you were up in your fancy hotel room wasting time. I hope you weren't watching the television. That wastes time faster than anything. Agnes interrupted Josie's reverie. I'll make an appointment with one of those architect fellows on Monday. He can draw up plans and get going on rebuilding your house just the way it was, just as soon as the fire department gets out of the way. I think the city must have blueprints on file. I haven't decided where I want to live yet. I might not stay in Mabon. I wish I could sit in my house and figure things out. A change might be good for me. Change is bad, how many times have I told you that? That's not for the likes of you. Why would anyone want to change what's fine the way it is? I told you, you will build a new home, just like the old one, as soon as they clear out. I know your father had good insurance. As soon as they let us back into our own neighborhood, you will live in my back bedroom until your house is rebuilt. That way, you can walk to your job of work down at the courthouse. A good job is too valuable to throw away. Agnes grumbled, those new people who came in overnight, the ones with ATF on their vests, why are they here? What do those letters mean? I tried to ask a question or two, but those police officers who have nothing better to do turned me away again. My taxes pay their salaries, you know. I don't know. Josie's cell phone rang. Excuse me. It's Chief Landry. Well, put him on speaker. I want to hear what he has to say. It's my neighborhood, after all. Josie shook her head and held the phone to her ear. Yes. I understand. Thank you. She stood. I need to run. Thanks for lunch. Run where? Wait, I'll come with you. Josephine Marie, you come back here this minute. Agnes waved at the waiter. Miss, I need to pay for this. Chapter 7. Josie hurried down the block to the hotel, hoping to reach the elevator before Agnes could follow her. On the 8th floor, the elevator door slid open and Dan Landry greeted her with a broad smile. I hope I didn't rush you, Josie. Actually, you rescued me. Agnes Croft cornered me, and I needed a way out. I could have asked you a few questions on the phone, but I have a free hour and I thought you might want to look in whatever your father left in the safe. Yes, please, that'd be great. She unlocked the door to the suite. But first, you mentioned some questions. The FBI called me. Seems the squad was wondering about your backyard being dug up and called them in. I told them you're probably starting a garden, but you know how they get. They're nothing if not thorough. Come, sit down. Josie dropped her jacket on the bed. The FBI is here? I don't know what you're saying. My backyard isn't dug up. And why would the FBI care about a gas leak in a small town? They've pretty much discounted that theory. Dan settled into the chair by the window. You didn't know about all those holes in your backyard? Dozens of them, about 15 inches deep. I haven't been in the backyard in a couple of weeks, with all the rain we've had. How could anybody dig holes without being noticed? I mean, I'm at work all day, but even so. We think they were looking for something specific. There's a possibility this all might be linked to a cold case. Josie, I need you to think. What might be there of value? I have no idea. This is all so confusing. A cold case, like on those television crime shows? That doesn't happen in a small town like Mabon. She sank into a side chair. Before father had that stroke, he said if anything ever happened to him and mother, I'd know what to do. I assumed he meant to keep the house and do my job well, live an ordinary life. Now you're talking about a cold case. I didn't mean to upset you. How about you open that packet from your dad? You don't have to show me anything, but I'll be here. Thanks. Josie pulled the thick, manila envelope from the safe. It's taped shut. Father had a thing for packing tape. Without a word, Dan pulled a penknife from his pocket. Let's see. Oh, my heart is pounding. What are these? Canadian passports? She held up 2 small black folders. Whoa. This is father, younger, but that's not his name. It says Thomas Proctor, not Jeff Malone. She handed it to the chief. This one shows mother, but the name on it is Helene Weber Proctor, not Nancy Malone. Weber? Is that her maiden name? No, wait, they were married by then. It's from 2 years before I was born. She sat on the edge of the bed. I don't get this. Are they forgeries, do you think? Let me see. Chief Landry turned them over in his hands. They look legit. No travel stamps, but they're real, far as I can tell. I can get them checked if you want. Thomas. Helene. I never heard those names. Josie shook her head. What's going on? Maybe there's another clue. Is that a certificate on top? It's a diploma. It says Helene Weber Proctor graduated with a Master's of Science degree in nursing and a minor in public health instruction from the University of Ottawa. What? Mother was a nurse? I didn't even know she attended college. I can't imagine her being cool-headed enough to be a nurse, or an instructor, either. Josie thumbed through the stack of papers. Here's one for this Thomas Proctor. It says he earned a master's in education, also from the University of Ottawa. Father was a teacher? You didn't know that? I'm beginning to think I don't know a lot of things. Maybe I don't know my parents at all. Helene and Thomas, who were they, really? Gosh, I feel like, I don't know, like I'm standing on a funhouse floor, the kind where you don't know where to put your foot down next, because it keeps moving. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Let me get you a drink of water. Thank you. Were they hiding from something? Someone? Why did they change their names? Why get a degree, then not use it? And what's the connection to Canada? They were Americans. Something bad must have happened. No wonder mother was always so nervous. Josie mused, when I was a teen, she always cautioned me to not cause a scene when I went out with my friends. Not to have fun or behave myself, but to not cause a scene. She always said to lay low, blend in with the background. You never know who might see you. Some people carry cameras everywhere. Even back then, it seemed weird. She worried even more when cell phones first became popular. You don't recall your father ever being a teacher? Dan set the glass of water in front of Josie. No. I know he read a lot, thick boring books, mostly, and he had about a half-dozen newspaper subscriptions, including ones from Canada, now that I think about it. Some were in French. I can't even picture him in front of a class. He wasn't a talker, your dad. Did they speak French? Yes, but they never said why, and I never thought to ask. Maybe they learned it in college. Canada is bilingual, remember? They could have learned it as children. That doesn't explain the passports. Dan shook his head. This is confusing, but we'll sort it out. I don't know what to do. I'm almost afraid to see what other surprises are in this envelope. Take your time. It's just that, I'm being foolish. I just keep thinking about my parents. What would they think if they were alive? What would they want me to do? She stood and paced back and forth. I keep hearing my father's last words. He'd had a stroke. I was with him and Mother at the hospital. He wanted to tell me something, I know he did. When Mother stepped out to talk to the doctor, Father pulled a tube from his throat and choked out, like a treehouse. Under the treehouse. The doctors came back in right then and reinserted the tube. He never said another word. Sometimes I'd see that same urgent expression in his eyes, like he needed to tell me something else, but he was never able to speak again. That must have been so hard for you. It was. I wanted him to tell me more. He died a couple of weeks later. Father's voice rang in her mind. Save your money. Save for your old age. Adventure can wait, a quiet life is the way to go. Well, what good had all that done Father? He and Mother were both gone before either of them turned 60. And then your mom died not much later. You've had a rough year, no question. I don't know what to do next. I should have asked Mother about what Father said, what he meant. I never wanted to upset her. She was such a ball of anxiety, always on the verge of tears. In another generation, she'd have been called delicate. The thing is, I keep replaying his words in my mind, but they make no sense. The more I think about my life, the more secretive it seems. Why did we move so often? What was my mother afraid of? Why don't I have any relatives? Were they on the run? They were such mild people, that doesn't seem right, but now, those passports, I feel like I don't know who they were at all. Dan said, look, this might be important. What can you tell me about this treehouse? She sank back into the chair. The only treehouse I can remember was one Father built for me when I was a child. I spent hours in it, but that was years ago. It blew down in a windstorm and we moved soon after that. I'm not sure what that has to do with now, he said. Are you ready to see what else is in the envelope? Now or never. Chapter 8. Josie spilled the contents onto the table. A lot of newspaper clippings, all yellowed. They must be old. Oh, and here's a letter in Father's handwriting. And a smaller blue envelope with a lump in it. May I look? He slid the stack of newspaper clippings across the table. At first glance, they're all about the same thing, a gang leader who died outside of Ottawa. No name, but maybe I can look it up. An unsolved murder, looks like. No, not all of them. This one's about a boy who graduated high school with honors. Here's a picture of a new playground dedication. This young couple's wedding announcement, do you know them? No? The high school hired a new school counselor, a hometown girl, from what I can tell. The dates are cut off. I don't see a pattern. None of that means anything to me. Why did Father save those? Josie's brow wrinkled. Maybe this letter will explain something. Okay, if I read it aloud? Dan nodded. Yes, if you don't mind. I'm interested. There's no date on this either. Dear Josie, if you're holding this, that means your mother and I are gone. I hope we raised you to be a strong woman, although your childhood was far from ordinary, not the one we planned on before you were born. They say the last few months before birth form the child's personality. That's false, in your case. The upheaval and stress your mother endured should have made you a screamer, yet you are a most pleasant daughter. I hope you know how much we love you. Sorry. Josie wiped a tear. I just miss them. Take a minute. He patted her hand. What upheaval is he talking about? She sighed, then went on. I'm sorry we weren't able to talk about this over the years, but as Mrs. Croft often says, that bridge has sailed. You never know who's listening. For years, we've looked over our shoulders. The mob never forgets, that's what they say. What if they're right? Josie sputtered, the mob? What did Father know about any mob? The mob never forgets. Dan leaned forward. I think that's a quote from a movie, isn't it? I don't know. Father didn't watch many movies. Josie lowered her eyes to the letter. Keep yourself safe, will you? I'm afraid you have some surprises ahead. I hope you won't be angry or think we were cowards, your mother and I. We did what we thought best with limited options. You can count on Chief Landry if you need to talk to someone. He's a good man, one of the best. Late one night I confided in him, years ago. Oh, I didn't tell him any details, but enough for him to put the pieces together. The fact that he didn't arrest me on the spot proves he's got a heart. I believe you can trust him. Josie turned to Dan. What does he mean? I remember that night. I went over it in my mind for years. Jeff didn't say enough for me to know what he was talking about. I gathered there was a crime of some sort that weighed on him from years ago. He didn't tell me places or names or any details, beyond someone had died and he didn't feel bad about it. He said the Vic was a real bad actor, the kind who would have killed a lot of people unless he was stopped. He went on about some kind of a plot to poison a city's water system. At first, I thought he was telling me about a book he'd read. Your dad often talked about one book or another he'd been reading. Dan cocked his head, remembering. Something about a little boy and a girl. You have 2 siblings, am I right? No? I thought you had. He'd been drinking, I guess that's why he let his guard down. That surprises me. Father seldom drank. He said he needed to keep his wits about him. What else did he say? He kept repeating himself, saying leaving her behind broke your mother's heart. I could have followed up on the little he said, but the next day when I tried to talk to him about it, he just shook his head. He just kept repeating he'd done it to protect you and your mother. I trusted your father. What good would dragging him through the mud do? Leaving who behind? He never said. Maybe her mother or a sister. Keep reading. I kept a newspaper subscription for many years from our hometown so I could follow the local news. Every time a young woman earned a degree or a young man completed a scout project, I felt relief all over again, knowing they would not have had that opportunity if I hadn't acted. The best part was seeing the town thriving over the years, businesses opening, classes graduating, their high school sports teams playing, young folks getting engaged and going off to college, children growing up like they're supposed to. If I hadn't done what I did, none of that would have happened. One day I will stand before my Maker and explain my choices. I will say then, as I say now, I did what I had to do. Josie shot a questioning glance at Dan. He shrugged. I wonder sometimes what your life would have been like had your mother and I let you grow up around cousins and grandparents, as we both did. It was very hard leaving our. Oh, this part's scribbled out, like he wrote over it a bunch of times. I can't make it out at all. He goes on. And extended families behind, extended families. Josie exclaimed. Why don't I know them? She paused, then read on. But our main goal was keeping you safe and raising you as we saw fit. I tried to talk to the police that day when I overheard the man's plan, but they didn't take me seriously. If I confessed after the fact, we figured one of 2 things would have happened. Either I would have been incarcerated. Incarcerated? Josie startled. What is he saying? Dan shook his head. And your mother charged as an accessory, or the RCMP would have put us into the witness protection program. That would have entailed us moving to another province, and we'd have had to live under the government's thumb. There would have been no guarantee of you having access to a good education, plus you know your mother likes sunshine. With our luck, we'd have been placed in the Yukon or Northwest Territories. Had we told anyone, they'd have stopped us, so we just left. We had no choice. I don't understand. Josie lowered the paper. Witness protection? A province is like a state, I know that. What is RCMP? Royal Canadian Mounted Police, federal level, the ones with those scarlet uniforms in all the movies. Dan explained, whatever happened, happened near Ottawa, remember? Right. But they left? Left where? Josie turned back to the letter. It seemed best for us to live our lives on our own terms. Your mother and I recognized that every day we were not dead or in jail was a gift, and being able to watch our beautiful daughter grow up was a joy. Of course, we never forgot our little girl. That's true, they were so protective of me growing up. Josie gave a half smile. Too protective, from my viewpoint. The boy was on my mind over the years, too. Wondering who was caring for him and how he turned out. It wasn't his fault, after all. How much is nature versus nurture? I tried to follow his life, but what boy? Josie dropped the paper on the table with a thump. Why does he keep scribbling the good parts out? I thought you had a brother. Did they lose a child before you were born? Maybe put him up for adoption? Dan asked. I don't have any siblings. If they had a son, how is it they never mentioned him? She picked up the paper. This is hard, but maybe father explains. Now that we're gone, we want you to know the true story. The newspaper clippings in the manila envelope are about the man's death. There's not much there, as you can see. It mentions a garrote, him being found, his associates closing ranks. Associates, my foot, they were as guilty as he. What it doesn't say is the reason I had to stop him. Like angels guided my hands, although I don't know if angels are in charge of what I did. I never felt guilt, just a sense of relief over the hundreds who didn't die or suffer. Guilt for what? It sounds like father did something really bad, but he doesn't say what. My dad was the mildest, most gentle man on earth. He was always on the straight and narrow. I can't imagine him veering off into the wide and crooked for a minute. Josie met Dan's eyes. He wouldn't harm a spider. I know. I have to believe he was desperate. I'd like to look at those clippings. This obituary, for example, might have some clues. Odd how it's worn soft, as if it's been looked at more than the others. Dan handed an article to her. Finish reading the letter, then go through these birth announcements, will you? See if any names stick out. Of course. I'm wondering if some of them might be of my family. It sounds like they had cousins and grandparents. Those would be my family, too. Josie picked up the letter again, but Dan interrupted her. Let me read this obituary to you, okay? It's a woman's, I gather, aged 88, but the name is cut off along with the location and date. This line here. It says her greatest sorrow was her daughter and son-in-law vanishing, and her greatest joy in her life was her granddaughter. Who says vanishing in an obit? That is odd. Do you think she means my mother? Was the old woman my grandmother? Could be. Did you know her? Are you the one who brought her joy? How was I a comfort to her? I never met my grandmother, unless I was too young to remember. Okay if I borrow this clipping? Maybe my team can figure out more details. If we knew where it was from, that would help. If this was a novel, I'd want to see what happens next. Josie shifted. But, I'll keep reading the letter. Josie, it's not doctrinal, but you know I believe in the great video replay in the sky. The what? Dan chuckled. Read that part again. Josie smiled. He used to talk about this, when we'd see all that happened on Earth. See here, he says, I believe in the great video replay in the sky. Once we get to heaven, in 400 years or so, we'll all sit around with celestial popcorn and watch what really happened on Earth, all the near misses, the accidents we didn't have, the effect of our actions, good and bad, the times when angels protected us. And perhaps we'll find out if I was just as bad as that terrible man with his cold-hearted plot to hurt so many people. Maybe the small bad outweighed the larger horrible. That's what I've told myself on many sleepless nights. The smaller bad versus the larger horrible. She paused. Interesting, isn't it, the way good and bad balance, and smaller actions may tip the scales in the long run? Dan nodded. I prefer to think of a loving heaven cheering us on, tipping the scales toward mercy as much as God can do and still be God. Keep reading, please, I'm fascinated. I'm sure you're rattled by our passing, feeling like you're all alone on the planet. After we are gone, if you feel safe reconnecting with your extended family, go ahead. They are good people and your mother, and I feel certain they'd welcome you with open arms. Once you find them, of course. I'm sorry we can't be there with you on that day. After what I did, it's not possible. I do have a family. He confirmed it. I knew it, on some level. Josie beamed. Where are they? Come on, father, just tell me. You hold the first clues in your hands, our old Canadian passports. We had to change our names after, along the way. Mother and I were born to good, decent, loving, quite ordinary people in a small town in Ontario. Ontario? They never told me that. I guess that explains why they graduated from college there, they were residents. What town was it? Are my relatives still there? Josie frowned. Wait. If they were Canadian, what am I? My birth certificate says, oh, I'm so confused. It feels like my whole life was a lie. Dan took her hand, then quickly retracted it. You're not alone. That's the main thing, right? We're going to figure this out. I guess so. She nodded slowly. Thanks for being here with me. Keep reading. Chapter 9. Let's see what else Father said. Josie lowered her eyes to the paper. You were born in Ohio, as we told you, but because we were Canadians, you are, too. Surprise. Our lawyer friend when we lived in Fremont said you have dual citizenship, born in the States, to Canadian parents. You could have 2 passports, if you choose to apply for them. When you decide to travel, use the one with the least hassle. That's Mother's advice. Chief Landry chuckled. Smart. I know some places aren't enamored with Americans. Being Canadian might be less trouble for you. Good point. Canadians are known for being politically mild. And irritatingly polite. And not very forthcoming. Why doesn't Father say where they were from? Keep reading. I agree, he's giving you information with an eyedropper, but he's bound to tell you. We were working in Ottawa early on in our marriage. Your mother was a surgical nurse and she taught classes at. Darn, he scratched that out, too. Josie shifted impatiently. And I was a high school teacher. I tuned pianos on the side. A surgical nurse and a teacher? That's a big deal. I had no idea Father knew anything about pianos. Why didn't he teach me to play? She stared across the room. What had to happen to make them leave their lives and family all behind? Dan shrugged. Something big, I imagine. Maybe he's telling you. After the event, a novelist would call it an inciting incident. We left and never went home again. We crossed the border at Niagara Falls. It was much easier then, and stayed in nondescript little motels the first year. I wanted to camp, figuring there'd be less chance of anyone finding us, but you were born a couple of months afterwards, and your mother wasn't fond of camping, especially with a newborn. America's a big country, endless places to hide in the States. Even so, we looked over our shoulders. One step ahead of being found out, that's what it felt like. We moved so many times early on, I couldn't even list the places. We always thought the day would come when we could go back, but it never did. The day we left, we emptied our bank accounts, all but a couple of dollars, to keep them open. We didn't dream we'd be gone the rest of our lives. And we certainly didn't plan on abandoning our careers. How could we work when we could be found out any time? How did they have enough money to live on? Josie mused. It sounds like they didn't have a job until they set up the old folks' home. Whatever happened to make them leave their home sounds sudden. Maybe they didn't have a plan at that point. Josie read on. And we had the metronome. To this day, I don't know why it was in my tool bag. It must have fallen in when I ran from. Ran from what? Dan asked. That's a big clue there. I don't know. He's crossed out whatever he wrote. I thought he'd tell us, but I can't make out a single letter. Father had a way of scribbling random words on top of things he wanted obliterated. But it's certainly been a blessing. Years later, Mother said maybe an angel dropped it there for us to live on. You know your mother, always watching for angels among us. We had some money, as I said, and when that ran out, I'd chip at the base of the metronome. And of course, you can do the same once you have it. Just take the crumbs to any reputable jeweler. I'm so confused. What would a jeweler do with crumbs? What do metronomes have to do with money? And why on earth would Father chip at the base of one? I don't know what a metronome is. Yes, you do, you've seen them. It's that little stand that swings rhythmically back and forth on top of pianos, counting out beats per minute. Students use them when they're learning timing. They're usually made of plastic. Why would Father chip at the base of this one? You can't live on a metronome. Dan shrugged, baffled. After the incident, we left our hometown and never went back. One of the hardest things was deciding to change our names. It felt like we were abandoning our life before. Turns out, that's exactly what we did, although it certainly was not our intention. I always loved music, but I couldn't bear being around pianos after that day. The thought of seeing another piano string makes me sick, even now. That's the reason we never had one in the house when you were growing up. I loved playing in the city orchestra back home, but after I did what I did, the sight of a piano made me queasy. Dan jotted another note on his ever-present notepad. There's a clue. He played in a city orchestra, there should be a record of that somewhere. Keep reading. Mother was tired of moving every year or so. Her heart was broken by leaving. Why does he keep scribbling out parts? She complained. I need to know. And the rest of her family behind. And? That sounds like she left something or someone important behind, also, doesn't it? He nodded. I think so, too. Josie resumed reading. Anytime we started to warm up to people and make friends, she was afraid one of us would let our guard down. We moved frequently those first few years. Once you were old enough to go to junior high school, she said a growing child needs roots and suggested we take up steady employment that would be hard to trace, something no one would think to track us down in. We chose a nondescript Midwest town where no one would think to look for us. Mother suggested we start a sort of group home. And it was good for all of us. Once we had several residents, you blossomed, as if you had a house full of grandpas, with all the time in the world to listen to you. Tending old folks was your mother's idea. Being a nurse, she thought she could care for them, and you know she has a huge heart. Had, I guess, if you're reading all this, she's likely with me, not you. How old were you then? I was about 13. I remember Mother saying they'd be better with us than being sent to one of those warehouse places. The old people, I mean. Once we moved to Mabon, she seemed more relaxed than in my whole childhood. She sometimes had that wistful look in her eyes, though. I often wished Mother would open up. She never did. Now I'm seeing what she lost. Josie read on. We paid cash for everything. We never had a credit card or signed a lease. Putting the house in old John Moss' name was your mother's idea, too. Once he died, it reverted to us in his will. Smart woman, your mother, and you take after her. We paid cash for it, and using his name made it nearly impossible for us to be found. At least, that was our hope. Josie startled. Does that mean the house is in my name now? I assumed it was, all along. Yes, if you were their sole heir. I'm not so sure. I'm not sure of anything anymore. Chapter 10. Keep reading. Dan nodded. That old house was built before 1900 and it's the most solid thing in our lives, after the love we have for you, dear Josie. We raised a level-headed girl. I hope you live there a while longer, but know that whenever you choose to sell and leave, you have our blessing. Well, that's out of the question. The house is gone. Where did they get enough money to pay cash for a house? It was old, but still. Josie sighed. I remember old John Moss. He was one of the first residents my parents took in. Sweet man, but he had dementia and hardly knew where he was. He was so good-natured. He always listened to my childish stories with a broad smile. I don't think his family ever came to visit him, if he even had one. Then he wouldn't have had much of a say in your parents using his name to buy the house. Dan said, it's not like today, where you have to provide all sorts of documentation to buy property. Was it ethical? I'd call it a gray area, ethically, but a good plan, legally. They got the house without their names being on the county records. The group home was a blessing. I didn't have to leave your mother alone while I took a regular job of work. She was always so anxious once we left Canada. The residents' families paid us well, knowing we tried to give them a real home atmosphere, keeping them from being warehoused in one of those soulless institutions. And by the time all 8 of them passed on, we felt secure enough to finally travel a little. Road trips, you remember. When I was a teen, we did go places. They said America had such vast variety, we should explore it more. We never stayed in hotels, though. Mother said she liked places with character, like cabins and B&Bs. We even stayed in a yurt. Josie asked, was she still afraid of being found, after so many years? Maybe so. Do you remember Peter Salzburger? She looked up from the paper and chuckled. Oh, yes, I do. He was a scamp. When he first moved into our house, his family came to visit him almost daily, a daughter and a boy, I think, and he simply refused to speak to them. He did that every time until she stopped coming. He talked up a storm once they left. I remember Father scolding him for acting like a dimwit when she was at the house. He wasn't the least bit remorseful, he thought it was funny. Peter was a retired detective, with a love of good books and a talent for solving puzzles. When his daughter came by, he hid his crossword puzzle books under a chair cushion. I can still see him, staring into space like he didn't have a brain in his head. Peter was as sharp as they come, just stubborn. He and Father were close. They spent hours in the backyard, laughing and talking. I wonder why Father mentioned him. He sounds like a character, Dan smiled. He really was. She turned back to the letter. It says here Peter was the one who helped Father set up a sort of a game for me. Peter told him it'd be a good distraction, once my parents were gone. I remember the old guy patting my hand, sympathetic, because I was an only child with no extended family. I had the feeling he knew a lot more than he left on. Maybe my dad confided in him. Yet he refused to speak to his own family? It doesn't make much sense, does it? And what's with this hunt? Why would he and Dad? I don't know. Maybe he thought you'd be overcome once they passed on. Like you'd need something to do. Josie shook her head. After Father's stroke, he couldn't speak or move much. I could see in his eyes he longed to talk to me, but it just wasn't there. It sounds cruel, but it was almost a relief when he died, for both of us, I suspect. And Mother passed soon after, probably from a broken heart. Or maybe from the strain of keeping so many secrets all alone. Either way, they're both gone and it looks like they took their secrets with them. She stared into space. I wish they had talked to me. This incident, what happened? Why didn't they trust me? I think whatever he was keeping from you must have been really important. Keep reading. That's all the letter says, just that they love me and want me to be happy. They always said that, every time I left the house, it seemed. She pushed the letter aside impatiently. I don't know what all this is about. A murder? A little boy? What else did they leave behind, the crossed-out parts? I never knew they were in hiding, I thought they just liked living in new places. I feel like I didn't know them at all. I can see why you're upset. Finding out what you thought was so really isn't would rattle anybody. Dan gave a wry smile. There's a poster in the firehouse that keeps coming to mind. It says do the thing that scares you the most. Everything of value is on the other side of that fear. I don't like that, but I guess I agree with it. It's like that fortune cookie paper in my supper last night. It said adventure may hurt, but monotony will kill you. Josie sighed. Monotony is safe. It's comfortable. It doesn't require much. Maybe that's the point. I suppose. She held up a smaller blue envelope. I guess this is the start of some sort of a game. There's a card inside, in Dad's handwriting. It says I'm to get a metronome from a safe deposit box in Jonesboro, then pick up the next clue. That's what this key is for. The bank has the other one. Father wrote, we chipped away at the base of the metronome over the years as needs arose, and, of course, you can do the same. Why did he have one in the first place? Why ever did he chip at it? She frowned. It looks like I'm going to Jonesboro. I wish I could ask you to come with me. I know you're busy. With the feds working your place, I don't have a lot to do. I love a puzzle, and this is shaping up to be a big one. Clearly, your father was trying to tell you something. I'll need to check in with the arson squad, but I'm sure I can manage a morning away. Jonesboro is only a couple hours' drive from here. How does tomorrow sound, if I can swing it? Good. Thanks. I could do with a distraction. I can't do anything about the house. The insurance company said they have to get the final police report before they can do anything. I'll get back to you. The chief shook Josie's hand and left. Chapter 11. After skimming Father's letter one more time, Josie slipped on her jacket and headed for the elevator. The police officer who drove her to the hotel had told her another officer had taken a wet cat to the shelter right after the explosion. It was time to rescue Boots. In the lobby, Agnes Croft pulled herself from a chair beside the fireplace. There you are. I've been waiting for hours. She fumed. It would certainly be easier for me if you'd just tell the desk clerks who I am. If they knew your mother would want me to watch over you, they wouldn't act like they have to circle the wagons around you. Every time I head for the elevator, one of them stops me. I'm sure they're just doing their job. Josie smiled her thanks at the desk clerk, who nodded slightly. Well, just where do you think you're going, young lady? I'm coming with you. Agnes, you don't have to. I'm going to get my cat from the shelter. That's fine. I'll drive you. Josie hesitated. How would Boots behave in a taxi? Okay. Thanks. On the way to the animal shelter, Agnes kept up a running commentary on the slow progress of the neighborhood cleanup. That man wouldn't let me go into my own house, mind you. He said maybe this evening. A lady needs clean dainties, don't you know? Now they've got that police line, do not cross tape on top of the caution tape. I never. They won't let me get closer than 2 blocks away, but I can see your yard is swarming with men with those jackets like you see on the crime shows. Their faces look set in stone. Not one of them smiled when I waved at them. Josie couldn't suppress a chuckle. How could you see their faces from that distance? I had to buy new binoculars. Mine are in my house. Agnes scowled. Here's the animal shelter. Don't open your door until I park. A car could hit you. I know, Josie sighed. I can't wait to see Boots. I'm not sure how I can keep her at the hotel until I find a place to live, though. I already told you, you're going to live with me until your house is rebuilt. But don't you think for 1 minute I'd allow a wild beast in my nice clean house? Maybe overnight, but no longer. Boots is hardly a wild beast, Josie protested. And I'm used to living on my own. I don't want to stay with you. We'll just see about that. Josie asked at the desk if a white cat with black feet had been turned in. I'll check. While the woman retrieved a clipboard, Josie scanned the room. Through the glass sliding doors, she saw rows of cages and mesh enclosures for the animals. A girl about 5 years old poked her finger through the mesh and her mother knelt beside her. Josie's heart swelled. She knew that feeling, the feeling of choosing a new furry friend to take home. The woman returned. Yes, a white cat was brought in on Friday. Soaking wet, it says here, and clearly traumatized. I'll take you to see if she's yours. Your friend can wait here. Josie smiled as she passed the little girl. Mommy, these cats are cute, but they aren't the right kind. I want a. Josie walked the length of the room until she reached the cage with Boots inside. The cat meowed resentfully through the wire cage. There, little one, it'll be okay. Josie told the woman, yes, she's mine. I see. As soon as I verify your living conditions and suitability for pet ownership, you'll be on your way. There will be fees, of course. Suitability? What do you mean? I just said that's my cat. Josie swallowed. Would a hotel room be considered appropriate living conditions? The woman sniffed disdainfully. According to our records, this innocent creature was terrified when she came in. Brought in soaking wet, and there was no rain that day. A responsible owner would never neglect a helpless animal. I never neglected Boots. If anything, she's spoiled. My house had an explosion and the firefighters' hoses got her wet. Oh, my. An explosion? Cats dislike loud noises and commotion. I'm afraid I can't allow. Give me my cat. Josie fumed, it's not my fault my house exploded. As she spoke, she overheard the child tell her mother, Mommy, the kitty I want has to be wearing boots, like in my book. It just has to. Josie paused, then nodded at the girl and her mother. What about them? Have they met your approval for cat ownership? Why, certainly. Josie approached the child. Hi. My name is Josie. I'm Libby, the girl said. I heard you asking for a cat with boots on. Do you want to come see this one? Libby took Josie's hand. Her mother trailed behind. Libby breathed, oh, Mommy, it's just like the one in my book. Can we have it? Before the manager could speak, Josie held up her hand. Let me tell you about Boots here. She's almost a year old. She's really gentle and she likes to have her head rubbed. I think she gets bored when I'm at work. Having a new friend to play with, like you, Libby, would make her so happy. Mommy, I love Boots already. Libby's eyes shone. But this your cat, right? Libby's mother asked. We can't take your pet. I'm sorry, honey. We'll keep looking. I love Boots, that's true, but I can't keep her. My house was, that is, I'm not sure where I'll be living and a cat needs a stable home. If you want Boots, Libby, and your mother says it's okay, she's yours. Josie glared at the manager, daring her to object. And there will be no fees, am I right? Mommy. Can I have Boots? Libby's grin would have melted a stone. Can she be mine? Her mother smiled. Yes, honey. The manager nodded slowly. I think that solution would be acceptable. 5 minutes later, Josie walked out with Agnes, her heart both heavy and lighter. She loved Boots, but it was time for Libby to love her now. Agnes chattered, that was a fine thing you did, Josephine Marie, making that child happy. And now you don't have to worry about who'll take care of the creature when you come live with me. I'm not sure I'm going to live with you. Of course, you are. You're only saying that so someone can tell you how foolish it sounds. I'm used to living on my own. We'll see about that. Agnes shut her car door. With my Joe dead and buried, we women need to stick together. And I told your mother I'd keep a good eye on you. I take that promise seriously. Josie shuddered. That, she certainly did. Will you take me back to the hotel, please? Absolutely not. You've been cooped up too long. You need some fresh air. A nice walk at the park is what's called for, and then we'll have some pie at the shop by the library. Resigned, Josie glanced at her pumps. Not ideal shoes for a walk in a park, but the older woman likely would meander, not rush. Josie underestimated Agnes' endurance. 40 minutes later, she brushed the hair from her eyes and wiped her brow. Okay, I quit. I thought you said a nice walk, not a sprint. Are you tired, dear? That's from working indoors like you do. Alright, time for pie. Doesn't pie erase the effects of walking? Nonsense. Walking is for the body. Pie is for the soul. Agnes took Josie's hand as they crossed the street. Besides, you never know what you might learn by listening at a pie shop. Josie ordered lemon meringue over Agnes' insistence on good American apple pie. Before the pie arrived at their table, Josie's phone sounded. She read a text message from Chief Landry. Tomorrow more important than ever. FBI called an ATF. Definitely intentional. Bomb. Feds won't let us locals near the area. Meet in lobby at 8 a.m. I'll spring for breakfast on our way. Her heart skipped 2 beats, then slammed into her chest wall. A bomb? Agnes leaned closer. Was that your phone, dear? A text? Let me see what it says. Josie held the cell phone to her chest. Something about the ATF. Oh, those little vehicles are so dangerous. You must never go near one, you hear me? Why, that's an accident waiting to happen. Your dear mother would never. ATF, not ATV. It means the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and explodes. Josie caught herself. Hand me a napkin, will you? Under the table, she texted back. No way anyone set a bomb in my house. Must be mistake. Dan shot back, can't argue with evidence. I'll fill you in the morning. Josephine's hand shook as she slipped her phone into her pocket. A bomb in her own house? So much for her calm routine. Chapter 12. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Josie met Chief Landry in the hotel lobby. She'd barely slept. What would this day hold for her? He smiled. Good morning. Looks like we'll be on the road before your neighbor catches you. We'd better hurry. Agnes gets up and going early. She hounded me all day yesterday, Josie grumbled with a wry chuckle. I finally had to fake a headache just so I could have some peace and quiet. They walked across the hotel parking lot to a blue sedan. Dan said, I hope you don't object to me driving. I figure, if you find anything in Jonesboro, you can focus on that. Good idea. Thanks for coming with me. Josephine swallowed a yawn. I barely slept. Your text was on my mind all night. Tell me why anyone thinks a bomb was in my house. They must be wrong. Dan threaded the car between 2 delivery trucks and onto the road. They confirm it was intentional. There's clear evidence of a fairly sophisticated incendiary device. Who wants you dead? Josie blanched. What a question so early in the day. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. I know a decent diner south of here. We'll stop there. He glanced at Josie. But we need to talk. With the timing of the explosion, right after you would have usually been home from work, I'm afraid you were targeted. Let's get a head start, okay? This is crazy. I'm a nobody. I get up, I let my cat out, I go to work, I come home. I work at the Department of Licensing, registering people's cars all day long. Most nights I heat up a frozen dinner. I barely have a social life. I sure don't know anyone who'd want to kill me. There must be some mistake. Humor me. Walk me through the day your house exploded. Dan changed lanes. I got up at 6:15, same as always. I did yoga, read a chapter or 2, took a shower, let Boots out, ate breakfast. What was that? My breakfast? You think someone blew up my house because I ate an egg instead of yogurt that day? This is nuts. Just go with it, okay? Humor me. I walked to work after I fed my cat. I walk to the courthouse most days. It's not far. I bet. Parking is a nightmare in that part of town. I should have taken my car this time. It was in the driveway. Your car was in the driveway? I saw it. I can't tell how much the explosion damaged it, but it's part of the investigation. I'm afraid it'll be a while before you can get it back. Dan glanced over his shoulder, then changed lanes again. Did you notice anything else unusual in the neighborhood on the way to work? I told you there was a utility truck down the block, a white van like the gas company has. I figured they were checking on something. They had those orange cones set out in the street. Nothing else that I can recall. Okay. Did you leave your door unlocked? I always check the locks before I leave. Father always went back to double check every time we left the house, and it's just a habit. I keep them locked when I'm home, too. I admit I do that because of Agnes. I don't want her just walking in. Josie insisted the doors were locked. I'm positive of that. Why? Dan mused. The initial report indicates the device was placed in the main hallway, near the gas water heater. Someone had to get inside at some point. No way. There was no one in the house. I haven't even had a friend over in a couple of weeks. Okay, so the doors were locked. The team will check for scratches on the doorframes, standard procedure. Keep talking. You went to work and it was an ordinary day. Busy, like most Fridays. Some days I go home on my lunch break, but I just grabbed a sandwich from the vending machine. My line of customers was constant all afternoon, until the guard closed the door at 4 o'clock. I clocked out a couple of minutes later, same as always. And did you go right home? What's your routine? I usually leave a couple of minutes past 4, once I tidy my desk and wipe off the counter. I'm one of the first ones to leave, most days. The others stand around and chat, but by then, I'm pretty well peopled out. Landry took exit 16 and pulled into the parking lot of a diner. I get that. I'm basically an introvert who has to deal with people all the time. When I can find a quiet minute, I take it. So, then you walked directly home? Josie unbuckled her seatbelt. Now that I think of it, Suzanne wanted to tell me about her new puppy. She's been wanting one for months, and it's finally old enough to leave its mother. She showed me pictures on her phone. I guess we talked for about 20 minutes. Maybe a bit longer. You talked to your friend? Yes. And then I heard an explosion. We all did. The courthouse shook. At first, I thought it was some kind of a terror attack or a plane crashing, but it's Mabon, after all. Nothing ever happens here, nothing you'd see on the evening news. Everybody ran to the windows. We could see a plume of black smoke rising. A minute later, fire trucks and police rushed by with lights and sirens. I guess you were among them. He nodded. Let's get some breakfast. I want to take some notes while you're talking. They took seats by the window. Josie ordered French toast with berries and Dan ordered ham and eggs. Before it was delivered, he asked, "What time would you say you left the courthouse?" I walked through the lobby at 4:48. Josie sipped her hot cocoa. I remember glancing up at the wall clock. Boots, my cat, waits for me, and I knew I was running late. Look, I know this sounds nuts, but arsonists tend to be thrill seekers. Sometimes they blend in with a crowd to watch the fire burn and the first responders arrive. In a case where it's a personal attack, the bad guys sometimes go to where their target is before they hurt them, to watch them in their everyday life. I need you to think about the people you worked with in the last week or so. Did anyone seem different to you? Your coworkers? Were there any customers who stood out to you? There were so many. The end of the month, everyone scrambles to file and they come from all over the county. She thought for a minute. No one unusual. Well, there was that man who registered 4 cars at the same time. That's not typical. A few customers were chatty, but most just wanted to get their registrations filed. You don't really think anyone was watching me, do you? That gives me the heebie-jeebies. You don't think it was a personal attack, do you? I'm sorry, but it sure looks that way. Had you come home when you usually did, you would have been home when the house exploded. Josie sobered. Killed, in other words. Those are the words, I'm afraid. Chapter 13. Thank you. Josie inhaled as the waiter set steaming plates on the table. That looks good. They ate in silence. After a few minutes, Dan asked, Can you remember what people were saying, what you heard right after the explosion? Josie set down her fork. We all ran to the windows. One of my coworkers, I don't remember who, said, That's that neighborhood with all those old houses. Maybe somebody's great-grandpa's oxygen tank went up. Somebody else thought it might have been a meth lab. I think Suzanne said, Isn't your house over that way? But of course I didn't think anything of it. I was just tired and ready to go home. It had been a long week. Josie gave a wry smile. Had I known it was my house, maybe I'd have been more freaked out. I don't know. Okay, so you walked home. Which route did you take? Dan wiped his lips with the paper napkin. 4th Avenue to Evan, then left on Elmer Street, same as always. I couldn't get closer than a couple of blocks from my house, where the police kept the crowd back. They had that yellow police tape strung everywhere. So much black oily smoke, it made my throat hurt. I didn't know it was my house until my neighbor told me. I didn't know stomachs could literally drop, but that's what mine felt like. They ate in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Josie pulled her some bills from her purse and set them on the table. I appreciate all you're doing for me, coming with me today, setting up the hotel to stay at until I figure out where to go next. Happy to help. And thanks for breakfast. He stood. Next stop is the bank in Jonesboro. Let's see what else your father has to say. They continued south. Once they passed a Welcome to Jonesboro sign, Josie kept a sharp eye out for the bank referred to in Father's letter. There. On the left, next block, see? Got it. Dan veered the sedan into a parking spot. Ready? I don't know. Josie drew a deep breath. I like a puzzle as much as the next person, but what am I going to find? It could be anything. Inside the bank, she clutched the key in her hand and asked a clerk for help with a safe deposit box. Yes, miss, right this way. Just sign this card. Her hand shaking, Josie signed her name beneath her father's signature, dated 4 years previously. The woman led her to a vault and set a safe deposit box on a table. No rush. Just let me know when you leave so I can put things to rights. Her heels clicked on the marble floor as she walked away. Josie pulled Dan into the vault by his sleeve. You've come this far. Don't duck out of sight now. I didn't want to intrude. We're long past that point. Josie mustered a shaky smile. She gingerly folded back the box's hinged lid. Let's see. There's another blue envelope. I kind of expected that. The metronome must be in this cardboard box. That's all there is. Josie lifted the lid of the box and took a step back. Whoa. I recognize this flannel. I was with Mother when she bought it, a lot of it because it was on sale. She made me a nightgown from it. I still have it, although it's worn threadbare by now. Take your time. Dan squeezed her arm. Like the woman said, no rush. I just miss them, you know? Josie blinked back a tear. Wow, this is heavy, whatever it is. She set the flannel-wrapped object on the table with a clunk and pulled back the fabric. Oh, it's the metronome Father said would be here. But why is it this heavy? May I? He ran his fingers over the body of the metronome. Curious. What does it do again? It counts out the beats per minute to help music students stay on the correct timing. Like this. She stood it upright and tapped the arm. This pendulum arm is double-weighted. It'll go on forever, or until we can't stand the ticking one more second, whichever comes first. They're usually wood or plastic or some other light material. This one must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. Josie reached for the envelope. Wait. This is too important to brush aside. What did your dad say about chipping at the base of this? Dan laid the metronome on its side. I can see chunks have been gouged from the bottom, then it's been painted over with black paint. Now that I'm looking closer, I see this wood on the sides is just a thin veneer, not solid. See, it pops right off, with black underneath. That's odd. I agree, it's much too heavy to be just wood. Some kind of metal, I guess. Josie pulled her keys from her pocket and scraped a bit of paint off the base. Oh. It's shiny. It looks like, it can't be. He scratched with his fingernail. It's not gold paint. It does look like gold, but it can't be, not this heavy. It'd be worth a fortune. Maybe it's gold-plated. I have an idea. He walked to a bank teller and asked if he could borrow his name tag. With a raised eyebrow, the man undid his name badge and handed it to Dan. He returned to Josie. We lucked out. His name tag is magnetic, like I figured. If this is gold-plated, the magnet should grab whatever metal is underneath. He handed the name plate to Josie. Go ahead. She held the magnet against the metronome base. It's not sticking. The paint must be too thick. No, it's a strong enough magnet. It has to be to hold the name tag on through his suit coat. Dan let out a low whistle. Listen, this is nuts, but I'm thinking about a movie I once saw. The bad guy stole a bunch of gold bricks and had them melted down to make a coffee table. He painted it bronze. Hid the gold right there in plain sight, in full view of the detectives on his trail. The only way anyone figured it out was when a klutzy cop, there's one in every movie, dropped his keys and scratched the surface. He met her eyes. Josie, I suspect this metronome is solid gold. That explains the weight. Josie took a step back. No way. Where would my folks get a solid gold metronome? This is crazy. Come on, let's go get a burger. Wrap it up. Bring the envelope, too. He slid the box across the table. A burger? Now? We just ate. Josie stared at him. Maybe we should find a jewelry store. They'd know if it's gold, right? True, but do you want the publicity a solid gold metronome would bring? I saw a burger place down the block. We just had breakfast a while ago. Josie shook her head. I think this room is too small for you. Not enough oxygen. There's no way this is gold. My folks weren't wealthy. She put the metronome in the cardboard box and slipped the envelope in her purse. Checking to be sure the safe deposit box was empty, she handed the cardboard box to him. You're not too famished to carry this, are you? He took it with a grin. They told the bank manager they were finished and walked to the car. Dan set the metronome's box on Josie's lap. We'll need that in a minute. He drove through the drive-up window at the burger stand and ordered 2 hamburgers, extra pickles. Lots of pickles. And some fries, please. Josie raised an eyebrow. You must really like pickles. Oh, I do. I think you'll love them in a minute, too. Dan hummed under his breath. I knew that class at the academy would eventually come in handy. He traded some dollar bills for a greasy paper bag and parked in an out-of-the-way spot. Fold back the flannel, the part where the paint is scratched off. Puzzled, Josie did as he asked. He pulled 2 pickle slices from one of the steaming burgers and pressed them against the shiny spot on the metronome where she had scraped off the paint with her key. What are you doing? Josie protested. Just watch. The vinegar in the pickle will turn it greenish or black if it's fake gold or paint. And if it's gold-plated, it'll show tiny pits in a minute. Heads close together, they bent over the metronome. After a long silence, Josie murmured, "Nothing's happening. Except I've got goosebumps." "It's a warm day." Dan chuckled, then sobered. "This is just a field test, but I'm pretty sure this is real gold. Solid, from what I can tell by the weight." "Oh, my gosh. If that's true, that explains why Father dug chunks out of it. Converted to cash, they could live on that." "We're going to figure all this out, but the next important question is," Josie interrupted. "I have 100 questions. Where did it come from? How did my parents get it? Why didn't they tell me? Who made it? What do I do next? I was going to ask if you like ketchup on your fries." Chapter 14. Josie and Dan talked on the way back to Mabon, but came to no conclusions. About 5 miles from town, his cell phone rang. He pulled over to take the call. Josie studied his face. Strong profile, nice chin, laugh lines by his eyes, all indicators of a decent man. As she watched, his laugh lines creased into a frown. He growled, "Lock it down, lock it all down. I'm on my way." He hung up and reached in the back seat footwell. Setting a magnetic red and blue light bar on the roof of the car, he clicked a button on the dashboard, then hit the gas. Josie cringed at the siren's keening. "What's going on?" "Problem at the Majestic." Josie hung onto her armrest as he weaved in and out of traffic, cars pulling aside as he flew past. "The Majestic? Where I'm staying? Tell me what happened." "I don't know much, just that something big happened and the feds are on their way. I need to be there." "Is that typical for a hotel issue, the FBI coming in?" "Nope." At the hotel, Dan barked, "I'll catch up with you as soon as I can," and jogged across the parking lot. Josie carried the cardboard box to the front desk. "Could you put this in a secure place for me, please?" "Yes, we have a safe for—" "Oh, Miss Malone, it's you." The clerk offered a shaky smile. "Will you come with me, please, right away?" "Amy, put this box in the safe right away." "Phew, it's a heavy one." Perplexed, Josie allowed herself to be led behind the desk to an office. "What's going on?" The manager is with the police on the 8th floor. I'll just stay with you until they come back. Please take a seat. Let me get you some water." "I don't understand. What is going on?" "I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying anything. I mean, the company is strict about guest security and confidentiality, but does that apply if you're you?" "If I'm me? Who else would I be?" Josie frowned. "Look, you can tell me." The clerk ducked her head into the hall and lowered her voice. "We were told you had to be protected, kept out of sight. I'm not even supposed to let you be in the lobby. Those people lurking around, the ones with the FBI jackets, can be pretty intimidating, if you know what I mean. We didn't even let that bossy lady up to your room, and heaven knows she tried enough times." And now, she lowered her eyes. "My neighbor, most likely." Josie softened her voice. "Please, I want to know what's going on." "Well, we were busy checking in the 2 soccer teams. They're playing in that elite high school tournament this weekend and they both came in at the same time. Rivals, I guess, and loud. If they're trash-talking like that now, heaven knows what they'll be like on the field." The clerk fingered the ends of her hair. "In the commotion of trying to get them all checked in without disturbing the other guests, it's all my fault." "What is your fault?" Josie kept the impatience from her voice, but it wasn't easy. Nodding her fingers on her lap, the clerk blurted, "This guy came from some floral shop. He had a huge bouquet of flowers, and he insisted we run it up to your suite right away. No delay. Well, with all those rowdy teenagers in the lobby, we couldn't leave them, so I told him to just go on up. I gave him the number to your suite. And now I'm going to lose my job, and how will I pay next semester's tuition?" "Someone sent me flowers?" Josie wondered. "Who?" "I don't know. I didn't see his van or anything. The assistant housekeeping manager walked by a little bit later and saw the door was ajar. Glancing at Josie, she continued. He must have found a way into your suite. Made a big mess, from what I heard. Clothes ripped to shreds, furniture upended, bedding torn off, and I heard her say even the toiletries had been cut open. Like anybody could hide anything in a bottle of shampoo. What? Someone was in my room? Josie leaned forward. What did he look like, the man with the bouquet? His face was nearly hidden by the flowers. He had a droopy mustache and a baseball cap on. That's all I know. The clerk apologized. I'm so sorry. I should have stopped him. You're staying here because you already had a rough week and now this. If there's anything we can do to, no, it's not your fault. I'm going to my suite. About that. She held up her hands. I'm sorry, but I was told to watch for you and keep you down here until the police finish doing their thing. No, I'm going up there. Josie opened the door and smacked into Dan Landry, who was reaching for the door handle. Whoa. I didn't see you. Josie, sit down, will you? Grim-faced, he waved the clerk out. We need to talk about this. What's happening? The clerk said someone was in my suite. Yes, and it was pretty well ransacked. Must have been looking for something. It's a good thing you weren't there. I could feel the rage in the air. We need to talk about what you might have had of value in there, but first, he held up a folded card in his gloved hand. This was in a big bunch of flowers inside your door. Josie reached for it and he shook his head. Don't touch, it's evidence. No fingerprints that we can see, but we'll get it to the lab. There's no floral shop in town by this name. We'll try to track it down, but it's probably made up. What does it say? As you can see, it's typed or printed. On the front it says enjoy life while you still can. The back reads, time to atone for the actions of others. Chapter 15. Josie rubbed her arms as a sudden chill ran through her body. That sounds like a threat. That's my thought, too. I was talking to the lead FBI investigator. He agrees you need round-the-clock protection. Once the feds step in, we local yokels get pushed aside. Mabin is a small town with not much going on, he flashed a grin, usually. My squad can handle anything minor that arises, like traffic stops and shoplifting. We already have a burn ban on, so fires they can't handle are unlikely to happen. Since I'm off the case, I volunteered to keep an eye on you, and they agreed. Unless you object, Josie, you're stuck with me until this settles down. Or we can hire a different bodyguard for you, if you'd rather. Between you and Agnes, a girl can't have any fun at all. Josie tried a joke that fell flat. Yes, if you don't mind, I'd very much like to be stuck with you. She lowered her head as blood rushed to her face. I mean, if you don't mind leaving your wife and kids, I'd appreciate you being around more than a stranger. Maybe we can figure out what's going on. I don't have a wife and kids. Dan brought his hands together. Great, that's settled. That's what I was thinking, too. This card is pretty ominous. Clearly, somebody wants, well, it just adds to the puzzle. With a dose of urgency. What does atone for the actions of others even mean? I don't know, but we're going to sort it out. Hate to tell you, but your suite is now a crime scene. You can't retrieve anything from it. Was there anything you need in there? Everything I own was in there, except my purse and the clothes I'm wearing. Brand new clothes, I may add, the ones I bought yesterday. The place is a mess up there. I've never seen clothes and bedding shredded like that. Somebody was angry, that's for sure. I doubt you could find anything to wear anyway. And I'm sorry to say your safe was emptied. Dan snapped his fingers. I almost forgot. Where is the metro, the thing you had earlier? The front desk put it away. In the hotel safe. Josie patted her purse. And I took the papers and things from the safe you brought from my house before we left this morning. It's all here. The packet from your dad, too? That was smart thinking. Women's purses are a black hole as far as I can tell. You never know what all fits in there. He released a breath. This is stress upon stress, and after that drive today, I'm sure you're as tired as I am. You're going to need some new things, but I can't let you leave the hotel. I can't leave the hotel? Josie sighed. It's weird, losing 2 wardrobes in just a few days, but I do need something to wear. I think I can order some things and have them delivered. I'll make a list. As much as I spent there last time, that store should be quite agreeable. Good idea. And don't worry about paying for any of it. We'll sort this out. And then let's have an early supper sent in. I'm hungry. I don't know how you can eat at a time like this. Josie blinked in surprise. Now that I think about it, I'm hungry, too. You ordered those burgers, but we forgot to eat them. Do you like Chinese? There's this little place around the corner you might like. Prawn and peanut? I had that for the first time on. The days are blurring together. Yes, that's fine by me. Come with me. We'll take the staff elevator to your new suite and make some calls. You can figure out whatever else you need, then Chinese takeout it is. Another suite? Josie raised an eyebrow. Yes, and let's hope the sofa is comfortable. I'm not leaving your side. After we eat, we'll look at this puzzle together. I love having you by my side, even as a bodyguard. Josie gulped that thought down and followed him past another office to the staff elevator. She glanced through the door to the lobby, standing partly open. Her back to them, Agnes Croft shook her finger in the face of an innocent police officer. What would she think if she knew I'm sharing a suite with a man? Do you know what a number 7 is? Dan drew the curtains as soon as they entered the suite. Sorry. I like sunshine, but as long as you're at risk, I can't let you be a target. You're making me nervous. Josie perched on a chair, watching him circle the room, turning over every cushion, running his fingers over every crease on the bed. I'm afraid you have reason to be nervous. He stood and set the chair back on its feet. I've never seen a case like this, not even in the city where I trained. He forced a smile. Let's focus on important things first. Do you want to order food or shall I? Chapter 16. While they waited for dinner to be delivered, Josie dug in her purse for the receipt from Town Mart and called the store. Oh, that's okay, the blue one will be fine instead. Yes, the Majestic Hotel. As soon as you can manage, please. She hung up and smiled at Dan's easiest shopping trip ever. I just asked for the same items I bought the other day. The clerk was confused, but at least I won't have to wear these same clothes the rest of my life. You look fine to me. He reached for his phone. That reminds me, I'd better have one of my people run me over some things, too. Josie observed a few minutes later, I think the cook at Prawn and Peanut would be insulted. Sorry, but with the way things are going, I have to be sure no one slipped anything in the food. I agree, it looked more appetizing before I went through it. And it's not as hot as it was before the delivery person was stopped and questioned downstairs. Do you want the sweet and sour chicken or pork fried rice first? Yes, please. Some of everything. I know I should be afraid, but I'm suddenly starving. They ate in companionable silence, lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Josie sighed. I can't eat another bite. Not even a fortune cookie? Those don't count. Everyone knows dessert has its own stomach. She reached for a wrapped cookie. Do you know I had my first fortune cookie the day my house exploded? I put the fortune in my wallet. It said adventure may hurt you, but monotony will kill you. Dan cracked his cookie open with a wry grin. I'd say you've had your share of adventure recently. I usually get ones that say you should smile more. They're probably right. You do have a great smile. Josie broke open her cookie and sagged in her chair. Oh, hey, are you okay? You're all white. Dan sat forward. This, Josie held out the fortune cookie paper. He read it aloud. You must die in his place. That's not a fortune, that's a warning. A threat. Dan grabbed Josie's cookie from her hand. Don't eat that. I'm scared. Josie swallowed hard. How did that get in there? He barked orders into his phone. Yeah, I got her. She's here with me. I'm scared, Josie breathed again. And I can't feel my hands. I know. That's shock. You should elevate your feet. They're sending a forensics team up here and will post guards on the floor. I'll need the fortune from the other day, the one you said you put in your wallet. Dan awkwardly patted her shoulder. I'm not going anywhere, Josie. She turned to him and sniffed back a sob. Can I go wash my face, or do you have to come with me? Wait until we test your hands for residue. On second thought, we have the cookie and the fortune. He followed her into the large bathroom and leaned against the wall while she blotted her face. Nice digs here. Other times when I've had to guard a prisoner, I've landed in some grimy dump on the outskirts of town. Is that what I am? A prisoner? No, I said that wrong. You're just at risk and I'm staying beside you until we figure it out. He watched her comb her hair from her face. Quite a week you're having. Your house gone, the puzzle, the metronome, now all this. I kind of miss my ordinary life. Josie shuddered. I keep thinking. Who'd put a threat in a fortune cookie? How did it get inside a sealed package? I'm guessing somebody tucked the paper in the cookie with a tweezers or something, then pressed the plastic closed. An iron would do that. The question is, who had access to our takeout order? He trailed her to the sitting area. You're sticking closer than a puppy. Josie threw up her hands. Look, I can't just sit around like this, worrying. How about you, and I go over the other things in the packet Father left for me? Oh, I totally forgot about the envelope from the safe deposit box. She picked up her purse from the side table and jumped as the doorbell rang. Let me get this. Dan motioned Josie to the bathroom and strode to the door. Come in. The fortune cookie's on the table here. Peculiar case for a small town, huh? And not a lot of evidence to work with. An FBI agent bagged the cookie and swept the remains of their meal into a series of plastic bags from her pocket. Giving the room a quick once-over, she nodded. Keep an eye on the Vic. Let us know if she says anything useful. Once the door clicked shut behind the agent, Josie came out and scoffed, like I never say anything useful. And I don't like being called a Vic. Thanks for not telling her about the metronome. I know how the feds work. If I told them pre-chewed bubble gum was your favorite thing, they'd bag and tag it. The metronome may be linked to all this, but we don't know. All we know for certain is your folks wanted you to have it. He wiped the table with a paper napkin. Before we were interrupted, you were going to get that envelope. We have plenty of time, let's see what we can figure out. Josie retrieved her purse from the closet and dug inside. Okay, where do we begin? The envelope or the packet? The manila envelope your dad left in the safe. I'd like to look at those newspaper clippings in more detail, see if there's any pattern. Okay. I'm a little afraid of the envelope anyway. I'm not in the mood for a scavenger hunt. She appended the fat manila envelope on the table. They spread the newsprint on the table and studied the clippings. After a few minutes, Josie said, I'm not getting it. Father must have kept these particular photos and articles for a reason, but I don't see a pattern. People getting awards, graduating, a community bake sale, wedding announcements, a handful of obituaries, an article with a big headline about some gangster being found dead in his home, and 2 follow-ups on him. Interesting, it's just the headline and the first couple of paragraphs, as if the rest was torn away. The others are neatly trimmed. This one says a teen received a scholarship. Some lady is running for office. Do you see anything? I think I might. As you say, there's a lot of randomness here, but look at these I set aside. He slid several clippings to her. What am I looking for? They're all about a boy, a young man. The top one is an adoption notice, like a birth announcement. Bobby York, age 3. Cute boy. This one's a photo of him with some other students, winning an award in 4th grade for a science project. Here's one of him and some other kids, going to the Capitol to compete in a science competition. 6th grade. She raised her eyes. Oh, this one is a police blotter, isn't it? It says Bobby York, age 14, was arrested for shoplifting, and this one says there was a domestic dispute at his house. Removed for conflict resolution. Josie raised an eyebrow. What is that? When the situation can't be resolved on site, one party or another gets removed for a day or so, maybe overnight, until they calm down. It's usually the adult, not the kid. Oh, this York boy is going down a bad path. This article says he was arrested again not long afterwards for menacing in a park, waving a sword around and saying he had a gun at home. Gang-related, it says. He's only 15 here. Gosh, I'm sad for him. He's in so much trouble and still a child. Josie raised her eyes to his. Why is this in the newspaper? I thought juvenile records were sealed. They usually are. I'd know more if we had the dates or place. Your dad trimmed all that off. Dan passed the last clipping to her. Look at this one. It says our boy Bobby is a repeat runaway. Poor kid. I wonder if it's because he was adopted when he was past baby stage. He might have already brought a lot of emotional baggage with him. She tapped the clippings. But why did father keep these? If he knew Bobby York, he never mentioned him to me. I don't think I've ever heard that name. We can look into that. What does the note say? Dear Josie. The hunt goes on. This next piece requires some sleuthing on your part. Josie grimaced. Right, we get that. You already have the metronome and you're probably wondering how we ended up with it in our possession. No kidding. Cut the commentary, please. What else did your dad say? Dan studied Josie's face as she read silently. We can look into that. What does the note say? This sounds like a movie. Apparently, he did something at some guy's house, and as he was running out, the metronome toppled off the piano and into his tool bag. He didn't notice it until he reached home. She glanced up. How could he not notice? That thing weighs a lot. He says, knowing your quick mind, by now I expect you've discovered it's made of gold. Solid gold. I assume he had it made into that shape, figuring no one would look twice at a metronome on a piano. Hiding in plain sight. As I said in the other letter, I took chunks of it to a jeweler when we needed cash. Mother and I decided it just wasn't safe to have a bank account or a credit card, anything that could be traced. With that much gold, you can do a lot. I estimate it's worth close to $280,000, all told. More, probably, by the time you get it. This sounds like a movie. Apparently, he did something at some guy's house, and as he was running out, the metronome toppled off the piano and into his tool bag. He didn't notice it until he reached home. She glanced up. How could he not notice? That thing weighs a lot. He says. Knowing your quick mind, by now I expect you've discovered it's made of gold. Solid gold. I assume he had it made into that shape, figuring no one would look twice at a metronome on a piano. Hiding in plain sight. As I said in the other letter, I took chunks of it to a jeweler when we needed cash. Mother and I decided it just wasn't safe to have a bank account or a credit card, anything that could be traced. With that much gold, you can do a lot. I estimate it's worth close to $280,000, all told. I wish we knew what newspaper these came from. They're not recent. Most papers these days use soy-based ink. It doesn't smear like this. Dan displayed smudged fingers. This Bobby York, he's the only person who turned up more than once in your dad's papers, as far as I can see, other than those about that guy who was killed. Your dad seemed to have had a particular focus on him, too. Father wasn't one for talking, but if he cut these articles out, he must have had a reason. Agreed. Let me get my team on this. They can access databases I can't get to from here. Maybe they can figure out who Bobby York is. Or was, this kid was heading for big trouble. He shook his head. While the FBI is tied up with everything, my crew is most likely sitting around trying new recipes out on each other. Really? I've always heard firefighters are good cooks, but I didn't know it was true. Oh, yeah. The police officers are busier, but firefighting is a whole lot of tedium broken by bouts of all heck broke loose. My team takes 24-hour shifts at the station. What else is there to do between calls but outcook one another? The hotel doorbell rang. Josie ducked into the bathroom. Dan cracked open the door. Thank you. An officer handed him a small duffel and 3 shopping bags. Your man brought this for you. The feds tore through all these bags a department store delivered. Tell Miss Malone I'm sorry everything is wrinkled, they crammed it back in the bags after they cleared it. Dan thanked him and shut the door. You can come out now. Even with the agents in the hall, you can't be too careful. I was hoping one of my own team would bring this up so I could talk to them. I'll have to call them. He called one of his officers and told him Bobby's name. No, I don't have a place or his age or anything else. The little I do know looks like he was a teen heading nowhere good. If he was in more trouble since then, you might be able to locate him. Yes, I know York is a common name and so is Robert. Quit griping, I know you're not doing anything important. Get back to me soonest, okay? Wait a sec. He listened to Josie's question. By the way, what's on for supper tonight? Thanks. What did he say? Jack is cooking tonight. Some Lebanese recipe with lentils and lamb. And yogurt, he adds yogurt to almost everything he cooks. Josie giggled. I meant about this Bobby character. Oh. He said he'll get back to me if he learns anything about him. Josie swept the newspaper clippings into the manila envelope. She tucked it into her purse and pulled out the blue envelope she'd found in the safe deposit box. Let me see. Okay, it's a note from Father and a couple of, what are these? Tickets? Yes, tickets to a play called The Mob Never Forgets. Never heard of it. Does it say where it's from? Lewiston Community Theater. Open seating, no dates. How many Lewistons do you think there are? A lot, I'd think. We can look into that. What does the note say? Josie stared at Dan. Is that possible? I don't know. I've heard the price of gold is skyrocketing. Dan whistled between his teeth. That's enough to buy a nice house around here. But it's not mine. I can't keep it, can I? Josie drew a slow breath. I haven't even decided if I want to stay here. Agnes insists I move in with her until a house identical to my old one can be constructed. He grimaced. You're not seriously considering that, are you? That woman, a couple of minutes of her pelting me with questions is all I can take. No way. That house needed serious updating. I only stayed here because my parents' things were there. Agnes means well. I think she needs more to do. Besides trying to run my life, I mean. Did your dad say anything else? Just that when I find it, he and Mother hope I can forgive them for what they did. He says it took many years for them to accept they had no other option. In tiny print at the bottom, Father wrote, I still can't forgive myself for destroying your mother's life. She was always such a happy soul. She's a brave woman, but when I see the grief in her eyes, it pains me more than I can say. I wish things could have been different. Cryptic, that is. When you find what? Are there no other hints there? That's all. The word grief bothers me. I understand a person missing their home and whatever they left behind, but would that cause grief? Josie mused, maybe that first fortune cookie was right, that monotony is killing me. My supervisor said to take as much time off as I need. I think there's something for me in Canada, whatever it was my parents were running from. They must have had a good reason to leave everything behind. You don't just take on new identities on a whim. Surely whatever they were running from, whatever they were afraid of, it's gone by now. I just wish I knew where to go. I keep thinking there's something else I need to know. Maybe I already know it, but it's not coming to mind. I admit I'm getting discouraged. You've dealt with a lot the last few days. He stretched his arms over his head. Tell you what. When I have a problem to solve and the answers aren't coming to me, I do something completely different to clear my mind. Often, that opens the way for remembering. He rooted in the nightstand drawer, then held up a deck of playing cards. Are you up for a game? Josie grinned. I must warn you, I'm terrific at Go Fish. Chapter 17. In the pre-dawn light, Josie made out Dan's sleeping form on the sofa across the suite. Her head ached from tossing and turning for hours. What am I missing? What is father trying to tell me? I need some direction. She slipped from the wide bed and padded to the window. Perhaps the buttery pre-dawn colors would soothe her roiling mind. Sunrises are a reminder that every day is a new start, her father had often said. Once, when Josie was about 4 years old, her mother blurted, "How many new starts can one body take?" and ran from the room in tears. Father had patted Josie's hand. She's all right. Maybe she just slept poorly last night. Remember, you have more people who love you than you know, people who are praying for you, cheering you on from far away. Who are they? Fairies, like in my book? He squeezed her shoulder, then picked up his book. The moment passed. If only I had pressed him, demanded answers. Finding out my parents weren't who they said they were at the age of 24 would rattle anybody. When Dan gets up, we'll plan the day. I can't stay in this hotel suite forever. She padded across the suite and lifted the edge of the curtain to the promise of another cloudless day. And yelped. What is it? Dan leaped up, his feet tangled in the blanket. What? Josie pointed wordlessly to the window. That poster by the bus stop under the streetlight. The restaurant ad. Look. You need to stay away from the window. He ran his hands through tousled hair. What poster? Over there, across the street. The bus stop. Was that there yesterday? Josie pointed to the glass enclosure, plastered with a colorful ad above the bench. The ad for the steakhouse? I see it. What about it? He put his arm around Josie. You're shaking. Look closer, at the bread basket. It's it. Dan squinted in the early light. Hey, you're right. Those aren't dinner rolls. He reached for his phone on the coffee table. Send somebody to that bus stop by the oak tree on Hendricks and Main. I want a picture of that steakhouse advertisement, stat. No, I don't know what time it is. Look at your watch, why don't you? Josie sank onto the edge of the unmade bed. Dan pulled a shirt over his head and sat beside her. Josie tried to suppress an unexpected giggle. Agnes would have a fit if she saw me in my pajamas with a man in my room before dawn. She sobered. How did that poster get there? What does it mean? Your neighbor seems to have a lot of fits, from what I can tell. I'm glad you can see the humor in the middle of all this. He frowned. Somebody must have pasted that ad up overnight. Sending a message to you, clearly. We'll get to the bottom of it. The doorbell sounded and Josie bolted for the bathroom. As she brushed her teeth, she heard muffled voices from the other room. Washing her face, she recalled an innocent question she'd asked her mother when she was about 5 years old. My friend, Katie, has a baby brother and a big sister. A grandma, too. How come I don't have anybody? Mother caught her breath. You have us, Josie. Someday you'll understand, I hope, dear daughter. For now, you know Father and I love you. Never forget that. Even as a young child, Josie had thought it strange that Mother hugged her so tightly. When she pulled away, her shoulder was damp with tears. Josie smoothed her hair and went back into the suite's main room. A woman in a dark suit glared when Dan extended a cell phone to Josie. I don't think she should. Oh, she absolutely has a right to see this. She spotted it. Dan snapped. Here, zoom in on the bread basket. She examined the photo on the cell phone, raising stricken eyes to him. Fortune cookies. I knew it. Let me try to make out what the little papers say. You took what was mine. I want it back. Time is running out. He was my father. I will get you. Revenge is sweet. What? This one says only a fool seeks advice from a cookie. Lame attempt at a joke, I guess, that last one. Josie paced the gray carpet. How did they know my room faces that bus stop? How do they know where I am? I can assure you, we're doing all we can to protect you. No need to worry, not with Chief Landry here. The agent strode to the window and peered behind the curtain. Oh, when did that happen? No, stay back. I'll deal with this. She left the suite, yanking the door shut behind her. Dan pulled the edge of the curtain back. What is it? Josie demanded. The poster. You can't see the fortune cookie bread basket anymore. Looks like somebody slapped a sticker over it. Right then? Josie met his eyes. I'm not safe here, am I? I'm here with you, but, no, I can't say nobody's after you. And now that whoever it is knows exactly what suite you're staying in. His voice trailed off. He already put a bomb in my house. He broke into my suite and destroyed my stuff. He knows exactly where I am even after I changed rooms. I can't stay here. She paused. Since my car is still part of a crime scene, will you invite me on a drive, please? Road trip. Dan rubbed his chin. Where do you want to go? I want to find where my parents came from. Wherever they were, they left very suddenly, leaving something of value behind. It bothered my mother the rest of her life. Yet they brought the metronome with them. I want to figure that out, and the only way I can think of to do that is by retracing their steps. Backwards. How do you plan to do that? I want to go back to the places we lived before Mabon. Maybe once I see them, something might come to mind. Or maybe Father even left another clue for me there. Ah. Okay, I'm game. I'll need to make a few calls on the way. Great. I'll be ready as soon as I slip my shoes on. Can I at least shave first? He chuckled. And maybe you'd rather face the day in something other than your pajamas? Oh, all right. Chapter 18. 20 minutes later, Dan poked his head out the staff entrance of the hotel. He scanned the parking lot. Looks clear to me. Run to the gray Mazda. Let's go. What a day. It's raining cats and dogs out there. Maybe a couple of cows, too. Josie closed the car door and sank down in her seat. Whose car is this? One of my guys left it here for us. Less chance of anyone following us if they don't know what car we're driving. Keep your head down until we're on the road, just in case. Josie didn't speak until they were on the main street out of Mabon. This feels like one of those movies where the bad guy is always one step behind the main character. I hate those movies. Let's try to look at the positive. It's a new day, neither of us are at our usual jobs, and a chance of scenery is good for the soul. Josie sighed dramatically. I think I prefer working at the Department of Licensing more than worrying about who's after me. Or wondering who my parents really were. For all I know, they might have kidnapped me as a child and robbed 6 banks. I knew your dad. I'd call that highly unlikely, Dan chuckled. Where are we going? Lancaster. Before my folks bought the house in Mabon, we lived on Simon Street, near the little shops. I'm not sure what I can learn there, but I had to get out of the hotel. Maybe walking around will jog your memory, bring something helpful to the surface. Lancaster's about an hour away. Want to get some breakfast on the way? Sure. As they sipped hot cocoa in a restaurant a few minutes later, Dan pulled out a small spiral notebook. Okay, hit it. Tell me all about Lancaster. Small town, like out of a Hallmark movie. I loved living there. There was plenty of room to ride my bike and explore. I think my parents rented the house we lived in. We were there a couple of years, at most. It's a small enough town that most everyone knew one another, and their relatives, too. The first day of school, when I introduced myself, the other kids acted like I was from another planet. The idea of living other than where you were born was that foreign to them. Josie paused. There was a woman, a neighbor, who, well, she was a lot like Agnes Croft, always in everyone's business. A skilled gossip. We kids were on best behavior around her because we knew she'd tell our parents and teachers and half the town if we acted up. Josie paused. Now that I think of it, maybe that's why we moved. Mother had been saying for a while that a girl my age needed roots, needed to have a stable home. I remember her wringing her hands like she did, telling Father that Mrs. Oh, what was her name? Kept saying how odd it was that we had moved to a place without a job of work waiting or any extended family, as if we had something to hide. She'd say all the men went off to work every day but not Father, so something must be wrong with him. Snide comments like that. I could tell it rattled my mother. Your dad didn't have a job there? No, as long as I can remember, he was home. Mother was so anxious, maybe he was afraid to leave her alone. Perhaps he was afraid of being found out. Or maybe, with the metronome, he saw no reason to take a job. I don't know. Can you recall the woman's name? A gossipy person is often a wealth of information, in between the judgy chaff. If we're lucky, maybe we can talk to her. She might remember something. Dan sat back as the waiter set plates of steaming pancakes on the table. Thank you. Mrs. I'll have to think about it some more. She was pretty old, but to a child, all adults seem old, don't they? Pass the syrup, will you? Josie took a bite. Yum, homemade, not a mix. Mrs. Theodore was, oh, that's it. She ran the PTA and the ladies' auxiliary at the church down the road. She was always trying to get Mother involved. I think most of the other moms were involved one way or another. She was a bit of a snowplow, pushing people where she wanted them to be. You know the type. I think this sausage is homemade, too. It's good. Dan blotted his lips. Your mom didn't want to be included? I remember she was always nervous about people getting too chummy, as if she had a glass wall around her that she could see through, but no one could penetrate. Between her saying she wanted to live somewhere settled and Mrs. Theodore's nosiness, I'm pretty sure that's why we moved to Mabon. Perhaps that's why they set up the old folks' home, too, so people wouldn't wonder about their employment. They ate in silence, lost in their own thoughts. When they finished, Josie left a few bills on the table and stood. That was good. I hope those pancakes will weigh down the butterflies in my stomach. Come on. We'll just drive around Lancaster and see what comes up. The rain stopped so we can see better. They drove slowly past Josie's former house. She remembered living there and playing with the girls next door, but nothing of value to their search. As Dan turned onto Martin Street, Josie said, "Let's get out and walk, okay?" With a nod, he pulled into a parking spot. They walked down the street, passing a drugstore, a lamp shop, a bar, and a newsstand. An unkempt woman bolted from the Lancaster market and grabbed Josie's arm. Nancy? Nancy, is that really you? Dan pulled her back. Ma'am, back off, please. His cold voice stopped her in her tracks. Oh, I'm so sorry. For a minute there, I was seeing things. The woman rubbed her eyes. Ain't that the darndest thing? You look just like a woman I used to know. The absolute spitting image of her. Josie caught her breath. My family lived here a long time ago. I wonder, are you remembering my mother? Nancy Malone? Nancy. Yes, that's her. You're her daughter? Oh, my. The spitting image, I tell you. She was a good woman, had a good family, then they up and left one day, as gone as if they were never here. You're Joey, am I right? I remember you. You were a long-legged little girl with lanky braids and skinned knees, riding your bike like a straight-A daredevil. And here you are, all grown up. Not so skinny anymore. She pointed at the Ford Mustang emblazoned on her shirt and extended her hand. I'm Sally. Mustang Sally? Cute. I'm Josie. This is, Dan interrupted, I'm Dan. Josie extended her hand. Sally, do you have time for a chat? You bet I do. You come sit yourselves right down on this bench. I want to hear all about Nancy. How's she been? Where is she living now? The women settled on a park bench in front of the market. Dan nodded at Josie. I'll leave you ladies to catch up. I see a chips display inside the door. I'm going to get some snacks for the car. He headed toward the market. Josie told Sally her parents had both died. She waited a moment for Sally to wipe a tear, then asked, Do you remember them well? Oh, my, yes. Nancy was always so kind to me, the kind of friend you'd invite into your blanket fort. Not everyone is, you know. Sweet woman. Nervous, poor thing, always wringing her hands and looking over her shoulder. So thin, she looked like she hadn't had a solid meal in 10 years running. Her man hardly left her side. Your daddy was a quiet one, the kind who sees a lot more than he says. You remember, I'm sure. They'd been married a while, long enough to have had you, but they were still lovebirds. Holding hands and all that. Sally smiled, revealing chipped teeth. Smart, too, was your mama. My Link, he busted his arm riding that fool motorbike of his, and Nancy came on the run. By the time that ambulance got there, she had him calmed down and splinted up. Funny thing, the way she told the ambulance people all about my boy, like she was a doctor or something. Told M he was in shock, but stable. Stable. I remember that. She said she'd already checked for concussion and told them what his heart rate and breathing was doing. Later on, I asked her how she knew to do all that. The way she went white, you'd have thought someone pulled a plug and drained the color right out of her face. She just said she was happy to help and Link should be fine, then clammed up tighter than a drum. Josie nodded. Now that she and father are gone, I'm finding out things I didn't know about them until very recently. Turns out, my mother used to be a surgical nurse at a big city hospital, then she taught nursing students before I was born. Sakes alive. I never knew that. Why didn't she help out at the clinic? All that knowledge, bottled up. She could have made good money. Funny thing, that. Your daddy never had him a job of work, not while your family lived here, but they didn't seem to be going without. Do you know where they lived before they came to Lancaster? Josie asked. I can't remember. There was a river. I'm not rightly sure where you came from before here, but I recollect Nancy saying your family lived in Edinburgh when you were a little girl. Stuck in my mind, the way she turned red like she'd told a secret. I guess they moved around some. She asked me to be sure Mrs. Theodore never found out. If there was a world record for gossiping, that woman would have been a champ. She's long gone now. Sally snapped her fingers. I just remembered. Your mama gave me something, Joey, a trinket box I admired. A year or so after your family moved away, I was cleaning it out and I found a gold locket stuck up under the lining. I wished I knew where Nancy was so I could give it to her. A locket? Josie leaned forward. I'd love to see it, if you still have it. I want you to take it. Sally glanced at her watch. Tell you what. I live just around the corner, across from your old place. I'll run us home and get it. We'll be back before your boyfriend knows you took off. He's not my boy, Josie caught herself. Let me just tell Dan where I'm going. He gets nervous if I'm out of sight too long. Police protection is like that. Your daddy was that same way. Never seen a man watch over his wife like did your daddy. Like she might break. A minute later, Josie waited for Dan to pay for the bags of chips. They followed Sally to her house, a rundown craftsman. Now, don't you go anywhere, you hear? Sit yourselves down here on the porch. I'll be back before you can row your boat. Josie murmured, I feel like I'm in a time warp. Lancaster looks just like I remember it, except the cars are more modern. That's our house across the street. It's smaller than I recall. I used to climb that oak tree, take piles of library books up there to read when I should have been doing my chores. Dan grinned. A skinny pigtailed daredevil with skinned knees and a reading streak. I'm getting a good picture of you. Sally returned with a ragged envelope in her hand. I'm sorry the trinket box is gone. Had some mice a while back. Here, Joey, this is for you. I'm Josie, not Joey. Oh, never mind. She poured a gold locket into her hand. Oh, it's so delicate. Open it, can you? There's a picture inside, just on the one side. Use your fingernail if you have to. Sally shook her head. It's precious, anyone could see that. I don't know why Nancy had it tucked up in the box's lining like she did, but I've wished many a time I could get it back to her. Oh, look at this. Josie stared at the image in the locket. It's me, when I was little, just a baby. She held it out to Dan. He cocked his head. When did you have curls? I thought Sally said you had long pigtails. I never had curls. My hair's always been as straight as a string. Josie examined the tiny photo. This can't be me. Same baby face, though. It's not my mother, either. The photo looks too recent. Who? A phone rang from inside the house. I'd better take that. My mother's getting on in age. And she's a talker. Sally pulled a pen and paper from her jeans pocket. Write me down your number, will you, on this receipt? Smooth it out some. You take that locket. Nice to meet you, Dan, and I hope to see you again real soon, Joey. After a quick hug, the screen door slammed behind her. Back in the car, Josie turned to Dan. This locket is a mystery. It's odd that there's only a photo in one side, not both. Who's the little girl? She looks like me as a child, but I never had curls, not even in my baby pictures. Josie sighed. Mother kept a photo album. They were in the house. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, it was strange. Sparse, and almost all close-ups of our family, starting when I was born. Odd that there were no pictures before I was born, as if their lives started right there in the hospital nursery. Wouldn't you think there'd at least be a wedding picture? I wish we had them. Bound to be clues in there. It seems they were definitely hiding something. Dan smiled. Are you up for a trip to Edinburgh? It's just another hour or so down the road. Good thing you loaded up on chips. Chapter 19. There's the Welcome to Edinburgh sign. Josie scanned the area as Dan turned left. I don't recall this place at all. It looks like it hasn't changed in 50 years, but it's not familiar to me. She exclaimed, oh, wait, there's my old school. Dan pulled a U-turn and parked in front of the brick building. They stepped onto a rough sidewalk. Josie said, I started kindergarten here. The classroom had a sandbox and a play kitchen with wooden food. Mother volunteered to be a schoolroom helper. I felt very lucky. All the other children were alone at school, but I had my mother with me every day. She and father eventually took small jobs here. I went here up to about second grade. She walked to the fence. That playground looks just the same to me. I can't tell you how many kids broke their arms falling off the top of that high slides ladder. And those swings with their wooden seats sent many a child crying to the office. It doesn't look safe to me, either. Dan shook his head. Good, memories are surfacing. Do you know where you lived? Not exactly. I remember walking to school, holding mother's hand. It can't be far from here. Maybe we can drive around and see if I spot our house. Oh, it must be recess time. Kids are pouring out like a kicked anthill. A stream of children flowed down the steps onto the playground, followed by 3 women. One blew a whistle. The other 2 moved to sit on a low stone wall, facing the street. Josie said, it's like I never left, never grew up. I can see myself running and whooping, glad to be away from my little desk on sunny days. My friends and I used to swing on the, excuse me, Mississippi. The woman with the whistle approached them. Who are you, may I ask? It's all right, ma'am, we pose no threat to the children. Dan reached for his wallet to flash his ID, but she waved him off. It's just, well, you're going to think I'm foolish. She chuckled. I'm the principal here, Lucille Lamb. I'm getting old. The children keep coming, year after year, and now some of these youngsters are the grandchildren of my first students. Funny thing is, I believe I can name almost every one of them. We used to have a teacher's aide here some years back, and you look just like her. I was startled for a minute there, at first glance. Déjà vu, is that what they call it? Josie rubbed her arms against a sudden chill. Was her name Nancy Malone, by chance? It most certainly was. The principal studied Josie's face. And you're her daughter, or I'll eat my hat. Joanna? Josette. No, Josephine, isn't it? Josie. I knew I'd get it. Nice to see you. It's always a treat when a former student comes to visit us. You're taller and more filled out than when you ran across the playground with your long braids flying when the bell rang, like a soul set free. Never one for sitting still, as I recall. She blew her whistle. Kimberly Martin, you share that ball or go sit on the steps. You knew my mother? What can you tell me? Josie asked eagerly. I was just a child when we lived here and my parents are both gone now. I'm retracing their steps. I'm finding I knew very little about them. Like a genealogy project? Excellent. I always say learning goes on long past Edenbug Elementary. She extended her hand. Your mother was crazy about you. Your father, too. I've seen overprotective parents, but yours ranked near the top. I think that's why they wanted to hire on, to keep an eye on you. Helicopter parents, that's what the books call them now. But good people. They both worked at the school? Dan grinned. Was Josie that much trouble? Not a bit. You can tell a child who's well cared for, that's certain. One of our best students, eager to learn. You started kindergarten knowing how to read. Mr. Jeff, he was a groundskeeper and I didn't know him beyond a pleasant greeting. Your mother, Mrs. Nancy, I recall her like it was last week. Friendly sort of woman, helpful in every way, but scared of her own shadow. Always looking over her shoulder like she expected to be grabbed at any minute. Anxiety disorder, they'd call it these days, I expect. Nancy didn't say much about herself. The way she held a conversation, folks walked away feeling valued. Only later did they realize they knew nothing about her while they'd unloaded their entire life's history. I didn't realize until after she left so suddenly how much she meant to our school. I read over her employment records, trying to suss out why she had to leave so abruptly. There were gaps, but no clues that I could see. You have an impressive memory. Josie's heart thundered under her blouse. I wish I had that record. Do you know why she left? I believe our secretary might locate their employment records. Nothing gets thrown away around here, you know how it is. Of course, I know when they left, but I can't say why. Those older boys, the fifth graders, they're old enough to push the limits and not old enough for a lick of sense. You there, feet on the ground. She paused to blow her whistle and motioned a child down from the chain-link fence. Josie raised an eyebrow at Dan. What did fifth-grade boys have to do with her parents? Now, that particular class was a challenge. Not a bowlful of common sense between them, that's what it seemed like. They probably grew into respectable citizens, even so. Those boys liked to run and push the merry-go-round as fast as they could, never mind how many times we warned them. Dan asked, the playground had a merry-go-round? Still does, that spinning contraption over there. You're likely thinking of a carousel with horses. That day, they set it to spinning too fast and some youngsters flew off. Children screaming, bleeding, a real kerfuffle. She went on. Mrs. Nancy was one of the recess monitors that hour, and she was a good one. Unlike some these days. She nodded toward the two women chatting on the stone wall. Soon as those children flung off the merry-go-round, she was across the playground like a shot, calming the children, bringing order to chaos. By the time I ran out from my office, she already had the students well in hand. The first and second graders lined up by the sidewalk, the older classes blocked their view so they wouldn't be so afraid, and the ones who caused the whole thing sat like guilty birds on a wire over on the curbing. A dozen children had broken bones and bumped heads. Nancy had them calm and holding still until we could call for an ambulance. The way she took control of a bad situation that fast was something to behold. Cool as the center seat of a cucumber. The principal shook her head ruefully. I've been at this school since the day it opened. I've seen teachers and aides come and go, but none of them as good as your mother. Why, more than once, when I've had to deal with commotion, I've wondered how Nancy did that. I even asked her, once the children were back in their classrooms and the injured ones on their way to the hospital. I wished I'd had more chance to learn from her. What did she say? Josie asked. Do you recall? She said she'd had some medical training along the line and triage came natural to her. The principal shrugged. During a crisis, folks look to a voice of authority, someone to tell them what to do. Triage isn't a word most people use, not most mothers of second graders, anyway. Dan raised an eyebrow. That word caught in my mind, too. I asked Nancy if she'd be willing to hire on as school nurse, ours being out with a new baby. She turned white with red spots on her cheeks like one of those old Raggedy Ann dolls, then said she just recalled an appointment. She took you out of class and none of you came back the following day or ever again. At the sound of a bell, the children hurried to line up by the door. Duty calls. The principal glanced at her watch. If you wait a moment, I'll pull that employment record and have my secretary run it out to you, all right? Nice seeing you, Josephine. She tossed over her shoulder, it was a real loss, your family moving so suddenly. Always hard to replace good people. Josie and Dan sat on the low stone wall alongside the suddenly silent playground. I remember that day, Josie sighed. We were having music class and I had a red bell to ring. Mother came in and whispered we had to go. Father met us at home. We moved to a new place that very night. I never even had a chance to say goodbye to my friends. A slim woman pushed the school door open and hurried down the steps, extending a folder to Josie with a smile. So, you're Mrs. Nancy's daughter. I never met her, but she's a legend around here. Miss Lamb said to give you these employment applications. No need to return them. This blue envelope was paper-clipped to them, I can't imagine why. Turning on her heel, she rushed back into the school as fast as she'd come. This envelope matches the other ones Father left for me. How did he know I'd ever come to this school? Josie puzzled. Let me see what home address they listed. We can drive by the house, then let's get a drink while I open this envelope, okay? Those chips made me thirsty. She thumbed through the pages. They're applications for teacher's aide and groundskeeper, all right, but neither mother or father listed a home address. That's odd. No references either. Maybe the school was desperate to hire good people. How about driving around and maybe that'll jog your memory? If you walk to school, it can't be far. Dan drove up and down nearby streets while Josie watched for anything familiar. At last, she murmured, nothing. Maybe I was too young to pay attention. Maybe that house isn't even there anymore. Maybe it stood where that new park is, for all I know. She sighed. Time for a break. There's a soda fountain a couple of blocks back. Those are rare these days. They parked and entered the soda shop. Josie surveyed the swivel stools at the worn red counter. Wow, this is like stepping back into 1945. They even have egg creams. I want one. I don't like eggs or cream. Dan slid onto a red leather bar stool. I'll have a root beer float, please. The woman behind the counter grinned. Egg creams don't have either egg or cream in them. I don't know why they're called that. She assembled the drinks and slid the tall glasses across the counter. Delicious. Josie sipped her drink. Let's see what father put in this envelope. A card. Oh, it's just one word. Tamacare rack. What is a Tamacare rack? I know a Tamacare rack is the first evergreen to put out new growth in the springtime, but is it the same thing? I have no idea. Dan examined the index card. Did your dad misspell it? No way. Father was fanatical about spelling. I see a tiny heart drawn in the bottom corner. Is that a hint? That's father's way. Every note or letter he ever gave me had a tiny heart on it, to remind me he loved me. She gave a wry smile. I admit I didn't appreciate them as much when he put them on a note for me to take out the trash or clean my room. Okay, so that authenticates it, it's actually from him. How did he know you'd ever come to the school and ask for their employment applications? Josie shrugged. The woman came to check on them. Can I get you folks anything else? No, thanks. This place is a gem. Josie smiled. The whole town is so peaceful. My family lived here for a short time when I was young. I wish I could have grown up here. Oh, it's a fine town, but we have our characters, like everywhere else. Here comes one now, our local crazy. Calls himself a psychic. The woman wiped the counter and scowled toward the door. Always wanting to look at people's hands like there's a message written on them or something. Fortune-telling is all hooey, that's what I think. You should ignore him. Give him a peanut, he'll want the whole circus. A man in a blue velvet dinner coat and green t-shirt sauntered in and slid onto a bar stool near Dan's. Afternoon, Betty. Give me a hot dog and one of those vanilla shakes. While he waited, he smiled at Dan, just passing through. Are you? Yes, we're. The man leaped to his feet and lunged toward Josie. You? I thought I'd never see you again. Where have you been? Chapter 20. In a heartbeat, Dan had the man's arms twisted behind his back. Take it easy there. Let me go. The man stared wide-eyed at Josie. I just thought you were. I thought I knew. It's been a long time. You look so much like her, but I see you're too young. A puzzlement. You, lady, let me see your palm. Why don't you take your hot dog and go? Dan suggested firmly. Sun's out, fine day for a picnic. I don't mean no harm, man. I just thought I recognized the lady here. It's okay, Dan. Josie gingerly extended her hand, palm up. Let him go. The palm reader stared at her face. I could have sworn I'd met you before. That other woman, she had a short lifeline and I worried about her. I remember telling her not to be concerned about her little girl, that she was loved and in good hands. I wonder if you're talking about my mother. She used to live in Edinburgh some years ago. Maybe so. The universe works in spirals, you know, coming and going. Is she well, your mother? Josie said both of her parents were gone. I'm her daughter, and you see I turned out fine. My hand. Ah, yes. The man studied her palm, tracing lines with a gnarled finger. I see your lifeline is different. That other woman, if she was your mother, she carried great grief. I wonder, she did worry about a child, a girl, I saw that plainly, but you're not. He cleared his throat. See here? You have a straight destiny line, but it has some gaps in it. That's not good. You'll want to watch out for a man who wants to. Well, I'm just saying your life will be in jeopardy more than once. He glanced up at Dan's snort, then lowered his head. The main thing is this line here. Your headline rules your life. You're a logical woman, aren't you? It's the heart line you need to stop squashing. Happiness is right at your door. In a very short time, you'll be more loved than you knew was possible. The universe has a great gift for you, but there will be fire first. I had a fire. My house, that's what I meant. The universe tells time differently than we mortals. You have a cat, am I right? No, he murmured, no cat, but I sense you made someone very young very happy recently. I gave my cat to a child a few days ago. Josie blinked. How did you know that? I'm just relaying the messages the universe delivers. The palm reader tapped his temple. I feel impressed to warn you about these gaps in your lifeline. At this very minute, you're in serious danger. I recommend hiding, not being out in public until it's over and done. I've heard enough. Josie flushed and pulled her hand free. I want to leave. Dan interrupted, I think that's enough nonsense. You're upsetting my friend here. He took Josie's arm. The man followed them to the car. Before Josie could shut her door, he shouted, like I told your mother, the other girl is all right. Don't worry about your sister. It's the boy you need to fear. Dan stomped on the gas. A couple of blocks later, he shot her a glance. You okay? You know that kind of people just plays on people's emotions. It's how they make a living. I admit he shook me up, but I'm okay. How did he know about the fire and my cat? Josie rubbed her palms together, the sensation of the man tracing the lines on her hand still fresh. I don't have a sister. He must have meant sisterhood, like a friendship. But what boy? Does he mean whoever put a bomb in my house? It's all hooey, like the woman said. Shake it off. But he seemed to know my mother. How did he? Her cell phone rang a moment before Dan sounded. He pulled over onto a wide shoulder and parked, then stepped out to take his call. Josie read her caller ID and frowned. Agnes? Why are you calling me? No, I'm fine. I didn't tell you I was leaving the hotel because I'm a grown woman and I can come and go as I please. Really? What did you say to him? Did you call the police? You what? You had no right. After a few more sharp words, Josie ended the call. Dan sat down. That didn't go well, I see. You look like a storm cloud. Agnes said she hired an architect to design and a contractor to build a house exactly like mine. The one that got destroyed. Josie fumed, she keeps saying I need to get back to normal, insisting I rebuild exactly the way it was, right down to looking at vintage sales for mid-century furniture. She often says change is bad, that keeping things the way they are is best. How can I pretend nothing happened? Don't let her run you over. Your neighbor is a tornado, that's for sure, but you have another problem to deal with. Dan's brows knit. I just had a call from, still seething, Josie interrupted. And Agnes said she saw that young man around the neighborhood again. She went out to talk to him. He wanted to know who my friends were, someone who'd know where I was today. I told her to tell the police, but she said those ATF and FBI agents were busybodies. You know that old saying, it takes one to know one. I'll give them a call. I have to think he's up to no good, and he can't elude authorities forever. But first, I have more news. That was the impound garage. I had them give your car a once-over before they release it tonight. Thanks. Josie focused on Dan, pushing Agnes from her mind. It was so close to the explosion, I'm glad to know it'll be safe to drive. That's the thing. They called to say the car sustained extensive paint loss on the side near the house. I expected that. His voice took on a grim note. They also found bleach in the gas tank and spiral slits on your brake lines. My brakes? How did bleach get in the gas tank? Well, it didn't get there by itself. You'd have been fine until you hit some speed. The engine would have cut out without warning. Dead stop and heaven help you if there was traffic. And the brake lines, the way my guy described them, had meticulous shallow cuts around them, not clear through. They would have failed for certain, but it'd take a few miles. You'd have been okay going back and forth to work most likely, but, he took her hand. Josie, someone's trying to kill you. Chapter 21. I have to agree. Josie forced a weak laugh. People don't go around blowing up houses because they love the residents. And now my car. Maybe someone got to it one of the days I walked to work. What do we do now? I think you're safer here, away from Mabon, than at the hotel. The agent who called said they're narrowing things down. She said they're going through photos. Even in a small town, everyone has a cell phone these days. So, what next? There's a library on that corner we just passed. Maybe they can help us figure out what a Tama car rack is. Your father must have thought it was important. Good idea. Josie turned at a shout. Is that you, girl? Come on over here. An older man beckoned from the craftsman across the street. I've been waiting for you for a time and a time. Josie glanced at Dan, then walked toward the bearded man. Do I know you? Sure, you do. He surveyed her. You don't remember? I'm Beckham. Your folks lived over yonder some years back. I knew you'd show up. That's what I told your pop, if he dropped the breadcrumbs, one day, you'd follow the trail back to old Beckham. You knew I'd find you? Josie edged closer. I knew you'd try. I just hoped you'd get here before the great beyond called my name. Your papa was a smart man, and your mama the best lady out there. I tell you, if she wasn't already married, I'd have grabbed her myself. Kind, she was, and I see her in you. He cocked his head critically. You could be her twin, if you ignore the years gone by. You look like a living, breathing younger her. I can see you have a good heart, just like Nancy's. Set yourselves down, will you? I'll pour us some sweet tea in a minute. He pointed to the porch swing. But that wasn't her name, was it? No more than your papa was named Jeff. I can't say I ever knew who they really were, but we were fast friends the minute they moved to town. I can still see them, you three, on the day you came to Troy. Your mama looking under every bush like she expected a lion to leap out. But a good woman, no question there. You were a skinny little scamp, missing 2 front teeth in your grin. Before they'd even unpacked their van, your papa was over here, helping me get that GOL darn chain off my bike. Harley riders ain't ones for asking for help, but that thing got so hot when I slid under that semi, it fused the chain and it took both of us to pry it loose. That accident brought me closer to seeing my maker than I'd ever been. I never rode again. The way he ran right over to help, I knew right then they'd be good neighbors. He wiped his hands on his overalls. I didn't count on Jeff being the best friend a man ever had. You knew them well? I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Josie stared at his face. Wait. The beard is new, right? Beckham chuckled. There you go. I had a shorter beard back in the day, and it wasn't this snowy color then either. I grow it long this time of year, so's the kiddies think I'm Father Christmas come December. Gives me pleasure, them coming up to me on the street, in the stores, thinking I'm the great elf himself. A child's entitled to believe. That's what I think, Dan offered. These days, little ones need to hang on to magic. Big people, too. The world is harsh. We need to push that back. Beckham raised a bushy eyebrow. So, Josie Posey. Nobody's called you that in a lot of years, I wager. I can still see you. Must have been 5 or 6 years old. You used to come sit on my bottom step right there and chatter like a sweet little bird. Told me every thought in your mind. A girl with an imagination, I knew that right off, and a sharp mind. I can still see your skinned knees, and the way you'd chew on your braids when you were thinking hard on something. Then the other kiddies would come by and you'd be off and running, but never without a hug for old Beckham. I've missed you, gal. I remember you now. Mother used to fix a plate and have me run it over to you sometimes. You always seemed to have time to listen to me. Josie patted his gnarled hand. After that accident, I turned into an old man, whittling on this porch, watching the world go by. You were a bright spot in my days. I loved you, Josie Posey, like I loved your papa. I expect he's gone, him and your mama both, or you wouldn't be here. So, let's get to it. He cleared his throat. Now, about what brought you here. Do you have the metronome? Josie took a deep breath. You know about that? I surely do. Jeff, your papa, was a real help to me, getting back on my feet after the accident. He spent hours over here, helping me get the use of my legs back. They sent a nurse to teach me what to do to get my muscles back on speaking terms with my bones, and Jeff stood right beside her, taking it all in. He made it his mission to see I got better. Beckham absently rubbed his leg. Taskmaster, he was, insisting I had to do those fool exercises even when they hurt, encouraging me and telling me I couldn't give up. Mind you, I wanted to many a day. Dan said. Josie found a key to a safe deposit box in a safe. The metronome was there. Good man, was Jeff. I told him carting around that thing would only lead to trouble. Good to hear he took my advice. But I don't know anything about it. Father died about a year ago, and Mother not long afterwards. I'm realizing I don't know much at all. I'd appreciate you telling me whatever you know. Well, you know your folks were on the run, you know that much, right? He studied her face. They never did tell you? Well, you're here, so it's up to me, I can see that. Your papa, he never told me his real name, but once he figured out I'm no teller of tales, he opened up to me. All those hours he spent bending my legs this way and that, we needed something to take my mind off the pain. At first when he began talking, I figured he was spinning a tale, then he came clean and told me all about it. He said he needed to keep you and your mama safe, best as he could. It were better I didn't know their real names and some details in case someone came asking after them, he said. A man can't tell what he doesn't know, and that's a fact. He coughed lightly, staring across the lawn into times past. Can you tell me why they were running, what they were running from, I mean? Josie asked. Where did they get the metronome? It's a story, all right. I'm not sure you'll believe it. I did. I looked at Jeff's eyes, and I saw nothing but truth. You can tell when a man can't keep things bottled up anymore. What he did about ate him alive inside. And of course, you mama being so flittery, he had to wear a brave face in front of her. That's a man's duty, protect the womenfolk, but it does take a toll. He smiled at Josie. All right, all right. I can see you're impatient. The metronome was for pianos. A counting thing. Your papa was a piano fixer. See, one day, he was making a man's piano sound pretty. A bad man, real bad, and your father had to do what a desperate man has to do. On his way out afterward, the metronome fell into his tool bag. He was so head up, Jeff never knew it until the next day when he was putting his tools away. And then he and Ma had to leave town right quick. Your mama never recovered. Please, can you just tell me what happened? Josie interrupted. You're dancing around the story as much as the letter father left for me. Beckham nodded. Yes, ma'am, I hear my marching orders. I'm right glad he left you a letter. That's something you need to know, lass. He told me he wrote it all down before they left their home. Tucked it where folks would find it. I think he hoped his family, your ma's too, would understand. Jeff wasn't after forgiveness, that's a gift for people who look for it, but he never felt no remorse for what he did. After I heard what he did, I can't say I blame him. Josie frowned. What? Beckham held up his hand. Lass, a story like this requires some telling. You mind getting us some drinks? There's sweet tea in the kitchen, glasses on the sideboard. Josie stood slowly. You promise? I said I'd tell you and I will do it. She opened the screen door and poured iced tea into 3 glasses. Balancing them, she paused in the doorway, listening to Dan's low voice. I was Jeff's friend, too, and I think I know a little of what you're going to say. All these years. I'm not sure the story needs to be told. Josie is strong. She needs to know all of it. I'm not telling her everything. It's not my story to tell. Say what you can. Ice clinked in the glasses, and the men looked up. Josie handed them each a glass of tea. Okay, enough pussyfooting. Spill. 20 minutes later, Beckham sat back. There you go, in a nutshell. Anything else, I reckon, is in that letter your papa said he hid away for you. The main thing you want to remember was that he loved you with a love bigger than Mount Everest. He wasn't afraid, just worried about keeping his family safe. He said he planned to go back home once the dust settled, but he never felt the time was right for doing that. Where is the letter? The letter he left, I mean, not the one in my safe. Josie resigned herself to not being able to pry more from the old man. Beckham shrugged. The hardest thing about all this, from what I could tell, was what it did to your mama. Jeff said she wasn't the same woman. While he stretched my leg muscles from here to Mars and back, felt like, he opened up. He told me she used to be a laughing, happy woman, going to dances, working in the church, a real go-getter. The Nancy I knew was a wispy thing, scared of her own shadow, as likely to bust into tears as walk across a room. Leaving home plumb destroyed her, Jeff said, and I believed him. Josie stared at the worn porch floor. I wish I could have known her. It sounds like she was a different person. I loved her, don't get me wrong, but she was a bundle of nerves. That she was, Beckham chuckled. Well now, good to see you after so long, but it's time for that program I like on the television. He stood and held out his arms. Got a hug for an old man, Josie Posey? Back at the car, Dan shook his head. More clues, but I'm still confused. Shall we head for the library now? Josie smiled as they walked up the steep steps. Okay, I can't remember where I lived, but I do remember this place. We came here every Saturday. They had a children's section and you had to be in 5th grade to go into the rest of the library. I hope they stopped that. A child should read whatever they want to, not be limited to baby books. I agree. Dan approached a librarian at the counter. Hello. We're trying to figure out a, sort of a word puzzle. Do you have any idea what a Tamakar rack is? Or can you point us to a dictionary? I haven't heard that word in years. The librarian rubbed his chin. I happen to know exactly what it is. Come with me, I'll find a picture in our special collections section. A couple of minutes later, he thumbed through an old book. Patrons rarely come back here, but I still should keep them dusted. Ah, here it is. I knew I'd seen this. I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but books, those I remember. He slid the open book across the table to Josie. Right here, in that tree. She examined the sketch, her head bent low. Dan, look at this. Huh. What is that, exactly? Is that a ladder? Ingenious, isn't it? A temporary Native American shelter about 4 feet up a tree. The librarian explained, actually, First Nations. Canada, mostly. When they were going to be in one place for a bit, hunting, drying fish, preparing food for the winter, what have you, they'd put their babies and toddlers in there so they wouldn't be underfoot or wander off and get into something. The babies could nap and the little kids see their mamas. Like a playpen, a couple of feet off the ground, and protected from the weather. It says here they were hastily woven of reeds or flexible branches, meant to last a short time. Josie sat back. Very interesting, but what does that have to do with father? I'd call that a treehouse, of sorts, Dan offered. Do you think this what your dad meant? You're awfully fair-skinned to be tribal, at first glance. The librarian studied her face. Is your father First Nation? No. He left me a scavenger hunt kind of puzzle when he died, and the next clue is Tamakar. What was he trying to tell me? Josie rubbed her forehead, a headache was brewing. Ah. I knew I'd remember. The librarian snapped his fingers. My grandparents had a cabin on the river in Ontario. We went there in the summers. There was a bakery in a tiny town called Tamakar a mile or so from their cabin, near Lewiston. Gran used to sing a little rhyming song when we walked there. Josie sat up straight. What else can you tell us? Do you recall the song lyrics? His brow furrowed. Can't say I do, but Gran said there was a whistle-stop train station there long ago called Tamakar. She's the one who first told me about the tree shelters. The town grew up around it. By now, it's probably eaten up by the city nearby. The town, I mean, not the bakery. Do you know where it was? Josie asked eagerly. It was a small town south of Toronto, near Lewiston. Of course, the whole place is a lot more civilized than it used to be. I doubt you'd find any real Tamakar racks anymore. Might be worth a look, though. Best butter tarts ever come from that area. Josie rose and thanked the librarian. Hurrying down the front steps, she told Dan, that has to be it. Near Lewiston, like in the envelope. Father said they were from Canada and they both graduated from universities in Ottawa. I think whatever is next for me to find might be there. Let's go. She slowed. Wait. I feel safer with you than alone. I don't know what I might find there. How far does this bodyguard stuff extend, anyway? Can you come with me across the border? I'll find a way. I can take vacation time if I have to, but first, let me check on things at the station, okay? Meanwhile, see if you can find a place to get some supper before we head back. Man cannot live on chips and root beer, floats alone. This one, anyway. We can talk over dinner and figure out our next steps. Dan pulled his phone from his pocket just as it rang. He motioned to Josie to wait and sat on a stone bench. Is that so? Whoa. I didn't see that coming. Okay. Yes, I understand. No, I got this. Check in my top desk drawer. Yes, do that. No, that's not necessary. Josie, gaining nothing by listening to the one-sided call, paced the sidewalk, her mind racing. What if mother or father still had extended family in Canada? How could she locate them without knowing their names? Would they like her? She ran her hand through her hair. Was there time for a decent haircut? A few weeks ago, she had whacked off a couple of inches with mother's sewing scissors in the bathroom mirror. Agnes about had a cow when she saw it. Dan ended his call and matched her steps, silently. They walked to the corner, then turned back, before he spoke. Look, Josie. Things have turned and I think we'd best be heading back to the hotel. Okay if we get dinner on the way? I'll update you while we eat. The hotel? I thought you said I was safer away from Mabon. How about a steak? We passed a place as we came into town. Or Italian. Suggest something. Seeing he wasn't going to tell her anything without food in front of him, she nodded. Steak is fine. Anything but Chinese. I never want to see another fortune cookie in my life. 20 minutes later, she ripped a dinner roll apart. Okay, we've ordered. Tell me what's going on. Dan buttered a roll and took a bite. The agents on your case called. They wanted to send another officer or two to protect you, but I assured them that wasn't necessary. Why would they do that? A young man was at the courthouse this morning, your department, asking questions about you. Sounds like the same one who's been lurking around. He seemed to know about the case. He was asking your coworkers how badly injured you were when the house exploded, wanted to know where you'd gone and when you'd be back. One of your friends, a Suzanne McCoy, got suspicious when he mentioned the flowers in your hotel room. She called for the security guard, but he took off like a shot. The police caught him, though, right? No. He's still at large. Josie set her roll down. I've lost my appetite. Well, get it back, because these steaks look delicious. Thank you. He sat back as a waiter set a ribeye in front of each of them. Look, you're safe. No one but you and me and the FBI know where you are. An agent will meet us outside of Mabon to trade cars in case anyone saw us leave in the Mazda this morning. We'll get you back to the Majestic and make a plan for tomorrow. A decent night's sleep will do us both good. But Josie began. Her mind raced like a mouse on a wheel. One step at a time. Right now, pass the steak sauce and dig in. Chapter 22. Dan did his best to distract Josie on the drive back to Mabon after dinner, without much success. And when I was 10, I learned to water ski. Instead of an outboard motor, our pet rhinoceros pulled the boat. Oh, interesting, Josie murmured, her mind elsewhere. Where am I going to stay tonight? If this guy is asking about me and knows about the flowers, the Majestic isn't safe. Clearly. He squeezed her hand. The FBI knows how to make hotels secure. They'll probably catch this guy in a day or two at most, and then you can relax. Then how did he know which suite I was in last night? I looked out the window this morning and there were those threatening fortune cookies on that ad. Was that only this morning? It seemed a lifetime ago. For all we know, he could have put those posters on every corner, on every bus stop, hoping you'd see them. Maybe it wasn't only the one below your suite. Dan changed lanes. It's also possible this young man who keeps popping up isn't the perp at all. He could be a looky-loo, an innocent interested bystander with a cheesy mustache and really bad timing. Do you believe that? Not for a minute. They drove in silence, Josie watching the scenery flash by, Dan concentrating on the traffic. A couple of miles outside of Mabon, he pulled into a warehouse parking lot where a nondescript sedan waited by the loading ramp. An FBI agent stepped out. Chief Landry? Trade me car keys. You take this one to the hotel parking garage. It's probably over caution, but better safe than sorry, that's what they say. Josie grumbled, who is this all-knowing they everyone quotes all the time? Dan started the car and Josie climbed in. Half a mile down the road, Josie's cell phone rang. Speaking of all-knowing, it's Agnes again. I'm not taking it. She clicked the delete button. Before they reached the next intersection, Agnes called twice more. She must have a bee in her bonnet. Josie debated not taking the call. At the fourth ring, she sighed and clicked accept. Yes, Agnes? You did what? Josie motioned for Dan to pull over. I'm putting you on speaker. Chief Landry is here with me. Start over, okay? And calm down so we can understand you. Agnes' voice filled the car. I was ordering a chamomile tea at that new coffee shop, the one with the red counters. I think they're gaudy, myself, But with all the commotion in the neighborhood, my stomach wanted something warm, and you know chamomile is the best thing when you're upset. Can you believe those police, or whoever they are, the ones with half the alphabet on their jackets, still won't let me go home? I want to make a good home-cooked supper in my own kitchen. I'm tired of those restaurant meals made by heaven knows who. The drapes in the coffee shop reminded me I have to buy new underthings. Pardon me, Chief Landry, and Agnes. Josie interrupted. Not about the coffee shop, tell us about the man you talked to there. Oh. Well, I knew him right away. He was the same young man who'd been going door to door last week, standing behind that black mustache. I looked closer, it's real after all. Said he was a census taker, I told you, but I don't know if you were listening. Sometimes I think you turn off your ears when I'm speaking to you. And what happened? Josie drummed her fingers on her thigh. I'm telling you. There he was, larger than life and twice as ugly, drinking one of those tall drinks at the back table like he had a right to be there. I got my tea. It was too hot to drink, you know how they make it there. So, I had time to chat. I sat myself down at the table next to his, and I asked him what was he doing in town, pleasant as could be, so as not to spook him. I could tell he was nervous by the vibration in the air. Dan pulled out his notebook. Mrs. Croft, that was risky. Why didn't you call the police when you saw him? Let them handle it. Why would they care? All they're doing is pacing back and forth by Josephine Marie's house. Getting paid a pretty penny, I wager. That's why taxes are so high. It's my neighborhood, and I have every right to know what's going on there. That's how I see it. Go on. Josie held up her hand to forestall Dan's next question. Better to let Agnes talk. Well, I overheard two of those police types in the hotel lobby this morning. I was waiting for you to come down so we could get some breakfast, but you two had already hightailed it to who knows where by then. Agnes sniffed indignantly. And without so much as a by your leave. Josie rolled her eyes. And then? Oh. They were talking about a perp, that's what they called him, like on those crime shows on television you're too young to be watching. A perp who'd been digging up a bunch of holes in your backyard. As many times as I've offered to help you put in a garden so's you'd have fresh vegetables, I knew you hadn't hired someone to dig it up on purpose. No one had called to be in your yard while you're at work, and I told you I'd seen him on the block, talking to people. So, I put two and two together and figured it must be the same young man. Agnes' smug tone came clearly through the phone. Besides, he has those muscles like young men do. Digging holes would be easy for him. Not like me, with my rheumatism, but if you change your mind, dear, I'll help you put in a garden in the springtime. I told your mama I'd watch over you. What did you say to the man? Josie asked impatiently. Well, I schmoozed him up real good, that's how you get people to talk, you know. Asking about his business in Mabon. Was he a salesman or a tourist? Just passing through? Had he seen the park by the river? He loosened up and said he was looking for something his father would have wanted him to have, something someone took from him when he was a lad. He said his father had died when he was a tot, and I had the feeling he didn't die well. Something sudden like. Dan shot Josie a sharp glance. She motioned him to be still. Agnes would be more likely to keep talking if she forgot he was listening in. Go on. Then I asked him point blank, was he the one digging holes in your yard? He was angry, I could see that. And he looked me in the face with those eyes of his. Cold, they were, and dead-looking, like his guardian angel had given up trying. They say you can see a person's soul through their eyes. I don't think he had one at all. You asked him about the holes? Josie twisted the hem of her blouse. What did he say? He said he wanted what was his, and he'd do anything to get it. He said he should have grown up with loads of money, a wealthy man, but he didn't have 2 dimes to run together. He rambled a bit. Blamed your father, although everyone in Mabon knows he was a good man, your daddy. I wanted him to tell me what he was after, but he didn't. Like a growl, his voice was hard. Agnes paused. I don't know if I should say what else he said. I don't want to upset you, Josephine Marie. Tell me. Josie snapped, then softened her tone. Tell me, Agnes. It's my life and I need to know. He said your father ruined his life, then stole what was rightly his. His exact words were, I'm too late to get back at him, but I will get her. I can't get him, but I can get her, that's what he said. Gave me the shivers, it did. I knew your father well, and he wasn't a man who'd take what wasn't his to have. I told the young man that. And I told him revenge was for the good Lord to dole out, not us here on earth. He needed to know that. You took a risk. Josie's voice caught in her throat. And then what happened? He let loose a string of language that pirates would be embarrassed to use. He repeated he'd find a way to get what was his and marched out of the shop, headed down Main Street. When he said find a way, his voice sounded like gravel, like one of those gangsters in those late-night movies. He didn't even take his drink with him and it was likely cool enough by then. How long ago was this, Mrs. Croft? Dan asked. Oh, Chief Landry, I plumb forgot you were there. Not 3 minutes ago. I called right away. I think, Josephine Marie, you might be in danger. I'm calling to tell you to not come back to Mabon today, dear. Wherever you are, you stay put, you hear me? If you're staying in a hotel, does it matter where it is? I didn't like the way he said I will get her, like he meant you some harm. And you've already had a tough week, what with the gas leak making your house blow up like it did. Josie blurted, my house didn't have a gas leak. The police say it was a bomb. A bomb? Oh, wait till I tell. Dan grabbed the phone. Mrs. Croft, Josie shouldn't have said that. It's still under investigation. I must ask you to, no, I'm ordering you to not tell a soul, you hear me? If the bad guy knows we're onto him, he could hurt Josie. I know you don't want that. No, of course not. Of course not. But a bomb. Imagine, right on our own street. Agnes asked, you'll keep our little girl safe, won't you, now that there's a bad man after her? I'm not a little girl, Josie muttered. Yes, ma'am, you can count on me. Josie, and I won't be coming back to Mabon today. You take care now and remember, don't breathe a word. I won't. You can count on me. But a bomb in Mabon. Imagine. Okay, now I'm scared. Josie broke the connection as Dan turned the car around, heading away from town. And mad. I want my life back. I know. We'll talk it through. Let me get a couple miles between us and Mabon first. I need to call this in. Dan leaned on the gas pedal, passing 4 cars and a pickup truck in the slow lane. He swerved off the road onto a gravel parking lot near a car dealership. Pulling his cell phone from his pocket, he punched in some numbers. Josie stepped out, the early evening breeze ruffling her hair. How could the sky hang there like an upended bowl, unconcerned, when her life was in turmoil? A single star twinkled at her next to the crescent moon. Mother always called that phase a fingernail moon and said whenever Josie saw it, to remember her parents loved her and would always be with her. So much for that. Dan came and stood beside her. Are you going to make a wish on that first star? Not hardly. I wouldn't even know what to wish for. I just want my boring life back. Josie gave a broken laugh. Look at me. I'm alone in the world. My home is gone. I'll soon run out of vacation time at work. I was staying at a hotel like a refugee, and now I can't even go back there. I miss Boots. Nothing more calming than a purring cat on your lap. Father sent me on this stupid hunt. I'm realizing I never really knew my own parents. If they weren't who they said they were, maybe I'm not who I think I am, either. Maybe I'm nobody at all. And now there's a man whose stated goal is to get me. What does that even mean? I want some clean clothes. Maybe a toothbrush of my own. A person could get discouraged, you know? I get that. There's a highly skilled team working on all this. They'll find him. It won't be long. Exactly how skilled are these agents? Josie snorted derisively. My busybody neighbor tracked him down and interrogated him in a coffee shop in broad daylight. We should hire Agnes. Dan put his arm around her in the dusk and she didn't pull away. I spoke to the agent in charge. He agreed staying out of town is a good plan. He's booking a suite for us in Linden, under an assumed name. Let's head that way now. While we're driving, you can call one of my team to pick up whatever you need for tonight. Julie is a skilled shopper and I trust her to run it down to us. Does that sound okay? Josie gave a shaky sigh. What choice do I have? They drove the 18 miles to Linden. After Josie made her phone call, they rode in silence. They checked into the hotel, a suite not as nice as the Majestics, with windows overlooking the pool. Dan snapped the drapes shut. Josie sank into a blue chair, silent. A few moments later, a knock came at the door. Dan called, "Who's there?" Heart racing, Josie bolted into the bathroom. She eyed the soaker tub longingly. A moment later, the suite's door closed. Dan tapped on the bathroom door. Can I come in? Sure. When we checked in, I ordered something from room service for you. He held his hands behind his back. I'm not hungry. We just ate those steaks not long ago. Josie didn't look up. They were fresh out of Katz, but will this help? He extended his hands. A blue and silver betta lazily circled a fishbowl. It's a rental fish. Supposed to be good for stress. A rental fish? Josie took the fishbowl with a smile. It doesn't look very cuddly, but that was sweet of you. An hour later, Josie came out of the bathroom drying her hair with a towel. I feel better. Maybe wherever I live next, we'll have a bathtub like this one. Dan held up his hand, the cell phone to his ear. She curled her feet under her on the sofa and picked up the remote control. An old movie, that's what she wanted. While changing channels, Dan's voice filtered through her mind. Yes, sir, I understand. No, I think with the security detail in the hall, we'll be safe enough overnight. I know, this wasn't my plan either. Yes, first thing in the morning. You'll clear us at the border? And tell my team I'll be away a while longer. Thank you. No, nothing else. Oh, tell Agent Thomas not to feel so bad. This guy's slippery. Good night. Josie clicked the television off. Now what? There's been a development. One of the ATF people was getting a sandwich at the deli. She noticed our Bobby York ahead of her in line, brazen as anything. She should have called for backup quietly, but instead she called him out. Sounds like a fight ensued and some bystanders jumped in. Somebody tied his hands with a belt. Those agents don't carry handcuffs. The whole town's on edge, with the feds running around and your neighborhood under investigation, although we've kept the part about it being a bomb out of the media's hands. So far. Oh, no. What happened next? They subdued him. A single officer should not have taken him to the station alone, but she did. While she was transporting him, York somehow wiggled free and clapped a rag over her face. Overpowered her. She passed out and the cruiser hit a tree. A rag? He overpowered her with a rag? Yeah, soaked in something like chloroform. In her haste to get him away from the deli, the agent failed to frisk him for weapons. He must have had that secreted on his person. Most likely inside a plastic bag. Anyway, when the cruiser hit the tree, he took off. He's on the loose again? Josie sagged onto the bed. In the wind, we call it. Dan's eyes turned steely. And I need to tell you something else. The officer reported the last thing she remembers before she passed out was him saying he was going to something like Hammers and Tacks. Tamakarak? Josie sat up straight. We have to get there first? I knew you'd say that. The lead investigator asked if we know what she was talking about. I told him I had a hint and he suggested we follow up on it. With a fresh security detail in the hall, we're safe enough here overnight. If it's okay with you, we'll drive north to Ontario in the morning. We can set a wake-up call for daybreak and cross the border early. I don't have my passport. She threw her hands up. I don't have anything. If I knew I was going on a road trip, I'd have packed some things. If I had any, I mean. This is frustrating, you know? I can't go out in this hotel bathrobe. You won't need a passport. They'll be expecting us at the Canadian border around 7 o'clock, when the supervisor comes on shift. He said the overnight crew wouldn't clear us to cross without documentation. He picked up his cell phone and listened. Yes, come on up. Josie headed for the bathroom again. I hope that's Julia, bringing me some clean clothes. You're in luck. She said she has cookies for us, too. So long as they're not fortune cookies. Chapter 23. Josie cast a resentful glare at Dan, asleep on the sofa across the suite. She'd offered to take the sofa tonight and let him have the bed, but he insisted, I can sleep anywhere. Apparently, he meant it. Her mind raced. How much more upheaval could one person endure? As the one morning sun sketched pale light on the floor, she flung the comforter back. If this Bobby character doesn't get me and kill me first, today may be the day I meet my extended family. I'd better get dressed. She picked up the bag the officer had delivered and padded across the floor to the bathroom just as the desk phone sounded. Dan went from soft snoring to standing up in a second. I've got it, Josie chuckled. This is your wake-up call, a too cheerful voice said. If you stop by the lobby, I'll have a sack breakfast waiting for you. Josie thanked him and hung up. Dan rubbed his jaw. I guess I was asleep. Lucky you, Josie groused. I was awake half the night, going over possibilities in my mind. The hotel clerk said he'd have a to-go breakfast for us. Okay, I'll send our guard to pick it up. We're going out the back way, like we did last night. I'm tired of slinking around like a criminal. Soon as they get Bobby York off the streets, you can come and go as you please. Meanwhile, let's hit the road. 20 minutes later, Josie passed Dan a pastry and a paper napkin. How far is the border? What if they don't let us through? How will we know where to go? What if Bobby York is already there? How does he know where to go? I wonder if any of my parents' family, my family, still lives nearby Tamakar Rack. Do you think they'd like me? What if the town is too small to locate? She bit her pastry. Whoa, slow down there. One thing at a time, okay? First, enjoy the drive. This part of the country is beautiful, isn't it? We've got about an hour to go, then another 45 minutes to Hamilton. Once we get closer, we'll ask for more specific directions. He smiled. Big day today. Your dad was clearly trying to get you to go to Tamakar Rack, and today's the day. Not clearly at all. Josie grumbled, why didn't he and Mother just tell me about all this? I have no idea what I'm walking into. How do we even know what we're looking for? We had good luck at the library in Edinburgh. Let's find another library first and see if we can get some information. Every town has one. I still don't know what we're looking for. Father mentioned something under a tree house, but I doubt we'd find a Tamakar Rack these days. That book said they were temporary. I'm going to look through all this again. Josie pulled out the manila envelope her father had left for her in the safe and rifled through the papers. Oh, how did we miss this? It's a folded tissue paper with Mother's handwriting on it. It was stuck to another paper. Josie unfolded it. It's a curl, a tiny brownish curl, fine, like baby's hair. Is it yours? Dan glanced over. I never had curls, even as a baby. Whose is it? Josie held the thin paper against the window. I can barely make out the letters. I think it's HLP. Help? No, more like initials. Maybe it's the child in the locket. Josie tapped her fingertips on her knees. Did I ever tell you how much I dislike puzzles? Chapter 24. As they approached the US-Canada border, an unmarked van turned on overhead police lights and pulled in behind them. Dan guided the car to a stop on the road's shoulder. A uniformed Royal Canadian mounted police officer stepped out and headed toward the car. You weren't speeding, were you? Josie quipped. Not by much. Dan grinned. I think it's our clearance. The officer greeted them. Chief Landry? Miss Malone? I'm Officer Manwaring. Commander Strand is waiting to take you across the border. If you need a police escort to your destination, I can make myself available. Thanks, but your scarlet tunic might make it hard to sneak up on people, Josie observed. I'm scheduled to be at a ceremony at 10 o'clock. The dignitaries love these dress uniforms. Great for photos ops, I guess. I have my regular gray shirt and blue trousers in the van. And I repeat, if you want an escort, I'd be more than happy to assist. We'll be okay. Where's this Commander Strand? Follow me, please. Officer Manwaring turned on his heel. I think he really wanted to come with us, Josie said as Dan pulled the car into the lane of traffic. I get that. I do anything to avoid those kinds of events myself. Dan followed the van and parked by a small nondescript building. Officer Manwaring led them down a narrow hall. Sir, I have Chief Landry and Miss Malone. Ah, you made good time. The commander rose from behind a metal desk. Quite a lot of people want to get a jump on the long weekend. We expect we're going to be backed up before long. I understand you're in some hurry. If you'll both sign this form, I'll walk you through customs myself. Oh, excuse me. He turned his attention to a clerk at the doorway. Commander, this just came across the wire. Marked extremely urgent. Thank you. The commander scanned the first page and handed the sheaf of papers to Dan. This is for you. Let me look at it. He sat on the edge of the desk. After a moment, he asked, Commander, we need to study this before we press on. Is there a room we can use? Of course. My office is at your disposal. If you need anything, poke your head into the hall. He pulled the door shut behind him. Josie asked, What is all that? I thought we had to hurry across the border. We do need to go, but this looks important. The cover sheet says the FBI hoped to catch us before we were past the border. Let's read a page or two before we go. Dan held the papers in his hand. It seems to be a transcript, a printout of an interview with Bobby York when he was 18. He'd been arrested for armed robbery and referred for a psych eval. At first glance, it's a transcript of that interview. He motioned her to a table against the wall. Josie noticed her heartbeat showed through her blouse. Isn't that sort of thing confidential? Yes, but in an ongoing case, the records can be accessed. It's not typical for law enforcement to share stuff with civilians. I'm making an exception. He lowered his eyes to the second page. Okay, the DK here is a Dr. Denise Kensing, a psychologist in Why is the City Redacted? The RY is our man Bobby. DK, now, Bobby, tell me about your childhood. RY, rough. It was rough. I mean, the other kids all had it easy. I seen those big houses, and the kids at school with their mamas picking them up, hugging them every day. I got none of that. Those people who signed those papers in court, the ones that said I was supposed to stay with them, DK, the family who adopted you? By all accounts, they tried to love you. RY, love me? Family? They ain't my family. My family is dead. I never had no mother, and that guy killed my father when I was a kid. Just a little kid, you know? DK, the police record shows your father was suspected of killing your mother when you were born. RY, nah, he never did that. I don't remember much about my father. I was a little kid, not even old enough to talk when he was killed, but I know he would've taken good care of me. What? RY, nothing. DK, his police record is lengthy. See here, these papers show he was suspected of running a mob, with ties to drugs, money laundering, multiple thefts, and jewelry smuggling. After he died, his associates, several of whom are incarcerated, confessed to helping plan numerous RY, none of that never happened. My father, he was a good man, better than that lowlife, who, once the police are out to get you, they hound you all your life. Look at me. They've been after me since I was a kid in grammar school. And those people I had to live with? They're nothing but trouble, always up in my business. Asking how was my day and did I want a snack. Saps. DK, lower your voice, please. Your record shows your first encounter with the police was at age 11. Multiple arrests followed. Runaway, menacing, thefts, gang affiliation, it goes on, Bobby. Your family, your adoptive parents, were beside you the whole way. There's every indication that they loved you and wanted the best for you. You pushed them away. Now, that's to be expected. After a trauma, attachment disorders are common. RY, stop saying they're my family. I told you, I got no family. I should have. My father, he had that big house up on the hill. That was his. It should have been mine. It all should have been mine. That guy killed him and left me standing there. I was just a little kid. Little kids are helpless, you know? DK, you were very young. Let's try another tack, shall we? What are some of your earliest memories? Before you came to live with the people you lived with. RY, nothing. I got nothing. I was a little kid and that guy took my life. DK, took your father's life, you mean? RY, yeah, and mine right along with it. I could have been a big shot. Those people I had to live with, DK, your adoptive family. RY, I swear, you call them that again and I walk. DK, I understand. What about them? RY, they kept all this from me. It took me years to find out what a big deal my father was. He ran the system, you know? Loads of money and it should have been mine. All mine. DK, do you like money? RY, I ain't dead, so, yeah, I like money. Don't everybody? DK, okay, no need to get upset. Go on. You were saying. RY, those people. I was a little kid. When I was big enough to read, I opened the safe they had in their bedroom. Easy lock, no sweat to crack it. I wanted some cash, you know. A kid needs money. They gave me a lousy $10 a week, and that was only if I worked like a dog around their house. Take out the trash, fold the towels just so, bring in the mail, they never let up. In the safe was some papers. I didn't understand all of it. But I read enough to know those fools weren't my real parents. DK, adoption papers? That's when you found out you were adopted? They hadn't talked to you about it? RY, they lied to me. I found out my whole life was a lie. They even changed my name, took it from me. I didn't know who I really was or who my father was until then. They acted all along like they were my real ma and dad, but it was a lie. After I told them I knew, they admitted it. They said they went to court when I was a toddler to save me from being in the system. They said since I was so little, they figured I'd never know no different. They bought me like a slave. Josie blinked back a tear. This poor young man. He had a rough start. No excuse for turning rotten, you know? Plenty of children are adopted. It sounds like this kid had every opportunity and a good family. Dan tapped the paper. Let's keep reading. DK, that must have been hard for you. RY, the hard part was when I figured out who my real father was. From then on, I hunted down every scrap of information I could find. And when I was old enough, I was hell-bent on finding who done this to me. They had no right. DK, did what to you, exactly? RY, took my life, what was mine? My dad, he was a big shot. Loaded. I read up on him later on, old newspapers. Headlines. The library had them. They said he was a gangster, but I know that wasn't true. All that stuff they said, no way. DK, based on the record, RY, I knew it wasn't true, I said. DK, let's calm down, shall we? We're just talking. What did reading about him show you? RY, like I was saying, he had that big house on the hill, the one that's some kind of private hotel now. I went in at one time and they threw me out. I just wanted to see it, you know? Pictures on the wall, by the front door, like some museum. Those pictures were of the house, my house, right after that guy killed my dad. No blood or nothing like that. Pictures of gold things, ashtrays, faucets. They said the police scraped the paint off some vases and found they were made of gold, too. I guess they were too heavy to be anything else. Diamonds in the safe. All mine, that should have been all mine. DK, he was a RY, interrupting, and then I tracked down two of my dad's guys, men who worked closely with him. One was still inside. I visited him a couple of times, but you can't talk free and open in the joint. The other one, an associate, he said he was, talked about the life. The women, the money, gold, jewelry, the drugs and dealings, and I knew it was all supposed to be mine. DK, how did you locate this man? RY, that don't matter. He's the one who found my father with that wire around his neck. Dead. DK, he found him? RY, yeah, that's what he said, right after he was murdered. Killed by some nobody, not even supposed to be there. He found me, too, standing there crying in the hall. That guy who killed my dad left me standing there. DK, do you remember anything about that day, about your father's murder? You didn't see it, did you? RY, I was just a little kid. What did I know? I don't know. I had dreams, bad dreams. Never mind. DK, if you'd like to further talk about this, I could. RY, he took me out of there and called it in. Anonymous, you know. After he took some of the valuables, of course. He ain't no fool, and he figured the cops would just hike it if he didn't. He said he didn't know what to do with a little boy. When I wouldn't stop crying, he gave me to some woman who dropped me off at the fire station like I was a bag of trash. Left me there. DK, what else did he say? RY, he said he knew the house was loaded with gold and cash and jewelry. There was a thing, kept there in the open where anybody could see it but hidden like. He got arrested the next day and that was that. By the time he got out, it was cleaned out and some other people owned it. Never got the chance to go back for the rest of it. He said he always wondered what happened to the, never mind. That guy ruined my life. He killed my father and I gotta. DK, the what? What were you going to say? RY, nothing. DK, okay. You said your father was wealthy. RY, my father was rolling in it. This guy said he had more money then, but he wasn't flashy. He said my dad had gold this and gold that, gold jewelry melted into ordinary things. Real artists, that's what he said. He was rich. I wasn't. I've had nothing, my whole life. He was loaded and it should have been mine. Those people I had to live with, they kept saying I had to do good in school, get into college, be a regular schmo. That wasn't my life. I should have had a life of power, all the money I ever wanted. Heck, I could have run the mob myself. Ain't that the way it goes, to the sun? My life would have been different if I had what was rightly mine. He took all that from me. DK, and how did that make you feel? RY, how do you think it made me feel? DK, please sit down. No need to get all worked up. RY, it ain't fair, that's all. He had no right, the guy who murdered him wrecked my life. He was a nobody, a real nobody. Took me years to find him and he wasn't anybody at all. I could have had a life of luxury, rolling in dough. DK, police records show your birth father was a mob boss who got all that wealth by hurting other people, stealing from them, even killing. He, RY, paces, none of that matters. What goes around comes around, that's what they say. My dad is dead, I get that, he ain't coming back. Ever. But this guy took something of value, something that belongs to me, and I want it back. My dad's guy, the one I talked to, told me about it. Said it was solid gold, but no one would ever guess. Sitting in broad daylight, he said. I deserve it. It's mine. Josie asked, the metronome? Maybe so. Dan said. I can imagine the mobsters thought that was funny, a metronome on a piano in plain sight and no one guessing it was made of gold. I'll read the next part. DK, what is it? RY, it's for me to know and you to find out, that's what those kids at school used to say. That man, the one who killed my dad, he's gotta pay, that's all. Or his family. They're all the same to me. DK, please come sit back down. It's harder to talk with you pacing like that. Take your seat. You were saying the man who murdered your father, RY, he deserved to die, like my father, with a string around his neck. He took my life from me as surely as he took my dad's. DK, now, Bobby. RY, you don't know nothing. You shrinks, you think you're so smart. It ain't your life. DK, let's take this slowly, shall we? You're saying you know who he is, although no charges have ever been filed? RY, sure, I know who he is. Took me some time to figure it out and longer to find where he was. But I know. DK, have you gone to the authorities with that information? RY, why would I do that? They're out for me, I told you that, the police. The least little thing, they're down my neck. No, my dad would have taken care of business himself and that's what I aim to do. DK, you aim to do what? RY, I wanted to get him, like he. The thing is, it took me years to track him down. And now it's too late. DK, why is it too late? RY, I ain't saying nothing. No more. DK, what can you tell me about him? What was his name? RY, I ain't saying nothing. He moved around a lot. I will tell you he's dead. Dead and I didn't get the pleasure of killing him. Someone has to pay for what he did. Atone, that's the word, I read it in a book. He ain't getting away with it just because he died. DK, what are you saying, Bobby? RY, someone has to atone for my dad's murder. He had a daughter, some chick. If I can't get him, I'll get his kid. Josie gasped. Is he talking about me? It sounds that way. Dan nodded grimly. When was this interview? 8 months ago. He returned to the printout. There's not much more here. Just a couple more paragraphs. Josie took the papers from him. This last part is giving me chills. Bobby said he tracked my parents down, but they were both gone by then. Oh. He watched their daughter, that's me, and said she's not living the high life. This part here. Why would anyone go to a courthouse on purpose? She has to die like my old man. I'll find a way to get close to her, but first, I gotta take back what she has, what her father took from mine. I want it back, that's all, and I'm gonna get it. Then I'm going to kill her slowly and I'm going to enjoy doing it. That's all it says. Dan took her hand. I know this is upsetting. Upsetting? Josie exploded. We're way past upsetting. This York guy has been tracking my family for years, following me, watching me, And he says pretty clearly he plans to kill me. Upsetting doesn't begin to cover it. She paced the small room. 8 months ago? That's nothing. I don't know what to do. How long was he watching me while I went about my ordinary life? He blew up my house, destroyed everything I own, and he says he's going to kill me. Why didn't they stop him? All this time, I never knew. Dan stood and caught her in his arms. Josie, you're safe. Right here, right now, no one can hurt you. He said, like that florist card. I'm not responsible for whatever my father did. I can't believe father killed a man. He was so quiet, so gentle, you know what? What drove him to do that, then run away forever, him and my mother? I don't know what's going on. Where can I hide? Do I need to live my life running away, like my parents did? She pulled away, choking back tears. My mind feels like a kaleidoscope, things spinning by and nothing making sense. Dan patted her back. It's going to be okay. The ATF and FBI are closing in on him. Let them do their job. Where were they years ago? I feel sick, knowing this guy has been after me. I was going to work and coming home and never knew he was watching me. That transcript, the coldness comes through, doesn't it? She rubbed her arms against a sudden chill. How could they listen to him tell his plan to kill me, then let him walk out? They didn't. The cover sheet says Dr. Kensing's report said she thought Mr. York was dangerous, he had delusions of grandeur and ideations of murder, along with some kind of psychosis, which I think might be misspelled. I never heard of it, anyway. She strongly recommended York be confined until a future date when. That's all it says. I think we're missing a page. Confined? That clearly didn't happen, or I wouldn't be homeless, running for my life with my own personal bodyguard. I've never been to Canada, and here I am, hoping to find answers before he finds me. I don't want to be murdered. I want a life, a family, at least a 25th birthday. Josie drew a shuddering breath. This is bad, no denying it. I say we stick to our plan, find this Tama car rack area. Okay? Dan waited for her nod, then opened the door. Commander Strand strode down the hallway. Ready? Come with me. He led them down a different corridor, to a woman at a desk. These fine folks are from the States. They need to get into Canada. No paperwork. They're with you? She raised an eyebrow. Yes, under my jurisdiction. She stamped an orange paper and handed it to Josie. There you go. Sign here. Drive through lane 6. The new agent in lane 4 will stop you, but Randy in 6 will wave you through. Sir, do you need me to walk them out? I'll do it. Thank you. Josie tried to slow her breathing. She signed her name and wiped her palms on her slacks, hoping no one noticed. People crossed into Canada every day, no biggie. Back at the car, Dan and Josie shook the commander's hand. He wished them well. I didn't ask what your business is here, but I hope it turns out for the best. Thank you. Josie choked back an unbidden tear. So do I. Chapter 25. As they reached the outskirts of Hamilton, Josie said, Okay, according to the map, we're about 4 minutes from where Tama car rack used to be, if it's even still there. Can we stop at this park first? I want to stretch my legs. And get my heart to stop thundering. They walked beside a trickling stream. Josie tossed a pebble into the water and sighed. I feel like every one of my molecules is on edge. How do we know Bobby York isn't one step ahead of us? No way of knowing. Let's get this over with. Dan asked, Are you ready? Ready for what? I have no idea what to expect. They drove to a small library near a bakery. Dan parked under a spreading tree. I wonder if this is the same bakery that librarian talked about in Edinburgh. I could go for a butter tart. We don't find them in the States. How do you stay so slim, eating as much dessert and snacks as you do? Josie chided. Let's see if we can get some information first, then a butter tart. As they approached the desk, Josie told herself she was imagining the eyes of patrons upon her. She couldn't deny the look the woman behind the desk gave her, however. The librarian stepped back. Oh, my goodness. For a minute there, I thought I was seeing things. You look exactly like. I'm sorry, dear. Can I help you with something? It's a long shot. I'm wondering if you know of a family who used to live around here. Their names were Proctor. Or Weber. Oh, my, yes, of course. Everyone knows the Proctors. One of our leading families, along with the Webers. And I must say, you look like hell, one of them who disappeared a long time ago. The librarian shook her head. It was quite a story, a nice young couple vanishing. Coincidentally, we're on their trail. Helene and Tom. Josie's heart thundered in her ears. You know what happened? Of course, it was all anyone talked about. People in Tama car wreck don't simply vanish. They just disappeared with food in the pantry and clothes in the closets. Some people said they were kidnapped or murdered. There was even talk of alien spaceships. I've often wished some journalist would take an interest, and here you are at last. Dear, you look flushed. Tell you what. Excuse me a moment. She walked down the counter and murmured into the ear of another librarian, who shot a sharp glance at Josie. Now then, I'm taking my break a bit early so we can have a nice chat. You too, come with me, won't you? She led them behind the counter and down a hallway to an office. May I offer you tea? No? I've waited all these years. I knew in my heart Helene or Tom would come back if they were able. I knew something bad must have happened. I'll tell you all I know. Their leaving was all anyone talked about for months, but first, tell me who you are. You look so much like dear Helene. I'm Josie, their daughter. This is Dan Landry, Dan interrupted. Josie's friend. Their daughter? You can't be. She isn't. The librarian's hand fluttered to her mouth. Why, this is quite a shock. I'm Emma Roseberg. I've been librarian here for nearly 38 years. I grew up just down the street and I pride myself in knowing everyone around these parts. But, Josie, my dear, how is it I don't know you? You knew my parents? Josie took a deep breath. Tom and Helene? Most certainly. Lovely young couple, the pride of both the Proctors and Webers. Why, I attended their wedding. I taught Helene how to grow herbs. Please, can you tell me about them? Everything you know, Josie begged. My dear, you say you're their daughter and I must say, the resemblance is uncanny. Emma eyed Josie critically. But how is it you know nothing about them? I can't be expected to tell all to a complete stranger. Dan interrupted. Miss Rosenberg, let me tell you who we are. Josie is their daughter, as she said. I am police chief of the town where she lives. Fire chief, too, until the next election. This week, I'm her bodyguard as well. Her parents moved around quite a bit when she was a child. She only recently found out their real names and that they were from this area. It seems they were on the run for years, afraid of being found. Josie said she wants to know all you have to tell her. I hope you will. Oh, my, this is all very upsetting. A bodyguard? Why do you need a bodyguard? Dan went on. A man set a bomb in Josie's house and we believe he is hunting for her. He stated he plans to murder her. You poor dear. Why hasn't he been caught? Why aren't Tom and Helene protecting you? What do you mean, they're on the run? Emma clutched the scarf at her neck. Where are they? Are they with you? Josie shook her head. Only in spirit, they're both gone. Please, we're afraid the awful man may be close. I want to know all you can tell me about my family. I may not have much time. They've passed away? Oh, my. What a shock. Yes, yes, of course, but may I suggest a location less vulnerable? Emma glanced around the room, then answered herself. No, this room is fine. No one will come in here. Is it all right if I invite our local constabulary to join us? The station is just down the road. Who? Josie raised an eyebrow. Police. Dan nodded. Yes, good idea. Jill, please telephone the police station, will you? An officer is needed, Emma called to an unseen person in the hallway. There, it won't be long. I believe John Thies is on duty today. Please, talk to me, Josie urged. I don't know how much time we have. Yes, of course. It seems we have 2 volumes of the same series, my dear. I can tell you of your family until the day they left Tama car wreck, and I would very much like to hear about their lives after that day. To begin with, I didn't know they had another you. The way they left, we had no idea what had happened. Food in the house, clothes in the closet, as if they were away for the afternoon. Rumors swirled, as they do. Their car was found later on at the Toronto airport. Some said they were kidnapped, even abducted by those aliens in the sky. We all knew they would never have left there. Oh, dear. I mean to say, left the family behind unless there was a serious reason. People around here don't simply go. Flustered, Emma smoothed her skirt. I cannot express how delighted I am to meet you. Your family will be every bit as thrilled, more so, I assure you. And you have many wonderful surprises ahead. Until a few days ago, I had no idea I had any extended family at all. I thought I was an only child born of only children. I'm excited to meet any of them. Oh, my dear, you have no idea. You are certainly not alone in the world. You even have Emma caught herself. To begin, both Tom and Helene have deep roots here. As with most young couples, they were in love and wanting to begin their family. Your mother helped with the teenagers at the church, and your father, oh, he was a wonderful man. So talented, and that laugh of his. They were well loved, I can tell you that, outgoing and popular, the life of any gathering, and always willing to serve anyone at any time. It's funny to hear you refer to them as Tom and Helene. I knew them as Jeff and Nancy. They must have changed their names somewhere along the line, perhaps before I was born. Whatever they were running from, it must have been quite serious. Emma startled as the door opened. They didn't. Oh, do come in, John. A uniformed police officer entered. What can I do for you, Emma? Jill said it was urgent. He ducked his head at Josie and Dan. Officer John Thies, Municipal Police, at your service. John, may I introduce Chief Landry and Josie Proctor? Josie caught her breath. I'm Josie Malone, not Proctor. Malone? Emma frowned. What name is that? Officer Thies raised an eyebrow. You do look like one of the Proctors, if I do say so. I married into the family. The clan, I call it. He shook hands with Josie and Dan. What kind of chief, may I ask? And what is your business here? Police chief, in the States, and de facto fire chief for another 5 months. Josie here has. Well, her house was bombed and we think the person responsible may be near. A bomb? Whoa. I'm right sorry to hear that, Mississippi. John turned a chair around and sat down, his arms folded on the back of the chair. Near Lewiston? Here in Ontario? I didn't hear anything about that. Do you know who did it? Josie shot Dan a look. How much can we tell him? He met her eyes. Josie, I think we can trust Officer Thies. She nodded and told her story, interrupted a few times by Dan supplying details. Emma blotted her eyes and whispered, oh, my. And you poor girl. Several times. John let out a low whistle. I love a good crime thriller as much as anyone else, but this is too much to be real. Let me think what your next steps should be. I'll take you to meet the clan, of course. They'll be over the moon. But if this York fellow is after you, we're not going to lead him straight to the family. You need protection and wait. Excuse me. I have an idea. He walked to the corner of the windowless room and pulled a cell phone from his pocket. It rang before he could dial it. We need a plan, Dan said. Thies is right, if Bobby is on our tail, we could take him to the family. But we're so close. If I have family, I want to meet them, Josie argued. For all we know, he's already 2 steps ahead of us. Emma, what can you tell me about? Oh, my dear young woman, my heart goes out to you, but I'm so Twitter, I hardly know my own name just now. Let's let Officer Thies sort things out, shall we? Josie, do you know anything about a letter? John held the phone from his face. And was your father a piano tuner? Josie nodded. Yes, I learned he worked on pianos when he still lived in this area, but what letter are you talking about? John pulled out a notebook and held up one finger. Wait a moment. Yes, sir, I'm with Miss Malone and a police chief from the States now. Or a fire chief, I'm not rightly sure. At the library, Tamakar branch. He listened for a long minute. Got it. Yes, sir. I'll tell her. No, we'll be here. Josie shifted in her seat. What's going on? I must say, dear, we haven't seen this kind of excitement since that awful mobster was murdered. Emma's hand fluttered in her lap. That had to be about 25 years ago. Now that I think of it, that was about the same time your parents left. Oh, dear, oh, dear. You don't think it's connected, do you? She smoothed her skirt. I believe I'll make some tea to calm our nerves. John ended the call and crossed the room to Josie. That was the provincial supervisor. She'd had a call from the RCMP, that's the federal police. Seems they detained your Mr. York at the border a couple of hours ago. Finally. Josie let out a relieved breath. There's more. I took notes. They detained him, as I said. Quite an insightful interview, she said. He was under the influence of something and quite forthcoming about who he was and what he planned to do. Said he figured your father killed his father. I don't know if that's true, and he aimed to get back what was his. He said your father took a heavy object made of solid gold and he wants it back. The supervisor quoted York. I dug up the gal's backyard looking for it. No dice. I knew it had to be in the house. I got mad and set a bomb by the water heater. Figured it'd look like a gas leak. If I can't have it, neither can she, that woman. And then the feds swarmed the place, so I've been following her and that guy. Those fibbies know their stuff, I'll grant them that, he said. John looked up from his notes. What's a fibby? FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. They were on the case pretty quick. This Bobby York must have been watching. Dan took a cup of tea from a tray Emma held. Thanks. What about a letter? The RCMP received a letter years ago, anonymously, from a man who said he was involved with. I'm not real clear on that, just that he'd unearthed it when he was digging a trench for some kind of water line. He brought it in and it got buried in a file, you know how things do, and when this York fellow was brought in, it triggered the memory of Old Man Sharp. He sent a secretary to hunt it up. They're wondering if it's connected to you in some way. I'm so confused. Josie shook her head. I don't know about any letter. Who's this Sharp? How long has York been watching me? Elias Sharp runs the evidence department for half of Ontario, Thies explained. Must be pushing 80, but he has a memory like a bear trap. What letter is he talking about? Josie clapped her hands impatiently. Can we just go meet my family? It'll be okay, Josie. We have time. Dan said, the important thing is, York is in custody. Yeah, about that, Thies frowned. Apparently, whatever he had ingested came up and he was ill all over the interview room. When they transferred him to another location, York managed to break free. He stole a car. By the time the officers gave pursuit, he'd given them the slip. The provincial supervisor has reason to believe he may be heading this direction. She called to alert me and my team. I'm to keep you here until backup arrives. He got away again? No way. Josie paced the small room. Not when I'm this close. Dan asked John, what else can you tell us about this letter? Thies shrugged. That's all I know. They'll tell us more when they get here, I assume. I wonder. Emma cocked her head. No, it can't be related. That's not possible. What are you thinking? Dan leaned forward. Do you remember something? You've lived here a long time. Well, I seem to recall a story, and an article in the press, about a man who came upon a metal container of some sort with a handwritten paper in it some years back, perhaps a quarter of a century ago. Rumors swirled, you know how small towns are. Many people said it was a confession to a crime. At the time, excuse me, I'm not up for yet another story. Another day. Josie picked up her jacket. Dan, give me the car keys. You can wait for whatever authorities are on their way. He shook his head. Just a bit longer. Emma continued as if there'd been no interruption. As I recall, it was a letter found when they felled that old tree the First Nations used to camp under. Rotted clean through, ready to come down in the next storm, most likely, that's what everyone said. Josie sagged into a chair. The kind of First Nations camp where they might build a child enclosure? We call those Tamakar racks around here, dear. Not many left these days. That's how this area took its name. They made them to contain their little ones while they prepared food for the winter. Too many coincidences. How is that letter related? Josie startled at a knock on the door. 3 RCMP officers strode in. One said, "These, we've got this now." Miss Malone, is it? Come with us, please. We're taking you to the station. I'm not going, she protested. I've come this far to meet my family, and that's what I'm going to do. Nowhere else. One of the officers nodded, his ear to his radio. Sergeant, that was command. Change of plans. We're to escort our guest and her bodyguard to the red brick building on 5th and Sycamore. They've been notified Miss Malone is in the area. Now? With this nutcase on the loose? The sergeant raised an eyebrow. They're safer here, contained. I'm only relaying the order, sir. What's going on? Dan looked from one to the other. What building do you mean? Emma took Josie's hands. It's your grandparents' home, dear. Of course, they're gone now. Your Aunt Jennifer lives there now. I imagine the clan is assembling. Most likely with great joy and rejoicing. Gosh, it's happening. I'm shaking. Josie reached out to Dan. You're going with me, aren't you? Just try and stop me. He took her hand. Come on, you'll make a grand entrance. With a police escort, the sergeant added. Best of luck to you, dear Josie. Emma squeezed her hand. I can't wait to hear all about it. They filed out the rear door and into a police cruiser. The other 2 officers took a second car. Chapter 26. Miss Malone, try to calm your breathing, the sergeant advised. We only have a few blocks to go and you don't want to hyperventilate. You might miss something. I've missed so much already. Josie clenched her hands in her lap, willing the trembling to stop. I've missed my whole. What's that ahead? The officer grinned. It's a mob scene, alias the Proctor and Weber clans. Your extended family. That's not all of them. Looks like they heard you're coming. You run ahead now. Josie had the door open before the car came to a full stop. She bolted across the wide lawn toward the group. They surged toward her like a single entity, arms outstretched. Before they met, a figure dressed in black shot from a hedgerow, a blade glinting in his hand. 3 police officers raced after him, shouting, but he eluded their grasp. Dan. Is that York? Josie froze in her tracks. Dan shoved her behind the police cruiser. Stay down. A young woman sprinted down the stairs and streaked across the grass. In a flying leap, she tackled him, rolling over and over on the turf. In the seconds it took for the RCMP to reach them, she had him subdued, face down, with the knife upright, quivering in the grass a couple of feet away. Voices from the group called, "Who is that? What do you want here? Is everyone safe?" "Nice one, Hannah." "What on earth?" A strong voice spoke above the clamor. "All those martial arts classes paid off, Hannah Lynn. Who knew you'd use those skills to save your own sister?" "My sister?" Josie gasped. "I have a sister?" The woman dusted her knees and grinned at Josie. "You didn't know?" "Why, we've known I had a sister for a really long time, about 20 minutes. I'm Hannah Lynn. Come on, meet the rest of the bunch." Josie was enveloped in hugs. Tears mixed with laughter, names swirling as the clan introduced themselves. Dan stood back, beaming. The sergeant stuffed Bobby York into the cruiser, with an officer on each side. "You folks are safe now, he's not getting away from us. I think Josie can explain all that later on." "You're my sister?" Hannah clung to her arm. "We look like mirror images, except for our hair. I always wanted a sister. I thought I was an only child." Josie stared at Hannah's face. "But how are you my sister?" "The way I heard it, our parents left me with Aunt Jennifer for an hour and never came back." "Oh." Josie blinked back, sudden tears. "That must have been horrible for you." "Not so much, I was less than a year old. I don't remember them." The clan stepped up, like a herd of loving parents and siblings. "I live with Aunt Jennifer." Hannah grinned, spoiled, and doted on, "That's me. And now I have my very own sister. We have so much to catch up on." "Can I ask? How old are you?" "Just turned 26 on Friday." Hannah asked, "What about you?" "I'll be 25 in April." Josie counted on her fingers. "That's pretty close. Mother must have been expecting me when they—" "We'll sort this all out. Plenty of time to talk, because I'm never letting you go," Hannah laughed. "Well, for a minute. Jen's here and she rules the roost. Like a benevolent dictator." "Dear girl, is it really you?" A woman parked her car and hurried across the lawn. "I was at the market and came as soon as I heard. I'm your Aunt Jennifer, your mother's sister. I don't even know your name. You and Hannah Lynn, here, could pass for twins. We have so much to catch up on." "I'm Josie," she laughed. "You remind me of my mother. I didn't know I had an aunt." "You surely do, and a bucket load of other family members who'll love you in no time flat. Proctors and Webbers abound. We only learned of you a few minutes ago, but I assure you, we love you already. We want to hear all about everything. I want to meet your husband. But first, where are Tom and Helene?" Jennifer looked past Dan. "Aren't they with you? Are they coming home later? It's been so long." The group fell silent, waiting. Josie caught a breath. "They don't know." Josie drew a deep breath. "I'm sorry, my parents both passed some time ago. I feel bad. We just met and here I'm bringing sad news." "Oh, they're gone? Helene? I had hoped." Jennifer hugged her again. Now, we're a tough bunch and we'll deal with all that later. You poor lass, thinking you were alone in the world. For now, you're home at last and that's all that matters." Josie grasped Hannah's hand. "Dan, my sister's name is Hannah Lynn Proctor. Her initials are HLP, like the tissue we found. Hannah, mother, kept a snippet of your baby hair and I found it." "Have you always had curls?" "You bet, like Independence Day on my head. I always wanted straight hair. Hannah laughed and shook her reddish hair. I always wanted curls. Josie tossed her straight hair over her shoulder. Who's that coming up the drive? A RCMP van came to a stop near the porch. Hate to interrupt a family reunion, a gray-haired man called as he arranged his walking cane, but this came to mind when I heard all the commotion on the radio. It's been niggling on my mind for years. I'm Sharp. He held up a metal tube the length of his forearm. Can this wait? Dan approached him. Let's let them visit, okay? They just met. Oh, I know all about them, this story is burning up the wires. We don't often see this kind of excitement in these parts. I wouldn't interrupt if I didn't think it was important. Jennifer sent a child to fetch a chair and invited Sharp to sit down. Josie and Hannah sat on the bottom step of the sprawling porch, arms linked. I don't know where to start, so I guess I'd better begin at the beginning. A long time ago, a bad influence moved to this pristine town, a real bad actor, as they say. I was on the beat then, and we all knew he was up to no good. As the old man rambled on, Josie whispered, "Do you know what he's talking about? I want to get to know you and my new family, not rehash old news." I know. Let them talk. I don't know anything about you, not even where you grew up. We've missed so much. Your husband is a good-looking man. Those dark eyes are so deep, you could get lost in them. I can see he's crazy about you. The way he keeps glancing over here, like he can't bear to have you out of his sight, is just so sweet. We're not married. He's actually my bodyguard, since all heck broke loose a few days ago. A bodyguard? Wow, your life is more exciting than mine. Nothing interesting ever happens around here. I want to hear all about it. Hannah smiled. I can't wait for you to meet my husband, James. He's at work. And we have a 3-month-old son, Tommy. I named him after Dad. Josie grinned. I'm an aunt? I get to spoil a little nephew? She paused. Wait, what is he saying? Something about a letter in a tube. Sharp shot them a stern look, then repeated, I said, this metal tube was dug up when the old tree came down. The tree fellow from the city said it had a paper in it and thought it might be important. He dropped it off at the precinct. Well, what is it? One of the uncles demanded. What does it say? It's cryptic. All it says is that he or she, whoever wrote it, but it looks like a man's penmanship to me, written in a hurry if I know my work, and I do, hopes one day to be forgiven for taking the life of a man who was going to put poison in Ottawa's water system. Says here he feared hundreds of innocent people would die and he did what he had to do. The family murmured, some in relief, some in disbelief. We never heard anything about the water system being poisoned. Who wrote that? Sounds like a child's made-up story. Somebody doing a Halloween hunt, maybe. A trick, a prank. You're not taking that seriously, are you? Sharp waved off the comments. And the last line at the bottom says the rest of the story isn't a loose brick. We were never able to follow up on it. How many loose bricks are there in town? 1. Jennifer cleared her throat. There is one loose brick that matters. And only 3 people on Earth knew about it. Give me that paper. Josie, dear, do you recognize that handwriting? Yes, I do. It looks like Father's, only shaky, like he wrote it in a hurry. Josie shook her head. I don't know what's going on. What's this about a brick, Jen? Someone asked. Helene and I used to write notes back and forth when we were girls. There was a space behind a loose brick in the wall, by the gate, that we used like our personal mailbox. When she and Tom were dating, he'd play pranks on us, putting plastic spiders in there. One time, he left 2 pink cupcakes for us. I knew he was a good man and that clinched it. After Helene and Tom disappeared, I didn't have the heart to have the brick cemented in. Come with me. Jen led the way across the lawn and down the drive to the gate. Oh, my goodness, after so many years of not knowing. I'm almost afraid to see if anything is in here. She wiggled a brick loose. It's a paper in a jelly glass. Josie stepped forward and took it from her hand. Scanning it quickly, she reported slowly, "It's the final piece of the puzzle, I'm afraid. Father wrote this, he must have wanted it to be found by Jennifer and no one else. Oh, why didn't I ever think to look in the brick? What does it say?" "I think it was written right before they left town. He details overhearing a plan to poison the water, like Officer Sharp said, and said he did what he had to do. He said killing a mobster made him sick and he's afraid of being on the run the rest of his life, fearing for his wife and daughter, what would happen to them if the police found out he'd murdered someone." "Murdered? Not our Tom." "I'm afraid it's true. I just learned that a few days ago myself," Josie said. "Father wasn't a bad man, just desperate. There's a lot more to the story and I'll tell you all I know." Sharp took the letter. "I'll need a copy of this, if you don't mind." He pulled out his phone and scanned each page. Jennifer took Josie's arm. "I don't know all you've been through, dear one, but it's time for lunch. A good meal will settle our minds. Catherine, call the diner and have a decent meal sent over, will you? Rebecca, you get the boys to set up tables for us to eat on the back patio. Our dear girl is home at last and everything else can wait." A chorus of voices rose. "But who did Uncle Tom kill? He wouldn't." "What mobster? Was it that awful? Where did this all happen? Who was that man the police arrested?" "The one Hannah tackled. Was he a bad guy?" "Yes, how was he connected?" "Never mind all that. Josie, tell us all about yourself. Where did you grow up?" Jennifer wagged a finger at the family. "I said everything can wait. I mean everything." Chapter 27. 7 months later. I have a talented sister. My hair looks perfect. Josie grinned at her reflection in the mirror. "You're the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. A whirlwind engagement is so romantic." Hannah hugged her. "I hope those curls hold. I can't get over how much you look like your mother." Helene had that same twinkle in her eye when she married Tom. Jennifer wiped a happy tear. "I was her maid of honor and here Hannah is going to stand up with you. It's like a movie, same story, younger actors. It's the perfect day for a wedding. I'm so grateful for you too and all the help the family has given me. These last few months have healed a hole in my life I didn't even know I had. A lot is still up in the air, but our parents started with nothing, too. You've got a lot more than nothing. You have us." "True." Josie hugged Hannah and Jennifer. "I'm still overwhelmed by how the family accepted me right away. You are good people. We love you, dear girl." Jennifer said, "Once your old home, where your house was, sells, you and Dan will have money to live on. I'm sure you'll settle in nicely before long. Maybe even a place with one of those clawfoot tubs you favor. Hopefully, it'll sell soon." A young couple put in an offer. They want to build a new house on the lot. Josie giggled. "And do you know what Agnes said when I told her? She asked why I had never thought about modernizing. After going on and on about me building a house exactly like the one that blew up." Jennifer wagged a playful finger. "Now, don't be so hard on her. Agnes means well, I knew that the moment I met her. And it's sweet of her to come for your wedding. She promised my parents she'd watch over me. I think she sees being here as turning over the reins or something. Just think, once all this is over, Agnes will have enough gossip fodder for years." Josie smiled. "The way things are falling into place, I'm so happy." Hannah nodded at the clock on the dresser. "You'd better get into your gown soon." Jennifer opened the door to a knock. "Dan, you can't see your bride before the ceremony." "Let him in, Aunt Jen." Josie said, "We're not sticking to old traditions." Dan kissed her. "You are gorgeous, even in. What are you wearing?" It looks like one of those capes at the hair salons. I didn't want to smear my makeup. Josie asked, everything okay? Everything is perfect. Agnes is ordering the clan around like she's known them for years. Several guests have already arrived and they're oohing and awing over how pretty the backyard is. I'm so lucky to be getting married in my grandparents' home, the same place my parents had their wedding. Josie smiled. The family has made me feel so loved even in such a short time. This wedding is going to be magical. The best part is, we'll be together. Dan took Josie's hands. And I have news. Quite a bit of news, actually. First, the RCMP called me, that sergeant we met your first day here. He had news about Bobby York. What did he say? Both Ohio and the province leveled charges against him. The states take precedence. Once they finish with him, he'll be eligible for extradition to Ontario. He's being charged with arson, attempted murder, attempted kidnapping, stalking, and a host of eluding charges, along with whatever the ATF levels at him. We know the American justice system moves like frozen molasses, but we won't have to worry about him for a very long time. Josie sat on the edge of the bed. I should feel relieved, but I feel kind of sad. You won't need to be watching over your shoulder anymore, but I agree. Jennifer frowned. That young man has had a tough life, from what we've heard. Had we known, we would have helped him as he grew, set him on a straight path. That's what Tom would have wanted. His adoptive family tried. They sounded like great people, Hannah said. We can't save every pup in the pound. They moved to Antelope, a few miles down the river. When they adopted him, we were just never aware of him or the trouble he endured. Jennifer sighed. Some damage is too much to overcome. Josie nodded. Father must have felt terrible, first for killing that mobster, but for changing a little kid's life, too. That's why he followed York's life, saved those articles from the newspapers. That letter Father left for me said he wished he had snatched him that day. Just think, Hannah, you and I would have had a brother. Hey, no being sad on our wedding day. Dan hugged Josie. I have more news. You've been busy today. True, my phone keeps ringing, but I promise I'll set it aside soon. Another thing. The metronome is cleared. It's yours. Mine? Josie exclaimed. How can it be mine? The judge decreed there's no way to prove ownership. York never saw it or didn't recall it enough to describe. He only heard about it from this father's henchman, remember, and he wasn't even sure what it was, and the bank testified it was your dad's, since it was in his safe deposit box. Following your parents' will, it's yours. We can pick it up from the evidence department anytime you want a road trip. After our honeymoon. Josie beamed. That's a fine start to a marriage. We can chip at it like Father did. We'll be set, even if the RCMP takes its time hiring you. I told you I have a lot of news. John Thies called right after I talked to the sergeant. I got the job. I'll be working here in Tamacar once I go through some training. I need to learn how to say "a" at the end of every sentence, so I can fit in with the Canadians. Hannah lobbed a pillow at him. Wonderful. Josie clapped her hands. When we get back from Ireland, I'm going to see about finding a job of work at City Hall. What better way to get to know the community? No, take your time. You have years of catching up with your family. Dan put his arm around Josie. You know the best news of all? In less than an hour, we'll be husband and wife. I'd better get dressed then. Josie reached for her wedding gown. A sharp rap came at the door. Jennifer opened it. Chief Landry, what are you doing in here? It's your wedding day. Scat. Agnes bustled in. Josephine Marie, you're not even dressed? Goodness. We need to get this wedding underway before that darling little ring bearer, Hannah's boy, steals the show. You mustn't be late, that's not considerate to your guests. If you're going to marry in a foreign country, at least do it right. Set a good example of Americans, will you? Canada isn't all that foreign. I'm half Canadian, after all, Josie protested. I'm home. Dan grabbed her around the waist. So long as I have you in my arms, anywhere is home. Hannah took Jennifer's arm. I do love a happy ending, don't you? The end.
Thanks for listening to Who's After Josie Malone. Please take a minute to subscribe so you won't miss a thing. Here's a list of other fiction books by award-winning author Deb Graham, followed by an excerpt from The Ghost in the Bakery. I'd give anything to be in your shoes. One Daughter at a Time. Times and Seasons. The Ghost in the Bakery. Martha's Cove. Santa Clay. The Dim-Witted Hitman. The Cookie Cutter Legacy. Murder on Deck. Peril in Paradise. Plus over a dozen non-fiction books. From The Ghost in the Bakery, a mildly haunted novel with a magician ghost you'll adore. Dead. She's as dead as those men on Star Trek, the ones in the red shirts. Kate's hand flew to her throat, her brain refusing to accept her assistant's decree. She'd echoed what the paramedic just said, only he hadn't mentioned Star Trek. They had to be wrong. The brightly lit display cases swam before her eyes. She'd have to do something fast, or her bakery would be as dead as Mayor Sprague. And she'd worked too hard for that to happen. As if through water, she heard muffled voices as Melly Collins ushered customers onto the sidewalk, her smile never dimming. Speculation already swirled. Before the school bus came by, all of West Grove would know Mayor Sprague was dead. That was the thing about a small town. Sure, folks rallied to help, as they had over the last weeks when Kate moved to town and set up Lilac Bakery, but she knew they'd turn on her in an instant once they heard about the mayor. Small towns, after all, protected their own, never mind the fact that nobody much liked the mayor and they'd welcomed Kate and Jack with open arms and warm hospitality. Jack. He'd be home soon, and she'd better have her wits about her before then. The poor kid had been through enough the last few months. His father's death, moving from the city, a new school, and Kate herself too busy setting up the bakery to play with him as much as she wanted to. It wasn't easy, being both mother and father to a little boy. His imagination had run wild, complete with a new imaginary playmate. A magician, of all things. And now this. Would they have to move yet again? Kate had spent a good bit of her savings on starting a new life for her and Jack. Was there enough left to uproot again? One thing at a time. The mayor was dead, and on her scrubbed wooden floor to boot. Kate sank into the chair Melly steered her into, not noticing the bright Oregon sunshine streaming through the leaded glass window or the gouged wooden tabletop. No formica for her. Kate had been thrilled to find tables and chairs stacked in the back room, just waiting to be used again. They hadn't been touched since the diner closed back in 1916, somebody told her. The worn antique furniture meshed beautifully with the vintage glassware she'd found in the... Glassware? Melly, why am I drinking from a plastic bottle? Kate focused on the bottle Melly had pressed into her hand. I don't want plastic in my shop. Oh, good, you're back. I thought for a minute there you were going to faint on me. Swoon, you know, like the old ladies used to do, probably right in this very room. It used to be a ladies' dress shop at the turn of the century, I told you, not the year 2000, I mean 1900, that turn of the century. Can't you just see them, twirling in their new dresses, all that lace and ruffles? She patted Kate's hand. I picked up some bottled water for takeout orders, so's folks don't go wandering off with the good glasses. What with the tourists and folks from out of town, don't you know? Besides, you never know when our good mayor will get another bee in her bonnet and come by to gripe about something, and you know she only drinks bottled water. Well, I'm guessing that's not happening anymore. That's a good thing, right? Melly nodded at Mayor Sprague being wheeled out on a gurney by two paramedics, her eyes glassy, lips a weird bluish tint. Melly raised a finger. Better not touch anything, that's what all the crime shows say on TV. Jameson will be here soon. Kate rubbed her forehead. No, not another migraine brewing. Jameson is coming? The sheriff and Kate had hit it off right away. He'd even intervened a few times when the mayor had yet another fit about the new bakery sign, the exterior lights and window curtains facing Emerson Street, Kate's menu, or some such nonsense. Mayor Sprague insisted the bakery could only serve period-appropriate food, since it was in a historic district and the building itself was over 180 years old. The mayor just wouldn't give up. What did she expect, mutton stew and brown bread? Not after those years of culinary school, earning those awards for baking artistry. Kate glanced at the certificates and photos on the wall over the cash register, feeling a comforting wisp of pride. That wasn't the only wisp. Of all times for her mind to play tricks. Between one pounding heartbeat and the next, the outline of a man's head and shoulders bulged through the wallpaper, receding just as fast. As she blinked, the face appeared again, bushy brows knit. A fine kettle of fish, a male voice murmured. The wallpaper smoothed flat. Not again. Who'd put fish in a kettle? She rubbed her forehead and groaned. What did you say? Melly bustled about, wiping a table that didn't need wiping. Fish? There's no fish in the bakery. Why, that'd be just plain silly, fish in a bakery. They don't smell so good after a while, you know, and I think the aroma of cookies and pies baking is a sight better. Kate sighed and stood, averting her eyes from the mayor's body. Jameson would be here soon and she'd better act like she was all right, even if it was an act. She'd worry about the ghost later on.